Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubert Friday live stream, and I'm starting this stream a little bit earlier because, well, usually I start it at 4 p.m. Central Time. Now I'm starting it at 5 p.m. Central Time because, to be honest with you, I need some time to sleep. But I'm here, and I'm going to leave the music on as I comb my hair and freshen myself up a little bit. But I will be back in about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. So just sit back and relax. I'm going to be here for a long time anyway, so I'm not really going anywhere. Hello, Mr. Cyrillic Letters. Back in the game, yep. Now with a master's degree in nanomaterials. Interesting. Ready for some theology? Absolutely, Andres Lopez. Joe Fairlow Valcarcel. Happy Friday to you too, sir. To you too, sir. Looking forward to your stream. Yep, I'm going to be here for a while. Happy Friday to you, Sweet Body Fit. Just give me one moment here. I'm going to freshen myself up a little bit, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So I'm going to leave the music on for you guys. But I'll be back, and I'll be here for... I'm going to be here for hours, guys, alright? So I'm not really going anywhere anytime soon. Alright, I'll be right back. Hold on. Hello, everyone. I am back. Had to wash myself a little bit here. I don't like doing these streams without feeling clean. So, yeah, here I am. I had to start the stream a little bit later this time because I needed sleep, to be honest with you. And I knew that if I wanted to stream today, I would not be able to function without adequate rest and rejuvenation. I stayed up way too late. I went to bed at 6 in the morning because I was way too amped up about the video that I uploaded this morning. I was way too amped up about wanting to get it done. So I spent hours on that video. I spent hours doing the preparation for the video. And then I had to record the video, which is what takes the most amount of time. Did a lot of takes for that video, and I put the best takes together to make one video. And then I did the editing process, which took about 3 hours or so. And that took some time. And then there was the uploading process, and then there was coming up with the title and the thumbnail. And thumbnail was pretty easy. I already knew what I wanted to do with the thumbnail. And yeah, that took a long time. So ended up going to bed very late. And I knew, hey, if I'm going to do this stream, I could either skip the stream, which I didn't want to do, or I could just postpone the stream until an hour after it usually starts. So here I am. But we're going to have a good stream. We will have a good stream, and we're going to make this thing happen. There's a bunch of stuff happening in the news, so we're going to talk about that, Iran especially, but also Turkey. Turkey is also really showing its teeth in the midst of this whole Israeli-Iranian war. And the Iranian strikes on Israel are very, very serious. They hit a hospital recently. They have hit a whole bunch of Israel's infrastructure. They also hit the Israeli stock exchange. So the Iranians are definitely serious in their war against Israel. The Israelis are also serious. The question is, when is this going to reach a pause? When is this fighting going to be paused? Because eventually this war will be paused, and there will be a duration of stagnation. There'll be a duration of nothing happening, and then the fighting will resume. This is pretty much what happened last year, with the exception of the fighting resuming. And I said this last year when Tehran hit Israel, and then I did a video not too long after the bombing of Israel, and I said Israel is getting bombed. For the first time, Israel is getting bombed. And I said there will be a duration of peace, but fighting will resume. So the resumption of this fighting has happened within the past 8 days. So, but eventually there will be a pause, I believe, and then it'll just resume. And this war is just going to keep escalating and escalating and escalating. And it's going to be very ugly. But I'll read your guys' comments. Let's see here. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Jacob Glowsticks. Alexis Corral, happy Friday. Let's see here. I wanted to ask you, to do a video on the Wismer incident in Guyana. Hindus are trying to use this to start trouble. Thanks. I'll look into that. Thank you. Please activate subtitle translator. How is that possible? How do I do that? Isn't that CCs are activated on my channel? Let me see here. How do I activate the CCs? I don't know. I think it's already active, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just see something real quick. Oh, subtitles. Okay, video is currently processing. Please check back later. Yeah, I don't have CCs on for this video. It's weird. Let me see here. Force quit. Let's see. The gaming chair has interesting things to talk about. It makes fair points. Yes, it does. Absolutely. Let's see. This weekend be wild. Absolutely. Yep, it's gonna be crazy. Who knows what's gonna happen? Let's see. The thunderstorm was powerful but soothing, etc. Yeah, thunderstorms are awesome. I was surprised I didn't lose power, etc., etc. What is this music? This is music from the Elder Scrolls video game. I think this is from Skyrim, to be specific. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low, and let me know if my audio is good enough. 2-week pause? I don't know. Just started watching Band of Brothers, and I'm hooked. Band of Brothers, that was a really old series that popped up back in the early 2000s. Basically, and not to take anything away from the film, but it was basically riding on the wave of popularity for Saving Private Ryan. I think Band of Brothers was produced by Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg, and it has a very Saving Private Ryan style to it. And it was, like I said, it was moving on the momentum that was caused by Saving Private Ryan. Kind of like how Braveheart triggered a number of films later on that were based on medieval warfare, and Braveheart really triggered a huge interest in Scottish and Irish history, Celtic history, and Braveheart really triggered a whole trend for medieval aesthetics. What is going on and how bad the government in Israel and America, I think that the American economy is going to collapse. Eventually, yes, it will collapse. I mean, all things come to an end at the end of the day. Video this morning was a banger. A lot of great short clip material. You should cut it up and post. I appreciate that, Mr. John Juan. And that's a good idea. Let's see. That last video was great. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Some classes in my uni happen one time a month, and that's fairly normal. Let's see. Full support, Tsar. There you go. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more coffee. 1 second, please. Hold on. All right, guys, I am back. Got some coffee. Divine Soldier is in the house. I concur. Your previous video was very good. I really appreciate that, Ortho Christos. I worked a lot of hours in that video. Put a lot of time and effort in the recording, especially. This is a pet peeve of mine, and I'll probably talk more about this at the end of the stream. The last hour of the stream is when I always get into... I just start speaking my mind. Oh, oh man, I forgot to put alcohol in the fridge. Shit. Okay, really sorry. Really apologize about this, guys. I forgot to put a beer in the fridge. Hold on. Because if we're gonna have alcohol, it has to be cold. Beer's got to be cold. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, a really important part of this stream is alcohol in the last hour. Without that, the stream does not feel complete. It doesn't feel like we've done a complete stream, so that's very important. But I apologize for having to get up out of the chair. It's not going to happen for a long time. But yes, when it comes to recording videos, one of my huge pet peeves is doing a lot of uhs and ahs during a recording. I just did it. We do this in normal conversation all the time, and I don't mind doing it during a stream because a stream is effectively a conversation online. So I don't mind going, ah and ah occasionally during a stream, but during a recorded video, I don't like doing it too much. If I do it too much, I will turn the freaking camera off and say, let's do this bullshit again. And I shouldn't be that way, honestly. I should be more relaxing with myself. And I should be more forgiving because we do that all the time in normal conversation and we never really think about it and it's never a big deal. So why should it be a big deal during a recorded video? But again, I don't know. I think when I do too many uhs and ahs during a recording, I become self-conscientious and that's not good. Self-conscientiousness is the worst thing to have when you're recording a video. But I had it. It felt, and sometimes my self-conscientiousness is non-existent during a recorded video. Sometimes it's pretty weak during a recorded video, and I have no issues. But sometimes my self-conscientiousness is super strong, and I cannot ignore it. And it's just a weird. If I don't ignore it, then the recording, as I'm doing the recording, the feeling of awkwardness and the feeling of cringe becomes stronger. So I just got to turn the camera off and start again. And it's a weird, I don't know, it's a weird perfectionism that I have. It's not good. I don't like it. But I'm glad you guys liked the video. Our drinks must be cold. Very important. Yep. Imagine drinking warm catnip. It's nasty. Absolutely. Either the drinks or the pipe cigars. Can't forget those. Absolutely. What's up? Hello, 117 Rebel. So let's talk about Israel, guys. Let's talk about Israel and the nuclear bomb thing. I think Iran eventually will get a nuclear bomb. I don't believe that Iran has no interest in getting nuclear weapons. I'm not entirely certain if Iran has an interest in just pushing the button immediately. I think what Iran wants to do is get nuclear weapons so that it can be equal to Israel and so that it'll be taken seriously in the Middle East by the Americans and by the Israelis. And as long as Israel has a nuclear monopoly in the Middle East, Israel is the most powerful country in the region. So if Iran gets nuclear weapons and becomes like a North Korea in the Middle East, Israel would have to take Iran seriously. Israel would have to respect Iran a lot more, and Iran would have to be included in diplomatic talks on certain on certain situations, I believe. And Israel doesn't want that. Israel does not want to have to share a table with Iran. It just doesn't want that. So the thing is that for a very long time, we were worried about North Korea getting a nuclear bomb. And we tried to stop North Korea from getting a nuclear bomb, and it didn't work. North Korea now is a nuclear-armed country. It has nuclear weapons. And so far, North Korea hasn't nuked anyone. And so far, North Korea hasn't tried nuking America or Japan or South Korea. But North Korea is taken seriously. We don't really mess with North Korea because we know that North Korea is a nuclear-armed country. So the same thing goes with Iran. We know that if Iran becomes a nuclear-armed country, that we would have to take Iran a lot more seriously. And Israel doesn't want that. Israel wants for Israel to be the country to be taken the most seriously. Same thing goes with Turkey. Israel doesn't want Turkey to become too powerful, but Turkey will eventually become a very powerful country. It is already a powerful country, but it's going to become even more powerful. So Israeli exceptionalism is on its way out. That's what's happening. And Israel wants to start a whole war to maintain its superior position in the Middle East. That's what this is, really, at the end of the day. And by hitting Iran, by going to war with Iran, by attacking Iran and doing this Pearl Harbor-style attack, Israel is only accelerating Iran's process of becoming a nuclear-armed country. Iran is now going to be pursuing a nuclear weapon even more intensely. Because what's the point of diplomacy if diplomacy doesn't work? What's the point of having diplomatic talks when the people who you are having diplomatic talks with are just going to attack you when you least expect it? I mean, how many times have we heard Israelis say things like, "We just want peace. If they just come to us and want peace, we will be happy. We will be happy." Okay, so Iran was willing to negotiate with the Americans, and there was supposed to be a meeting in Oman before the Israeli attack on Iran. What happened to this huge, enthusiastic willingness to talk and to have diplomacy? So if you want Iran to be diplomatic, then why attack that country? Because now the message that you have sent to that country, the message that you have conveyed to that country is, you can't really trust diplomacy because we can just attack you right before we have a meeting. What's the point? I mean, this is what's happening is so destructive and so reckless. But the bottom line is that we are governed by psychopaths. And the thing about psychopaths, I heard this from Jordan Peterson recently, and I'm not a huge fan of Jordan Peterson, but he is absolutely right about this. I mean, he is a psychiatrist at the end of the day. That is his specialty. But he says that psychopaths will not only destroy those who are around them, psychopaths will always destroy themselves. They will always lose in the end because they will always destroy themselves. It's like these people who are criminals and they have this endless criminal record and they're always getting arrested or they're always breaking the law and getting arrested. They always have a court date, right? They always got a court date and they got a date for this and I got to go to court on this and this and that and this and that and this. And they're always getting themselves into trouble. And while they're always getting themselves into trouble, they're dragging everyone around them down. They're dragging everyone around them down. They're dragging family members down. They're dragging friends down. And they just drain everyone around them. And they'll hurt people who care about them the most. We've seen this many times in our own families. We've seen this in our own friends. It's nothing new. And so Israel is pursuing destructive actions. And it wants to drag other countries down with it. And I don't want to say that. This attack on Iran did not need to happen. The IAEA recently stated that this attack on Iran was not necessary. It didn't need to happen. And what I find so hypocritical is how when we had the Iran deal, Obama established, and this was the best thing Obama did, all right? We have to give credit to where credit is due. I don't give a damn about this whole, oh, well, he's a Democrat thing. We have to give credit to where credit is due. Obama did the Iran deal. He established the Iran deal in 2015. And during the Iran deal, when the Iran deal was being implemented, when it was operational, the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, would do inspections on Iran's nuclear facilities, and they would report back, and they would say, Iran's following the rules, Iran's following the rules, Iran's following the rules. And what did the Ben Shapiros of the world keep saying? What did the Zionists keep saying? What did the neocons keep saying? What did the evangelical Zionists keep saying? Well, you can't trust the IAEA because it's the UN. It's the UN. UN is anti-Semitic. And they were saying bullshit like that. Oh, they're anti-Israel, they're biased against Israel, blah, blah, blah. So Trump comes in 2018, and at the behest of Sheldon Adelson, who was this big casino billionaire who was funding Donald Trump basically cancels out the Iran deal, pulls out the Iran deal, basically showing that diplomacy is bullshit, that American diplomacy is not reliable, that American diplomacy cannot be trusted. And it just shattered the whole thing. And we keep hearing from these Israeli hosperists, these Israeli propagandists, well, we want this peace, we want this peace. Okay, but why did you guys push the United States to pull out of the Iran deal? So Trump pulls out of the Iran deal in 2018 at the behest of Sheldon Adelson. Now, I can just imagine the phone conversations between President Trump and Sheldon Adelson. You got to pull out. Trump, you got to pull out. Pull out, pull out. No, pull out. They're going to make a bomb. I'm telling you, they're going to make a bomb, right? That whole compulsive 5 minutes to midnight way of thinking that a lot of these Zionist types have. And so Trump pulls out. And then what happens? The IAEA says, hey, Iran is starting to seriously enrich their uranium. Hold on, is my door open? Hold on a second, my door is open. It's weird. Right? Oh, my door was open for some reason. It's weird. I guess I forgot to close it. But anyway, yeah, so the IAEA comes over and says, hey, ever since Trump pulled out of the Iran deal, Iran started enriching its uranium. So the Iran deal was actually working. That's the whole point. And then the Israelis and all the, the hosperists, the propagandists came out and they said, well, look, the IAEA is saying that Iran is really enriching its uranium. Oh, so now all of a sudden, when it was to Israel's advantage, when it was advantageous for Israeli propaganda, all of a sudden the IAEA became a trustworthy source. It wasn't trustworthy when the Iran deal was in operation, but now you talk to the pro-Israel people, and they will say, nope, the IAEA, that's like a kind of a tongue twister. The IAEA, blah, 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 blah. I got into a phone argument with a friend of mine who's a pro-Israel guy, a real big pro-Israel guy. And we had this little debate, and he brings up the IAEA, and I thought, wait a second, hold the phone. Hold up, guys. For years, I was hearing you guys saying that the IAEA is not a trustworthy source. All of a sudden, it's a trustworthy source. What? Oh, so I guess the source becomes trustworthy when it's to your advantage. You see, this is why I just don't really trust a lot of this stuff. So, but the thing is that the Iran deal was working. And Iran was saying, okay, we're willing to have these negotiations with the Trump administration. Iran was having negotiations with Trump over the war in Gaza. And what happened? In the middle of diplomatic talks, boom. Now you could say, well, no, Trump gave him 60 days. Oh, okay, so that's how negotiations work. You just give someone 60 days and then you can just bomb them before a diplomatic meeting that was supposed to take place in Oman between Steve Witkoff and Iran's delegation in that country. Is that how it works? You can just bomb people and then not expect retaliation? So now, and then if you look at the videos, holy shit, guys. Oh my God, guys. It is insane. It's surreal to see Israel getting bombed. Truly, I was watching a video from Tel Aviv. Some poor Arab taxi cab driver in Israel, in Tel Aviv, was filming these bombs hitting these buildings in Israel. It is insane. The Iranians are now using these missiles. I don't know what they're called. Harman Shah, I think they call them. Harman Shah missiles, something like that. Let me just look this up real quick. But they're basically cluster bombs. And the Harman Shah missiles, that's what they're called, Harman Shah. So basically, they fire one missile, and then from that one missile comes multiple missiles. And it confuses the hell out of the Iron Dome, and it hits multiple targets at once. It's just insane. And for the first time in a very long time, let's be real here, for the first time since World War II, we are seeing a developed Western-style country getting bombed. We haven't seen this since World War II. Back in World War II, the world watched as England got bombed, Germany got bombed, America got bombed by Japan. And these were all developed countries getting bombed. And so since World War II, since the end of World War II, we have been used to seeing what? Underdeveloped countries getting bombed, third world countries getting bombed, African countries, Middle Eastern countries getting bombed, right? That's what we have been used to. Because after World War II, America really established itself as an empire. England established itself as a major superpower. I mean, it was a major superpower. It was a major superpower when it was an empire, but England really established itself as this powerful ally of the United States. Israel established itself after World War II as this huge American satellite country in the Middle East. And so ever since that point, ever since the end of World War II, we have been accustomed to seeing just developed countries bombing underdeveloped countries. Or we're going to bomb some Latin American country. We're going to go, like in the 1950s, America bombed Guatemala for some bullshit, over some bananas. Believe it or not, America bombed Guatemala over bananas. We had a banana fruit company in Guatemala, and the Guatemalan government said, yeah, I don't really like all this American control over our agriculture. And Americans said, nope, hold up. We have just designated you as a communist. And America bombed the shit out of Guatemala. And that's why when you go to an American grocery store and you buy a banana, it says a product of Guatemala. We're still controlling their agriculture. So we've been bombing third world countries and acting like we're tough, acting like we're the biggest dog on the planet. Look, we bombed this country and we're just gonna, remember what Ted Cruz said about ISIS in Iraq? He said, well, I hope they like glass. Right, we're gonna make their country into glass. I mean, that's the type of thing. So we're all of a sudden, now we're seeing the first world getting bombed. Now you could say, well, Ukraine got bombed. Ukraine was and is not a developed country. Ukraine is a very poor country. It's considered one of the most corrupt countries on earth. I mean, it's not a first world country. So now we're seeing a first world country getting bombed. And here's the thing is, America has been used to fighting what kind of war, right? America has been used to fighting against insurgents and guerrilla fighters, guerrilla type bands. So America had a war against guerrilla fighters in Vietnam. America fought against Mexican guerrilla fighters. America fought against, I think it was against Pancho Villa. America bombed Guatemala. America did a little war in Panama. America fought against the Spanish, I believe in Cuba, if I'm not mistaken. But that was before World War II. America went to war in Iraq and fought all those insurgents in Iraq. America went to Syria and was doing all sorts of operations in Syria against the Assad government. The point being that America has not really fought against an advanced military power since World War II. America has been used to just fighting against insurgents. Now, the Viet Cong were no joke. That's the toughest enemy America has ever fought. I would say the communist Koreans and the Vietnamese, by far, have been the toughest enemies that America ever fought since World War II. No joke. Vietnam, no joke. Korea, no joke. Huge wars, huge casualties, nasty stuff. But really, America has not fought against a developed country, a technologically innovative country since World War II. So if America goes into war against Iran, it's going to be fighting against a conventional military that has geography on its side, a lot of mountains. And it would be, I don't want to say it'll, because I don't know if it's going to happen, but if America decides to do boots on the ground in Iran, and I don't think America's going to do it. That's my prediction. I could be wrong, but I don't think America's going to do a boots on the ground type war. It'll be too politically reckless for Trump. It'll be too politically damaging for Trump. But I could see America doing aerial bombings on Iran. I could see America trying to destroy the Fordo nuclear facility. But if America decides to do an Iraq war style operation in Iran, it'll be a complete disaster. I mean, a complete disaster. America won't win. America will not win a serious war against Iran. It just won't. Because you're going to be putting American soldiers in a bunch of mountains. And they're going to get hit by Iranian Revolutionary Guards, Hezbollah, all these Shiite militias from Iraq, Muslim insurgents, secular insurgents. They're going to get killed by people who aren't even really religious. You'll have these Iranian secular insurgents. Kind of like how in the Lebanese Civil War, there were these secular Palestinian nationalists who were fighting against the Phalangists, who were Israel's proxy in Lebanon. But you'll have very high casualties, and it'll be really the end for Trump in that case. And if America does a serious war against Iran, you can expect the Democrat to win in the next election. And people will become so disillusioned with Trump and so black-pilled, and they'll say, why the hell did I vote for this scoundrel? He hoodwinked all of us. He scammed all of us, and now we're paying in blood for our mistake. And why in the hell did we trust this bastard scoundrel Trump? And the Democrats are going to say, we told you so. You should have voted for Kamala. You should have voted for Kamala. And sometimes I see the way Trump acts, and I think to myself, damn, I miss Obama. Because at least with Obama, we had the Iran deal. And with this guy, Trump is just playing with our emotions non-freaking stop. Seriously, he's playing with our emotions all the time, this guy. Well, I want peace. I don't want peace. I'm going to bomb them to oblivion. I'm going to bomb them like they've never been bombed before. And I want peace. We could have talks. We're not going to have talks. I want peace. Let's have talks. We're going to bomb them. We're not going to bomb them. I might bomb them. I haven't bombed them yet. I haven't killed the Ayatollah yet. I'm going to bomb it. It's like, which one is it? The guy is constantly playing with our psychology. And who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? It's your cat opening the door? I mean, seriously, yeah, it could be that. Yeah, where's my dinner slave? Yeah. I thought I closed the door. All of a sudden, I see it open. I said, what the hell? Maybe I probably just forgot to close it. Would Iran even try it? I mean, if they care about Palestinians and other Mohammedans, they wouldn't try it. One could hope. I think you're correct, yeah. I don't really see, like, even if Iran gets a nuke, even if Iran gets nuclear weapons, it does not mean that Iran is going to just push the trigger, push the button, and just launch the damn nuke. That doesn't mean that. If that were the case, remember what they were saying about Kim Jong-un. They said, oh, he's going to get a bomb, he's going to get a bomb, he's going to get a bomb, he's going to nuke Japan, he's going to nuke America. And guess what? He got bombs. North Korea has dozens of nuclear bombs, and they haven't launched shit. Because they're not that suicidal. So even if Iran, but the thing is that because North Korea is a nuclear armed country, we haven't really seriously messed with North Korea. Because we know it's a nuclear country. We haven't used Japan as a proxy against North Korea yet. Because North Korea is a nuclear armed country and Japan is not, although Japan is considered a de facto nuclear armed country because Japan has the capacity to create nuclear weapons in a matter of months. So I think if Japan says, listen, we have nuclear bombs. We can nuke freaking North Korea. I think America would become much more comfortable with doing a proxy war against the North Koreans. But because North Korea is a nuclear-armed country, we actually respect North Korea a lot more. So Iran wants to get to that level. Iran wants to get to that status. Israel doesn't want that. Israel wants to be this country that has no equal. So Israeli exceptionalism eventually is going to die. In fact, there was an article that was published on RT recently about the death of Israeli exceptionalism, and I'll show you guys some excerpts from that article soon. Let's see here. I think that American democracy as it is would be completely uprooted, in my opinion. Breaking in Fox News, Trump considers using tactical nuclear bomb against Iranian sites. Trump considers. Trump entertains the idea. Trump says he could. Trump says he could do this. Trump says he might do something. Trump says, and I got nothing against you, Ortho. This is not against you. One thing I've noticed about the media is that they're always talking about woulda, coulda, shoulda. This is what media articles mainly talk about. If you go to Washington Post, New York Times, Haaretz, Politico, whatever, most of the time they're publishing articles on woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yeah, what failures were done, what should be done, what should have happened in the past, what could happen, what would happen if this other thing happens. Rarely do you see an article from any mainstream news outlet that says, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. We know this is what's happening, right? Rarely do you see an article that says, hey, we got insight on this situation, and according to this insight, this is what's freaking happening. Most of the time you get coulda, woulda, shoulda happened. This could happen. What could... Let me know when it says we're going to freaking do this. Let me know when you get an article that says Trump says I'm going to do this. I'm going to blow shit up. Anyway, Mr. Ortho, do you have a source for this? Because I'm not finding anything. Fox News, Trump considers using tactical nuclear bomb against Iranian sites. Okay. Yeah, it's on Newsweek. Trump considers tactical nuclear bomb on the Fordo site. So he wants to nuke Iran. Holy shit. I work in the media, and that's how it is. What media outlet do you work for, if you don't mind me asking? Japan has nukes from what I've heard. I think you're right. I think Japan does have nukes, but it's not officially... It hasn't been officially announced. But from what I have read, Japan currently is recognized as a de facto nuclear power, because technically it can make nuclear weapons in a matter of months. But you're probably right that Japan already has them. It's just that it's not officially in the global awareness, or in global awareness. Let's see here. I think that American democracy, as it would be completely uprooted, in my opinion. It could happen. I don't know. I think democracies eventually die because people realize that they're not really getting what they vote for. People voted for peace. People did not vote for war. And so when they see war being pushed, they feel like they have no power in a democratic setting. And so, yeah, if America continues to exist for a long time, I could definitely see American democracy just dying and people saying, listen, let's just have a dictator, because this democracy stuff is a sham, and it'll be more honest for us to just have a dictatorship. Talk about going bananas, right? Am I right? Do you think USA may turn into a banana republic? Yes, I think it could definitely happen. Empires, all empires fall. You look at history, Mongolian Empire, Roman Empire, whatever empire, Dutch Empire, Spanish Empire, all these empires eventually reach their end. German Empire. All these empires eventually reach their end, and they die. And so I don't think America has an exemption from this reality of history. We keep saying, oh, but we're between two giant oceans and we're so far away. That doesn't really matter, because America still stretches itself out very thinly. And when empires stretch themselves out too thinly, they kind of fragment. They kind of go through erosion. We saw this with the Roman Empire. Rome went all the way up to England, what is now called England. And Rome really stretched itself out very thinly. And it was logistically very draining, logistically very difficult for the Romans to have to send soldiers all the way up to England, especially in those days when they didn't have the technology that we have today. And so to constantly be sending soldiers into England proved to be really impossible to do for a seriously long time. And so eventually what happened was the Romans just abandoned England. They abandoned that whole area. And after they abandoned it, it was taken over. Eventually, it was taken over by the Anglo-Saxons. And the Christian people who were living in England, abandoned by the Romans, were left to the incursions of this Germanic horde. And they were eventually vanquished, conquered, and almost exterminated. So empires will always break. And when empires stretch themselves out too thinly, it usually spells the beginning of the end. And the American empire, I believe, is just, it's too big for itself. And our arrogance has outgrown our capacity to maintain our empire. And if America drags itself down into a forever war in Iran, it'll spell the end of the American empire. And the reason why I say that is because, well, if you look at the Roman Empire, what was one of the things that spelled the end for the Roman Empire? It was Rome's forever war with the Parthians. And the Parthians were an Iranian people, like the people in Iran today, although I believe they were mixed with Scythian, and their religion was not Zoroastrian. I believe it was some sort of shamanism. And the Romans never could defeat the Parthians. And that war lasted a long time. It lasted a long time, and when the Romans, after the Romans destroyed the temple, the Romans were fighting the Parthians, and the Jews who were living in the Roman Empire, the Jews who wanted to revolt from Roman power, they said, hey, look, the Romans are spending all this time fighting the Parthians, and they've sent so many soldiers to fight the Parthians that there aren't really a whole lot of soldiers in our territories here. There's not a whole lot of soldiers in Judea. There's not a whole lot of soldiers in Egypt. There's not a whole lot of soldiers in North Africa. There's not a whole lot of soldiers in Cyprus. And so what the Jews did, what the Jewish revolutionaries did, was they coordinated a massive revolution called the Kitos War. No one really talks about the Kitos War. Everyone wants to talk about the destruction of the temple and all this stuff, but nobody wants to talk about the Kitos War. And the Kitos War was really, a continuation of the very war that was commenced by the Levitical priests 40 years after the crucifixion of Christ. And this war, the Kitos War, was much more brutal, I believe, than the war that led up to the destruction of the temple. Because there were so many civilians who were butchered, non-Jewish civilians. Because, you see, the Jews in those days, they had this ideology. They had this prophecy in their holy text. If you read, and you can read it yourself, it's in the Hebrew War Scroll, the Jewish War Scroll, which was discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Once they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, when they looked through the Dead Sea Scrolls, they found the War Scroll. And when you look at the War Scroll was all about butchering all of the non-Jews. It literally talks about this. It says, we are going to destroy all non-Jews. It says this in the War Scroll. And it talks about this prophecy in which the Jews will have their Levitical priests, and the Levitical priests will be in the war, and they'll blow some trumpets or something like that. And the Jews will first go against the non-Jewish Semitic peoples. And it talks about this war between the Jews and the neighbors of the Jews, the Arabs and other non-Jewish Semitic peoples. And it says that eventually the Jews will wipe those people out. And then the Jews will go after the Hamitic peoples. We're talking about the African peoples. And it says something like, for 10 years, the Jews will have this war against the Hamites. And eventually the Jews will wipe out the Hamites. So all of the Africans will be wiped out, according to the War Scroll. And then once the Arabs and the blacks are wiped out, the Jews will go to war against the Japhetic peoples, the European peoples. And the European peoples are supposed to be the final boss of the Jewish fighters, the final boss for Israel. And it says that after so many years of fighting against the Japhethites, the Europeans, the Japhethites, the entire Japhetic race will be wiped out. The Jews will wipe them out. And the Jews will be supreme in the world. I mean, this is what the War Scroll teaches. And this is what was being taught. This is what was being taught at the time of Christ. So you can understand how when Jesus was saying, hey, you guys are being exploitative towards the Gentiles, you get an idea of how thick the racism and tribalism was when you read the War Scroll. And when you read in the scriptures how Jesus is saying, hey, you guys are abusing the Gentiles by selling merchandise in the court of the Gentiles where the non-Jews are allowed to pray. My Father's house was built to be a house of prayer for all nations. You guys aren't honoring this. When you read the War Scroll, it really sheds light on what Jesus was fighting against. It was serious racism and tribalism to the point where the Jews thought that they were going to wipe out all the non-Jews. That's how bad it was. It was nasty. So the temple was destroyed about 40 years after the crucifixion. And then sometime after that, there was what's called the Kitos War, which began at 115 AD. I read that in front of me, to be honest with you guys. I don't remember all these dates, but yes, it began at 115 AD, and it lasted for 2 years, so it ended at 117 AD. But because the Romans were so bogged down in their war against the Iranians, the Parthians, the Judean rebels, the Jewish rebels, did a coordinated revolution in various parts of the Roman Empire. North Africa, and Cyprus, and Judea. And while these revolutionaries were doing their uprising in Egypt, the revolutionaries in Egypt thought, let's go slaughter the Egyptians, because there's not a whole lot of Romans to defend the civilian population. And the Judean revolutionaries butchered thousands upon thousands of non-Jews in Egypt. And they went in North Africa alone, because it wasn't just Egypt, it was also in other parts of North Africa. In North Africa alone, they slaughtered over 200,000 people. This is what we read in the Roman historical record. 200,000 people alone butchered in North Africa by the Jewish revolutionaries. And the Jewish revolutionaries did a revolution in Cyprus. And in Cyprus, they butchered hundreds of thousands of non-Jews. Hundreds of thousands. Because they believed that it was their time to butcher the non-Jews. And they thought that they had a right to do that because God was on their side. And they were going to slaughter the heathen. And they were going to basically dominate. So they wanted to fulfill the War Scroll. And the Romans eventually defeated them. And the Jews were kicked out of Cyprus. So people will tell you, oh, the Jews were kicked out of Cyprus, but they will never tell you why they were kicked out of Cyprus. That's the reason why they were kicked out of Cyprus. Because they butchered hundreds of thousands of people in that island. And the Cypriots established a rule saying that no Jew will ever be allowed to enter this island again. Now, I'm not saying that that's right, but I'm just telling you the context in which that rule was decreed. So, going back to Parthia, the Romans ended up in this forever war against the Parthians, and you can fast forward to the emperorship of Julian the Apostate, and you will see that the Romans were fighting the Parthians when the Romans were under Julian the Apostate. And Julian the Apostate actually partook in a battle himself against the Parthians. And a Parthian spear pierced him, and he ended up dying. So Rome's forever war in Parthia was one of the signs that the Roman Empire was eventually going to just die. Because you can only exhaust an empire so much. You can only exhaust the subjects of an empire to the point where the subjects are just going to get sick of war. And the empire just exhausts itself to death. And I think that if America continues on the road that it's continuing on, if America continues to tread upon the path that it is treading upon, America will exhaust itself into not really being an empire anymore. And the people of America already are exhausted with war. They're not interested in war at all. You can't really tell me that it is a popular position to say that we should have war in the Middle East. It's obviously the most unpopular thing that a politician can say. Why? Because people just don't want war. Why? Because people don't want to die. That's the reason why. People don't want to die. People don't want to die in a nuclear holocaust. People don't want to die on a battlefield. People don't want to have loved ones die in a battlefield, in a war that's bullshit, that a war that didn't have to happen. And that's the bottom line. And people are saying, listen, no more wars for Israel. And you know, it's interesting. I was thinking about this a while back ago. I read a book that talked about Israel's undue influence on America's foreign policy. It was called The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer. I read that book back in 2018, and I did a whole bunch of videos on it. And I still have those videos in my external hard drive. If you guys want me to re-upload those videos, let me know. I will be happy to do so. But I did a whole bunch of videos on John Mearsheimer's book. It was called The Israel Lobby. And I pissed off a lot of people doing those videos, which was my intention overall. It was to piss off the Zionists who were following us, because we had a lot of Zionists who were following us at that time. And I wanted to let those people know that I wasn't really buying what they had to say anymore. And I'm a free-spirited person for the most part. And if someone tries to control me, if someone tries to tell me what to do and say, you can't say that, I have this urge to just do the opposite. It's just human nature. I think God designed us to be individualistic to a great extent. We are tribalistic, we're collectivists also to a great extent, but we're also individualistic. And I was told by people who were donating money to our site, hey, don't criticize Israel, because, or else, you know, this is why we're giving you money. We're giving you money to praise Israel. And I kid you not, this actually happened. There was a Zionist guy who called us up, and I won't give his name, but he called us up and he said, you guys got the money to support Israel, to love Israel. That's why we're doing this, to love Israel. And in my mind, I was like, fuck you. That's my response. And my response was the exact response that Elon Musk gave to the ADL. Go fuck yourself. And I remember when Elon Musk said that, the whole crowd went silent, and Elon Musk said, go fuck yourself. Am I clear enough? So to piss those people off even more, I decided to do videos exposing the Zionist lobby, the pro-Israel lobby. And I found this book called it was called the Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer. Guys, if you have not read this book, damn it, go on Amazon right now and go buy yourself a used copy of it. At least, I mean, if you don't want to spend money for a new copy, go buy a used copy for a lesser price and just read that damn book. It's very educational, very informative read. And John Mearsheimer talks about how AIPAC has all this influence on our politicians, and how all of our politicians, and now this is not the case anymore, but at that time, I want to say all of our politicians were getting AIPAC money, and how all politicians who were getting AIPAC money had basically an AIPAC operative making sure that that politician said what Israel wanted them to say. And this AIPAC operative would make sure that his politician, the politician that he was in charge of watching, would not say anything that would be contrary to the Israeli narrative. So I read that book, and I'll be honest with you guys, every time I found something interesting in that book, I would do a video on it. Like, I would find one line in that book that I found fascinating. I'd say, okay, let's do a video, turn the camera on. And in those days, guys, I had zero editing. I would just film the video and upload it with quirks and all, didn't give a damn. And that pissed off a lot of people. And there were people calling me an anti-Semite. Anti-Semite for what? My family comes from the Middle East. I'm of the line of Shem. There's no anti-Semitism in me. So the thing is, I remember thinking to myself, you know, a lot of people are reading this book, and a lot of people are also agreeing with me in the comments section. So I began to notice, and this was back in 2018 when Trump pulled out of the Iran deal. And I remember doing articles at that time saying, bad idea to pull out of the Iran deal. And people are now figuring this out, that it was indeed a bad freaking idea. But back in those days, Zionism was still very popular. It was growing in unpopularity, but it was still popular nonetheless. And there were people who were saying, oh, I don't trust what the IAEA has to say. I don't trust the UN. It's an anti-Semitic organization. And I didn't give a damn. I was saying IAEA is saying that this is a bad idea and we should trust the information. But people didn't want to listen because people always hate knowledge when the knowledge goes contrary to their narrative, to their bias, when the knowledge and the information goes contrary to their favorite political football team. And for the longest time in American history, the favorite political football team for a lot of Americans was Israel. Now that's not so much the case. There's been a shift. But at that time, as I was doing these videos, giving commentary on what Mearsheimer had to say, I noticed that there were a lot of people agreeing with me. And I noticed that a lot of people were reading this book, and the book caused a big stir. So I started thinking to myself, you know, popularity for Israel is dying out. And it's eventually going to come to an end. And I did a bunch of videos on this. I mean, me telling you guys that popularity for Israel is dying is really nothing new. I've been doing this for a long ass time. It's just that the channel that I did all those videos on is no more. YouTube got rid of it because, you know, I was anti-Semitic, which I wasn't, but YouTube accused me of being anti-Semitic, so they pulled the whole channel down. But I've been on this trend. I've been observing this trend of anti-Israel sentiment for a long time. And I remember having this conversation with my dad one evening in 2018 because I had been reading Mearsheimer's book. I was doing all these videos. I was pissing these Zionists off. And I remember, I will never forget this night. It was on an evening. I forget which day, but it was in the evening time. And I was sitting at this couch in my living room with my dad, and we were talking. And I told my dad, I said, Dad, one day the whole world will go against Israel. The whole world. Not just African countries, not just Middle Eastern countries, because those countries are already critical of Israel. I'm talking about the Western world. You will see the Western world, America, you will see Americans, Westerners, wake up to the Israel lobby, and they're going to hate Israel. The whole world, I said, will hate Israel. The whole world. And part of that was because one of the reasons why I came to that conclusion was because I noticed the popularity for what Mearsheimer was saying. But secondly, it was just an intuition. It was my gut feeling. My gut was telling me the tide is turning. The shift against Israel is happening. And now you see it. And you go on to X. Who do you see supporting Ted Cruz? Not very many people. Who do you see supporting Mr. Tucker Carlson? Almost everyone. Why? Because we are seeing, we are witnessing, we are beholding the death of Zionism. Bottom line, it's happening right before our eyes. And Iran bombing Israel is really a presaging sign of this. And it's a sign, at the end of the day, of this reality. And the fact that not a whole lot of people really sympathize with Israel really is a sign of this phenomenon that is rising every single year. I mean, the Palestinians did a massacre of the Jews on October the 7th of 2023, and you had 1 million people in England doing a march, not for Israel, but against Israel. You had, I want to say, 1 million people in Greece doing a march, not for Israel, but against Israel. in support of the Palestinians. So you would think after this Charlie Manson-style massacre of the Jews that people would rise up and say, holy shit, man, this is terrible. No. A lot of people not only were indifferent, but they were actually praising what Hamas did, which is disturbing. I don't like it. I don't like what happened on October the 7th. It was obviously a massacre. It was an atrocity. It was a crime. It was murder. But my point is that the fact that so many people have zero sympathy is a sign that Zionism is dying. That's what people need to understand. And Israel understands this. Why do you think Israel was so adamant about Trump abolishing TikTok? Remember that? Remember they were saying, well, we have to ban TikTok because TikTok is owned by China. It's communist, and they're going to get all of our information. They're going to spy on our young people. We can't have that. They're going to spy on America's youth. Our youth. This is the fruit of our wonderful American tree, the fresh fruit of our tree, and the youth are our future. We can't let China jeopardize that. We're going to allow China to jeopardize our future. We're going to allow China to influence the minds of our youth and spread communism. And I can tell you right now that it had shit to do with China owning TikTok. The reason why you had Americans pushing for the abolition of TikTok is because the ADL, for a long time, had been pushing for TikTok to be banned. And you can see what the ADL had been saying. They were saying, well, TikTok is the number one place where young people are getting their information about the Gaza war, and they're getting anti-Israel propaganda. And people on TikTok were seeing videos of dead kids. And they were sickened by it. They were sickened by the carnage. And so a lot of people started becoming anti-Israel or critical of Israel because of what they were seeing on TikTok and on X. And Israel was saying, well, we have to get rid of TikTok because it's spreading anti-Israel sentiment. But then they pushed for the abolition of TikTok under the guise of combating Chinese influence. I don't think it had anything to do with that. I think it had everything to do with trying to decrease the rising tide of anti-Israel opinion that's been growing in America. And the thing is that no matter what Israel does, the sentiment against Israel is going to continue to grow. No matter what. We've been seeing this year after year after year. The growing unpopularity for Israel. It just keeps growing every year. And these stupid Zionists who are absolutely oblivious to this reality keep shooting themselves in the foot. They keep falling into these ditches. And like blind men who fall into a ditch, they don't know how to get out. They don't know how to get out of the ditch. And they're so oblivious that they just keep digging the ditch. They just keep making the ditch deeper. Because you look at the whole Ted Cruz versus Tucker thing. I mean, what do you see? You don't see Ted Cruz having overwhelming support. You see Ted Cruz getting overwhelming humiliation, overwhelming mockery, overwhelming scoffery. And Tucker is dominating the internet. This is not a coincidence, guys. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to come to this observation. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold up. Iran/Persia is a pain in the ass to every empire. Yep, that's true. Look at the Byzantine, Sassanid Wars. They're right. That's another thing. Yep, the Byzantine Sassanid Wars. That was another forever war that the Romans had against the Iranians. Only in this case, it was the Eastern Roman Empire, which was still the Roman Empire. Let's see here. The protocols, well, from what I have read, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion is a hoax. But if you can enlighten me on evidence that contradicts that statement, please feel free to share that with me. U.S. and Israel are the same entity. Yeah, I mean, Israel is basically an extension of the American Empire. I can't blame them for making that rule. What rule? Oh, yeah, the Cyprus. Yeah. People don't want to die for nothing, absolutely. I remember those days, Theo, when your website got hacked. Yep, our website got hacked and destroyed for a month and a half, I want to say. And it was by some Zionist hackers. I'm not joking, guys. This actually happened to me. Yep, our website was non-existent for over a month. I want to say a month and a half. And I was so pissed off. And I was so stressed out about it that I actually joined a jiu-jitsu club. And I did jiu-jitsu for 10 months just to release frustration. Just so I wanted to fight. You know what I'm saying? You ever get so angry you want to fight someone, but legally? That's the feeling that I had. I was so frustrated that I wanted to fight physically. I wanted to fight. I wanted to get aggression out. So I started punching my heavy bag almost every day, and that really helped. But then I wanted to actually spar with another human being, and so I joined a jiu-jitsu club so I can wrestle people, and it was a lot of fun. The Holocaust Industry by Norman Finkelstein. Yeah, that's been a very popular read, and the fact that that book was so popular was another sign of the growing unpopularity for Israel that's been growing and growing for decades now, and we are seeing the coming of its apex, everyone. The coming apex for the enmity towards Israel. Do you think that Chinese and Russian hypersonic missiles can take down U.S. aircraft carriers? Probably, yeah. I think the Russians and the Chinese have some serious stuff, and I think the Iranians have also some very serious stuff as well. We've seen that exemplified in this current war between the Jews and the Persians. I'm torn. I don't care for the state of Israel, but are Mohammedans much better? I mean, listen, I'm not asking you to be pro-Muslim here. No one's asking you to be pro-Islam or pro-Muslim. We're just stating facts here. That's it. I'm not pro-Islam. I'm not pro-Sharia law. But that doesn't mean that I have to be pro-Jewish kosher law either. Two things can be correct at the same time. It is true that Islam is a destructive cult and Sharia law is despotic. But it can also be true at the same time that Israel is a murderous country that is doing war crimes. So we can both acknowledge two things. I mean, did the Roman Empire do evil things? Yes. But we can also acknowledge that the Judean revolutionaries during the Roman-Judean War did a lot of evil things before the destruction of the temple. So two things can be correct, and usually this is the case when it comes to conflicts. Let's see here. When he said Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. Yeah, Trump did that at the behest of the Zionists, at the behest of people like Huckabee and the other Zionists. Tucker did some quality raw dogging with Cruz's reputation. Yeah, absolutely, he did. Boomers still support him. That is 100% true. That is 100% true, and I will argue, and I will point out that the boomers are the biggest bulwark between Israel having the support of America and Israel having no support. Once the boomers are gone, that bulwark is going to be gone with them. And the rest of the world, I mean, the world in general, is not going to give a shit about Israel once the boomers are gone. Because millennials don't give a shit about Israel. Zoomers don't give a shit about Israel. It's the spirit of bloodlust, Ephesians 6:12. I think I know the verse that you're referring to. Let me just look it up. Oh, yes, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Yep, that's the verse. I worked with a Palestinian Christian fellow. He hated Israel with a passion. Yeah, it's not just a Muslim issue. The Christians of the West Bank also hate Israel, and the reason for that is because of the settlers. And the thing is that the settlers... here's the thing is, Zionists in America will sit there and want you to think that their war is against the jihad. But the settlers who hate Palestinians don't give a damn if the Palestinians are Muslim or Christian. They hate the Palestinians either way. And that's why you'll see settlers destroying or attacking a church. Because they don't care. They're anti-Christian. They'll spit on Christians. So they hate Muslims, but they also hate Christians. And I would argue that they hate Christianity more than they hate Islam. Because according to them, Christianity is a pagan religion because God is three in the Christian religion. Whereas in Islam, it is just pure Unitarian monotheism, and that is closer to Judaism. So the Jews prefer Islam over Christianity. With that said, they hate the Muslims, but they also hate the Christians, and they will attack the Christians. Tucker said he's a Christian. Yep, he did. If I remember correctly, did not Tucker Carlson say that he was attacked by a demon or something like that? That was pretty crazy. Dude, that hack job freaked me out because I couldn't get my theologic. Dude, you've been following me that long? I can't. I thought you started listening to me recently. You've been watching my stuff for that long. Holy shit, dude! I gotta shake your hand. Hot damn, man. I did not realize that. I didn't know that. I thought you started watching my work recently. I didn't know you went back to 2018. That's crazy. It's amazing how there are people watching this stream who have been listening to me for that long. I am just overwhelmed, to be honest with you, because of that. I'm overwhelmed by that, and there's a sense of I don't know what it is. There's a sense of being touched by that, and there's a sense of I guess a sense of privilege and responsibility that come along with this. But I'm really that makes me really happy. You really made my day. I did not know that. Trump wishes he was Cyrus. I think he wishes he was Erdogan. I think Trump loves Erdogan. I really think so. I think Trump really admires Erdogan because Erdogan is a dictator. And I think he admires Netanyahu because, well, I don't think he admires Netanyahu, but I think he likes the fact that Netanyahu doesn't give a shit about other branches of government, like the judicial branch. And I think Trump wants to squash any sort of judicial officials who are against him. I think Trump is a tyrant. I think the liberals are right to a certain extent. This whole idea that he's not a tyrant, that he's just a good man, I think is bullshit. I think Trump does have aspirations of power over political enemies, over government entities or branches of government that may be a hindrance to his cause. I think that Trump wanting to just do mass deportations is insane, in my opinion. I know I'm going to sound like a liberal, but I've had positions that have agreed with liberals. I mean, when Trump pulled out of the Iran deal, I said that's a terrible idea, and I was right, and I have never retracted from that position. I did multiple articles in 2018 saying that what Trump is doing is a terrible idea. When Donald Trump made the capital of Israel into Jerusalem, I said that's a terrible idea because it's only going to cause chaos, and it's only going to foment more problems. And when Donald Trump killed Soleimani, I did an article saying that it was a terrible idea because Soleimani actually wasn't a hardliner. He was actually a more moderate figure in Iran, and Trump killed him. I think that was a terrible idea. I think it was wrong. And, you know, America and Israel have assassinated so many of Iran's officials. I mean, who wouldn't blame Iran for getting pissed off about that? And when Trump talks about doing mass deportations, I think that's a terrible idea. I think it's wrong. I do. I think that we should find a different way that is more balanced to deal with people who are undocumented. I think that if you're an illegal immigrant and you are doing crimes, and you're robbing people or you're a part of a gang, I think you should automatically be deported. I mean, that goes without saying. You shouldn't be here. 100%. But if you're just a regular dude trying to make ends meet and you got a job working in construction or working in agriculture, I just don't see why you should be deported. I think you could actually be a net benefit for the American society because you are contributing to the labor force. And I think that there should be a process by which we could expedite their residency status. I don't see why we have to deport those people and deem them as these horrible people when they're just not. It's just not the case. I think we should be doing something like what America did back in the 20th century, where we made it easier for Mexican laborers to live in the U.S. and not have to worry about getting deported. We could give people permits so they can work here temporarily, and then once that temporary status is expired, we could have them go back home. We could do something like that. But I think it was called the Bracero policy that we did. But I think this idea of just doing mass deportations is a little bit too much. You got hands, Theo? What do you mean I got hands? Oh, punching. I mean, I'm not the best boxer. I don't think I'm a super good boxer, and I'm definitely not a super athletic person. But I definitely do enjoy the process of training. I hate, like, if I have a week where I have done no intense exercise, it's a shitty week for me. I get moody. I get I get very easily agitated. So exercise is super important to me because it releases a lot of tension in my body and a lot of tension in my brain. So it's very good for my physical health and my mental health. I don't mind doing a short workout if I don't have the time to do a long workout, but I definitely do prefer to do a long workout where I am either shadow boxing or punching the bag for a good 30 or 40 minutes, or at least 20 minutes. I don't mind doing a 10-minute workout if I'm short on time, but usually I'm not short on time. So usually I will go for the longer workout. So at least 20 minutes, but 40 minutes is also good. There are some great YouTube channels that you can go to get a really good, there's some great YouTube channels out there where you can find some really good boxing workouts or kickboxing workouts. And these are both shadow boxing workouts if you do not have a heavy bag. And there are some great punching bag workouts. Now, I like to do both shadow boxing and punching the bag because to me, they're similar workouts, but they're different. The intensity that you get from shadow boxing is going to be different than the intensity that you get from punching a bag, just given the fact that you're actually punching something when you're hitting a bag. So the workout is different. The intensity is going to be different. If you... so the two channels that I go to, and there's only two channels that I go to for boxing/kickboxing workouts. One is the Boss Rutan. It's not really a YouTube channel, but it's a workout. The Boss Rutan, either the Boss Rutan boxing workout or the Boss Rutan Thai boxing workout. Those are two really good workouts, very intense. So I do those. I try to do at least one Boss Rutan workout a week. If I do not do one Boss Rutan workout, I will do one Nate Bauer workout. Nate Bauer has a really good boxing YouTube channel. He's got 20-minute workouts, 12-minute workouts, 15-minute workouts. And these are all workouts that you can do either on the bag or in shadow boxing. He also has 30-minute workouts, and he also has some really good 40-minute workouts. And last week, I did a 40-minute workout on the heavy bag. This week, I did one 30-minute. Well, I didn't finish the 30 minutes, but I did basically 20 minutes or so of a Boss Rutan boxing workout, and I did it in front of the mirror. And just having that one day where I can do intense exercise really helps me. Just mentally, it just helps me tremendously. If I don't do any intense exercise for a week, I feel like shit. I'll just put it to you that way. So I gotta have that day where I could just spend 40 minutes or 30 minutes of just punching as hard as I want, and getting you feel when you're done. I mean, it's hard to do those workouts, but when you're done, the feeling that you have is unbelievable. It's like a drug. It's an amazing feeling. If Israel was smart, they would have accepted the Arab Peace Initiative in 2002. All states agreed on 1967 borders. Yeah, and if Israel was smart, they would have never pushed for America to pull out of the Iran deal. I have a work peer who is a Protestant supporting Israel due to Bible interpretation like you. I never debate him on the topic of Israel due to that exchange will be... Usually it's completely meaningless. Please double protect yourself, intellectual property, by backing up your backups. I've lost a lot of good material due to faulty issues. It's true. That's important. That's why I have external hard drives. I have several external hard drives that are worth numerous terabytes, and terabytes are awesome because 1 terabyte, I want to say, is 1,000 megabytes or something like that. It's pretty big. 1,000 gigabytes, I want to say. Terabytes are awesome. If I get an external hard drive, I always make sure that the external hard drive is at least several gigabytes, so maybe 4 or 5 gigabytes. I have an external hard drive that's 24 gigabytes, I want to say, and the external hard drive that I'm currently using, I want to say it's like 10 terabytes or something like that, so it's pretty good. They also have vandalized Christian churches. Yep, the settlers will do that, absolutely. They actually burned down. There was a church back in 2015, 16. It was called the Church of the Loaves and the Fish. So basically, it's a church that was built on the site where Jesus did the miracle of multiplying the fish and the loaves. And that's why it's called the Church of the Fish and the Loaves. And that church was set to flames, I want to say back in 2015. And the fire was started by 2 settlers, and they put graffiti on the wall saying, it was, I think the graffiti said something like idol worshippers, calling Christians idol worshippers. So amazingly, the hospitalist, when that happened, the hospitalist got on the story immediately to try to make it out like it was Muslims who did it. But the graffiti was in Hebrew. Guys, it was so freaking annoying. Oh my gosh. I knew this lady who was a hardcore Zionist at that time, and she kept insisting to me that it was done by Muslims. And I said, the graffiti was done in Hebrew. The graffiti is Hebrew. It's quoting from the Old Testament. It's Hebrew. This is Jewish terrorism. And she said, no.
it's Muslims who set the church on fire, but they wanted to make it out as if it was Jews so people could blame the Jews. But this is clearly Muslims. Why would Jews have an interest in burning a church down? Because they hate Christians. That's why. These Jews, not all Jews hate Christians, but I want to be specific here. The extremist Jews hate Christians. And she said, yeah, but I mean, dude, they were trying to grab anything they could grab. And she said, yeah, but if you look at the paint that was used, the paint looks like the paint came from a crayon or a marker, and it just looks like it was something that Arabs did. I'm like, bitch, you're so freaking biased. Holy shit, you're so biased. It's ridiculous. You're so biased, it's sickening. And guess what happened? Israel did a forensic investigation, and they found a little bit of saliva, because they found a bottle that was used to hold the gasoline to burn the church. And they found a little bit, I want to say a hair or some saliva, or sweat. I think it was sweat. And they managed to find the DNA. And the DNA linked to some extremist Jewish guy. Then they looked at the security footage from the gas station that was nearby the church. They looked at the security footage, and they found a video in the security footage showing two fanatic settlers filling a bottle up with gasoline. And the bottle that they filled up was the same bottle that they found at the crime scene. So they put one and one together, and they said, okay, it was obviously these guys, and they arrested them. And I never saw any of these hospitals come out and say, oh shit, we're sorry for doubting the story. We're sorry for trying to make it as if it was Muslims who did it. And the thing is that those hospitalists who were acting that way, they were doing exactly what they were accusing the Arabs of doing. They accused the Arabs of burning the church and then trying to make it look as if it was Jews who did it. And what these hospitalists were doing was they were trying to cover up the fact that it was done by Jewish extremists, and they were trying to make it out as if it was Arabs who did it. That's how evil these people are. I mean, they're just sick. They really are. This is what I mean. They're sick people. If the IAEA tells them, hey, Iran's following the rules, if you pull out of the Iran deal, it's a bad, terrible idea, they'll say the IAEA cannot be relied upon, it can't be trusted. This is what they'll say. But then if the IAEA says, hey, Iran has enriched uranium to 60% or whatever, they'll say, oh, IAEA has spoken. We're going to trust the IAEA. Well, I thought you guys didn't trust the IAEA, but now you trust it. You see, they're sick people, these Hosperus Zionist types. They're sick. I'm not a huge fan. I'm just going to put it that way. I'm just not a huge fan. Same here. I've been here since then. Yes, Jacob Glowsticks is the remnant of the huge Polish audience that I used to have. I used to have a really big Polish audience. At one point in time, 98% of my audience was Polish, no joke. And I got that number from YouTube Analytics. And in 2018, the majority of my audience was Polish, 98%. Jacob Glowsticks is a part of the remnant of that audience that's still listening to me, because most of that audience stopped listening to me. They got tired of me, whatever. They said, okay, this is some Middle Eastern guy, likes Poland, okay, whatever, old news. But there was a remnant of Polish people that continued to listen to me, and they're still listening to me, and Mr. Glowsticks is one of them, so I appreciate that, Mr. Glowsticks. I followed Ted since 2014. Hot damn, dude, 2014. That is some old ass stuff, man. That's ancient times. 2014 was ancient times. And because you've been listening to me since 2014, I'm sure you have noticed how much my style has changed. I know I have. I know I've noticed how much I've changed since 10 years ago. Damn, I go back to 2013-ish. Really? Damn, dude, that's a long time. That's ancient times. That's crazy. I still have an audience that's lasted this long. That's amazing. Really. Good day, Ted. Your video about Christian Zionism is really good. As many don't know about the scriptures that counter arguments. Yeah. And the thing is that you can actually get the arguments against Christian Zionism from Jesus and Paul. They've already put the arguments there because the question already has been answered and the debate has already been settled. Who is the son of Abraham? Those who follow the seed of Abraham, who is Christ. Right there. It's done. The debate has been settled. The question has been asked and answered. Who is truly of Israel? People who follow Christ. That's it. And well, you could say, well, no, we have a state of Israel. We have Jews still. Okay, yes, and Paul acknowledges that and says they are people who are of Israel, but they're not truly of Israel. They are people who are descendants of Abraham, but they're not really of Abraham. Because there is a distinction to be made between earthly Israel and spiritual Israel. That's the whole point. And which is more important, spiritual Israel or earthly Israel? Spiritual Israel, obviously. And that is why St. Paul says that Abraham gave a tenth of his spoils to Melchizedek, because Melchizedek was of a priesthood that lasts forever. And the Jews were giving a tenth of their belongings, a tenth of their earnings to the Levitical priesthood. But that priesthood died. There's no Levitical priesthood. And so what's the priesthood that's still lasting? What's the priesthood that's still going on? It's the Melchizedek priesthood. And Abraham was of that priesthood. So if we are going to be followers of Abraham, we're going to be of the priesthood of Melchizedek. Bottom line. Good day, Ted. Your video... Okay, I already read that. Sorry. I appreciate your comment, Mr. Goots. The video I found from you, Why India Sucks. Yeah, that's a great video, right? Really hilarious. Let me see here. Hold up. Try to read all your guys' comments. What time is it? How many people are listening to this stream? 59 people, not bad. The Polish remnant. Yup. There you go. Same here, David. Let's see. Yeah, that was a really funny video, the Indian video. I had a lot of fun doing that. If you want to know what war we are going to fight in the future, just look into the Call of Duty arrangement. Guys, oh shit, guys. Speaking of video games, if you haven't played this game, I don't enthusiastically recommend it because this is the most depressing video game I've ever played. But there is something prophetic about the game. What was the name of the game where you play in Dubai? What was it called? Video game. Was it Recon something? Video game based in Dubai. What was it called? Spec Ops: The Line. This game came out in 2012. I played it when it came out. I played it on the I want to say Xbox 360. This is Spec Ops: The Line. Is the most depressing video game I have ever played, ever. Like, it is the most depressing game I've ever played. To this day, I have never played a game as depressing as Spec Ops: The Line. In fact, every single game that I have played outside of Spec Ops: The Line hasn't really depressed me. Other than, I would say, Red Dead Redemption, there is a part of the game where you have to kill a cannibal, and it turns out the cannibal ate someone's wife, and that made me, I don't know, that made me feel gloomy. But that was the only time that I felt depressed playing a game outside of playing Spec Ops: The Line. Spec Ops: The Line is such a depressing game. Such a depressing game. I felt like I remember I would play that game, and after turning it off, I would feel this sense of gloom within me, a sense of emptiness. It was just nasty. But I finished that game. Very well done game. Very depressing game. I think it's worthy of a cinematic version, a cinematic rendition. But in that game, you play a soldier. It's sort of like, I can tell that they were definitely influenced by Apocalypse Now, because there's definitely an Apocalypse Now vibe in the game. But instead of Vietnam, you are playing in Dubai. And in the game, Dubai has been destroyed. I mean, wiped out, right? The city has been completely flattened. There's very few survivors left. And the only people who are living in Dubai are the civilian population. You have some insurgents who are there, and then you have these American soldiers who have just really gone rogue. And then you have these special forces guys who are there on a mission to really get rid of these rogue soldiers. So very Apocalypse Now influenced. But there is a part in that game that just messed with my head, and to this day it messes with my head when I think about it, because it reminds me of Gaza. There's a part of the game where you're supposed to fire white phosphorus on the enemy. So you're fighting. So most of the time in this game, you're fighting other Americans, because the bad guys in this game are the American soldiers who have gone rogue, and they're controlling Dubai. You have to defeat them in the game. That's your mission. You got to fight them. So you're fighting against these American soldiers who have gone rogue, and you see you're looking at this computer system. There's a part of the game where you're looking at this radar computer system, and you're seeing on the radar these rogue American soldiers gathering around this certain area. And you are told that you have to destroy them. And so you hit a button that makes white phosphorus get launched, and you hit those American rogue soldiers with white phosphorus. So you hit them with white phosphorus, you incinerate these guys, you burn them alive, it's freaking brutal. So then your character goes to the site that was hit by the white phosphorus, and holy shit, guys. You want to talk about traumatizing? You want to talk about horrific imagery? You walk into this site, and you see these Arab civilians incinerated. And the part that really messed with my head, and still messes with my head, is you see this woman with a veil over her head, and she has her child. Her arms are wrapped around her child like that. It's like something out of Pompeii. And you see the child clinging on to its mother, and they're both completely incinerated. And holy, dude, this game came out in 2012, and I was playing it in 2012. And just that moment made me question everything. It made me question my position. Because at that time, I was still kind of a neocon. I mean, at that time, I realized, okay, Iraq war bad. We shouldn't have done that. But I also still had that. I had a lot of pro-Israel sentiment in me, kind of, sort of. And I still had this belief that we should support American soldiers, and I mean, that bullshit was still there. There was a residue of that was still lingering in my mind. And of course, if Israel bombed Gaza, I would have supported it because Israel's great, right? That was my mentality. But seeing that, even though it's a video game, it was so realistic, but just seeing that and seeing how these people in the game are incinerated by white phosphorus, and you see the mother clinging onto the child, it fucked with my head so much. And I thought, oh my God, holy shit. Like, I wouldn't want to do that. Like, if I had to hit a button and I knew that was going to happen, I wouldn't want to. It just messed with me so much. And you look at the mother and the child burned alive, and you see the mom, wrapped around, her, embracing her child, and the child is clinging onto the mom, and your character sees this, and he's traumatized. He's automatically traumatized, and he's thinking, oh my God, what have I done? And then he looks down, and he sees one of the rogue soldiers that he was supposed to incinerate, and the rogue soldier is on the floor, and he's half dead. And with whatever life that was in him, whatever life that was left in him, he looks at your character, and he says, we were trying to protect them. And then he dies. And it's, oh my gosh, dude. Holy shit, that messed with my head. It messed with my head so much. And I remember turning off the game that night thinking, what the hell am I supporting? What's going on here? And it makes you wonder, and it made you wonder, Gaza. It made you think about Gaza. It made you think about these types of things. But yes, Spec Ops: The Line is the name of the game. It's an old game, so if you want to play it, I would imagine that it's very cheap on Amazon because it is an old game. It's over 10 years old. And I'm guessing if you have an Xbox One or an Xbox Series X, you could probably play it. Or if you still have your Xbox 360, I mean, you could definitely play it because that's the console that it was made for. Partially, I believe. It doesn't matter. Hard to believe that Persia was conquered by the Arabs. The Arabs used to be a very warlike people, and they once had a very prestigious grip on the Middle East. They also had a grip on other parts of the world as well. I mean, the Arabs were very powerful at one point in time, and they had a lot of wars. There was a whole war between the Khazarians and the Arabs at one point in time. I think in the end, the Arabs won. The Khazarians were a very warlike Jewish Turkic people. The new Call of Duty, MW, Russians, NW2, Iran. Interesting. Ted, is it true that well, the whole, I mean, let's be real here, right? Modern warfare and these games are all part of the Pentagon. From what I understand, the Pentagon had a role in these types of games. Is it true that the House of Saud has Jewish origin? I believe so, yes. Because I think if you go back long enough in the family tree of the Prince of Saud, you will eventually find that the first guy in the family tree was some dude named Rabbani. And Rabbani means rabbi. So I think that's true, yes, from what I've heard. Do the combination of strikes during shadowboxing, it really improves your form, trust me. Yeah, shadowboxing, what you get there, how do I say this? There's a benefit in shadowboxing that you can't get in bag work, and there's a benefit in bag work that you can't get in shadowboxing. They both complement each other, and they're both necessary if you want to become a better striker. Shadowboxing in front of a mirror is super helpful because you can see your form and you can correct it. So yeah, shadowboxing, that's why I do both. I also do both because shadowboxing just has a different level of intensity. When you're doing a heavy bag workout, you have to work with the bag. So if the bag is moving away from you, you don't want to hit the bag because the bag is just going to fly upwards and your bag might fall down. You want to hit the bag as it's coming toward you. That way you can pop it and stop it, and the velocity of your strike is not going to push the bag super far away. You want to hit the bag as it's coming toward you. So you see the bag coming toward you, boom, boom. If the bag is moving away from you, you don't want to hit it. So with bag work, you sort of have to pause. You got to go at a certain pace, and that pace is going to be determined by the movement of the bag. With shadowboxing, you don't have to worry about that at all, and you can move really fast in shadowboxing and move really explosively in shadowboxing. I love doing the boss Rutan workouts in front of the mirror because the boss Rutan workouts are super intense and super fast. I don't like doing boss Rutan workouts on the heavy bag because the bag will be moving away from me, and boss will say, do a left hook, right straight. It's like, boss, the bag is too far, man. And then I got to move really close to the back to get that left hook, and I don't want to do that. So I do, with Boss Rutan, I do shadowboxing. And then with Nate Bauer, I do heavy bag. Nate Bauer workouts are really good for the heavy bag because the Nate Bauer workouts go at the pace that a heavy bag workout usually goes. Anyway. I go back to seeing your dad together with Chuck Missler visit Australia. Interesting. That's a really long time ago. That's ancient times. But I appreciate that, sir. I shake your hand. 24 gigabytes. No. Sorry, 24 terabytes. I misspoke. Of course, we are been the antagonist in the media since 1950. That's true. Go back to all the Bond movies. The Russians are usually the bad guys. Man, since the Ted Cruz versus Tucker Carlson, the followers of Mustache Man from Austria on X won't shut up about it. Yup. That is exactly what I've been trying to tell people. The rise of the criticism of Israel is going to lead to people becoming more and more extremist. Criticism of Israel that is legitimate is totally fine and totally necessary because no country should be exempt from criticism, especially when they're doing war crimes. But the problem is that a lot of people are criticizing Israel with very bad intentions, and by bad intentions, they are criticizing Israel for the cause of reviving Nazism. And that's the problem. Yeah, Mr. Cyrillic Letters, he is pointing to an observation that is realistic, and that is that the Nazis online are using the criticism of Israel, the legitimate criticism of Israel and AIPAC, in order to bolster up the Nazi position. That's the strategy that they're utilizing, and it is proving to be very, very effective. And this has been going on for a long time, although it has been going through this precipitous increase within recent years. But you can go back to, I want to say, the early 2000s when Norman Finkelstein wrote the book Holocaust Industry. And Norman Finkelstein himself has said that a lot of the people who bought that book were neo-Nazis. And even though the criticism that Norman Finkelstein articulated in that book was legitimate, the motivations of certain people behind pushing that book was nefarious and insidious. The motivation was one of Nazism and trying to revive Nazism. by saying, look, the Holocaust is just a ruse. The Holocaust is just a big scam to make money. And if you can convince people that the Holocaust never happened, then you can convince people that Hitler was a great guy. And if you can convince people that Hitler was a great guy, then you can convince them that Nazism is great. And if you can convince them that Nazism is great, you can convince them to convert to Nazism or subscribe to the ideology of Nazism. And they'll start reading Mein Kampf. And then before you know it, they're going to say, you know what? The Holocaust didn't happen, but it should have. And that's where people get into very, very dangerous territory. I've read your articles in 2015. Hot damn, dude. That's a long-ass time. That's, again, ancient times. I didn't know this audience went far back. I didn't know this audience went far that much. Or didn't... yeah, my English is bad. Tired of Arabs always starting wars? Me too, bro. Me too. Tired of the terrorism. I can't beat that. I've been listening to you and your father since the early 2000s. Ooh. Dozogovi Ovrenva. Are you Serbian, by the way? When he wrote his book about leaving Islam. Very interesting. Post-2020 era will be called the Great Noticing. You know what? I can totally see that. The Great Noticing. Yep, I can totally see that happening. In my opinion, Rabbinical Judaism is a cope religion. Well, it's a religion that's always trying to fool God. You know, it's this religion that says, well, God doesn't want us to work on the Sabbath, but we're going to do certain things on the Sabbath. And technically, it'll be work, but legally, under Jewish legal law, a halakhic law, it won't be considered work. So technically, we won't be working, even though we will be working. It's sort of like how if you live in an area where you have synagogues and you drive around on the Sabbath, you will see religious Jewish people walking. Where they're walking. To where are they walking? They're walking to the synagogue because they can't drive to a synagogue. They have to walk. Well, isn't walking more work than driving? Yes, but the thing about halakhic law is that it's not supposed to make sense. That's the thing. It's not supposed to be logical. So they say we're not working when they really are working. And they say that God commanded us not to work on the Sabbath, but we're really not working because halakhically this is not considered work. So make that make sense. Lots of people have been noticing after October 2023. Yep, that is correct. Yep, a lot of this rise in anti-Israel sentiment really blew up after October the 7th when Israel started bombing Gaza, and tons of people overnight. It's not like people loved Israel and then October the 7th happened and then all of a sudden they started hating Israel. No, those people hated Israel anyway. It's just that they were looking for the right opportunity to express themselves. So right when Israel started bombing Gaza, bam, they all came out and they said, nope, this is genocide, genocide. They were already hating Israel before October the 7th. They were just looking for the right moment. And they got it. They got it with the bombardment of Gaza. Depressing video games. Have you ever tried visual novels like Everlasting Summer or Love, Money, Rock and Roll? I have not. No. Is that a visual novel? Is that like a comic book? Battlefield 3 has a mission that shows a U.S. invasion of Iran. Not the best campaign, but it's still an amazing experience. Really? Did I play? I think I played Battlefield 3. It's been so long since I played these sorts of games. 2011. I think I'm pretty certain I have played Battlefield 3. Pretty certain. Am I the only one here that followed Ted and his dad since 2008? Man, I was in high school then, dude. 08, I was still in high school. I graduated in 08. 09? Damn, dude. That is, like I said, ancient times. What game is this? It's Spec Ops The Line. Spec Ops The Line. Thank you for all these years, Theo, and big thanks to your dad. Appreciate that, sir. For me, the first shitty feeling I get from playing games was the no Russian mission. Oh yeah, that was weird, man. I didn't like that mission. A lot of people think it's great because you could do this terrible thing in a mall. I just didn't feel right about it, even though I know it's a game. It just felt wrong. Why would you put this in a game? You're doing mass murder in a game. That's just weird and sickening. I don't like it. All your investment of time and effort over these many years have been a huge blessing for the multitude of us benefiting and able to think more clearly. I really appreciate that, Gypsy Bird. That really means a lot, and I shake your hand for that, sir. I really appreciate that. Here since 2012. Divine Soldier has been in the house since 2012, y'all. Now I definitely got to do the shout out every time I see him. Divine Soldier in the house. Damn, 2012, guys. That's over 10 years. That's amazing. I've been following Theo since 2000. That's impossible. I was in middle school. I think what you mean to say is you've been following my dad. Which in that case, yeah, my dad has been doing this since the late 90s. Mid to late 90s. So, yeah. Good people. Any good news or predictions of the apocalypse? That's all we're talking about. And we're going to get into some articles here. I've been talking for too long on this stream. I've been doing too much of this, what do you call it? Flow of consciousness, stream of consciousness stuff, which is very relaxing. I'll be honest with you. It's very relaxing to just turn a camera on and just speak my mind. It's not a pre-recorded video, right? Streaming doesn't have the stress that comes with pre-recording. When you're doing a pre-recorded video, you feel like you have to be your best, and you can't, you don't really allow yourself to mess up when you're doing a pre-recorded video because it's pre-recorded. You're thinking there's no excuses. It has to be good. It's pre-recorded. People are going to click on this video and they're going to wonder why in the hell did they click on this video when the video is such garbage? Why the hell would you upload this video when the video is garbage? So that there's always this sense of pressure on me when I'm doing a pre-recorded video. But when I'm doing a stream, the ships have been burned, right? There's no going back. There's no way for me to say, oh, let's go back, let's turn the camera off, let's do this again. No. You got to keep going. So because you have to keep going, no matter how many times you mess up during a stream, you have to keep going. You have to keep talking. And that forces something in your brain that says, okay, it's time to relax. You've given yourself permission to mess up. And when you give yourself permission to mess up, everything just becomes easier. I go back to the creation of the website with the three of you. Hot damn. Let me see here. It's interesting that America never is the antagonist in the video games. Yeah, America's always the good guy, right? Isn't that amazing? The good guys always win, right? Some Arab tribes lived in the Sassanid Empire, controlled part of the Arab Peninsula, and maybe even served in their militaries. That's correct. So I can see that they conquered the empire. Well, the thing also is that if you read about the Persian, I want to say actually the Sassanid invasion of Jerusalem, that happened years and years before Islam. I want to say, I don't know, decades before Islam. The Sassanid Persians invaded Jerusalem, and they did so with the help of the Arabs and the Jews. And when they took over Jerusalem, they butchered, I want to say, 90,000 Christians. People, again, this is another massacre that people don't talk about. But there was around 90,000 Christians who were killed, and there were Jewish people who told the Persians, who told the Iranians, may we buy Christian slaves? And the Iranians said, absolutely you can, sir. And you had these Jewish guys who would buy Christian slaves for the sole purpose of having the pleasure of murdering a Christian. They would do this. They would say, okay, they would buy a Christian slave, they would buy a Christian as a slave, and then they would murder that Christian for fun. So they wanted this. They saw buying slaves as an opportunity to murder Christians. And they did this. I mean, this is the history that no one talks about, but this actually happened. And then eventually the Iranians started saying, can we really trust these Jewish people who are living in Jerusalem? And they decided to massacre the Jews. So the Jews helped the Iranians massacre the Christians, and then the Iranians massacred the Jews. The thing about psychopaths is that they will hurt others not knowing that they are paving a path towards their own destruction. And so Israel has said, well, we're going to put settlers in the West Bank, and the settlers attack Christians. They don't care. And they bomb the hell out of Gaza. They're still bombing Gaza. They're killing people as they're trying to get food. They're doing massacres. They've been doing atrocities in Gaza for years. And now Israel's getting bombed by the Iranians. History doesn't exactly repeat, but it does rhyme. The descendants of Muhammad is in the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan, not Saudi Arabia. It will be interesting if the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan is trapped. Interesting. I first saw Theodore in 2015 in a video where he confronted a perverted priest. Oh yeah, good times. I was searching for Catholic priests or apologists condemning sodomy. Interesting. So you were looking for a priest who was righteous, and then you ended up finding me confronting an evil priest. That is interesting. Well, I'm happy to have you on, Mr. Anthony, even though we have had our differences over the years, but still, I'm happy to have you on, and you've been actually quite helpful to me because you have given me some interesting news articles. So I shake your hand. Hi, Theo. Hello, people. Hello, good people. Any guys? Okay, we already read that. Ratings have been up lately. Yeah, it's been good for the channel. This Czech has been with you since the beginning. You're Czech? Gypsy Bird? I didn't know. This whole time I was assuming that you were American. Do you live in the Czech Republic? If so, I have some questions about the Czech Republic, because I heard that you guys have the highest rate of beer consumption in the world. Is that true? I miss the days where seeing people with neo-Nazi viewpoints were considered so shocking. Now these people make half of the internet. Yeah, it's true. Very disturbing times we live in. Very surreal times to see Nazism making a comeback. There was an experiment when the neurons of a monkey lit up for a snack on a screen, the same as seeing it in person. Interesting, yeah. Interesting. So be careful. Be careful about what? What are you referring to exactly? I was following Theo from his middle school years. I was always... From his middle school years? Oh, you're joking. Okay. You had me for a second there. Do you have any siblings? I have one brother. Almost 60 people are watching. Damn, dude. That's great. Tia, what about doing a video on the Wismar incident? Had to leave for a while and not back. What's the Wismar incident? Nomad Higgins. Are you Scottish, by the way? Are you it sounds like haggis. What's the Wismar incident? Wismar massacre. What is that? The Guyana under siege. Wismar page. Oh, Indian people were massacred. Oh, by the English. I like to talk about massacres when they're connected to greater geopolitical happenings. So if something happens where it becomes geopolitically relevant, or if for some reason I want to talk about this massacre because it'll help me shed light on a darkness that I want to expose, I will talk about it. But I will look into this and I will read about it, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, there are some interesting articles that have come out on the news lately, and I want to talk about them. So we've been talking for, I want to say, a couple of hours now, which is fine. But we're going to talk about the news now. This is where the hard work comes, guys. This is where the hard work, all right, comes. This is where the views start to decline, because people want to just hear me talk, I guess. They don't want to hear the news. The no Russian mission thing can enter your subconscious. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's what you were referring to. Okay, I was wondering what you were referring to. Because I was thinking, I haven't been talking about Wendy's commercials or McDonald's commercials, so I wasn't sure what you were referring to. But yeah, you're correct. Yeah, it is a very dark thing. That no mission or no Russian mission was very strange to me. I didn't like it, to be honest with you. And I remember playing the game and just being shocked by that, thinking, what are they promoting here? And I remember we had that massacre in Christchurch, New Zealand years ago. This was back in 2017, 2018, one of those years. And some neo-Nazi in New Zealand decided to go into a mosque and just mow people down. And I remember it was watching that thinking, this is like a video game. And this guy is treating this like he's in a video game. He's acting as if he's playing a video game. And he's laughing as he's murdering people. And it was that whole massacre and the way that that whole massacre and the fact that it was live streamed was so disturbing and so surreal. And it was unfathomable to me that somebody could do that while laughing. And people said, oh, they're Muslims. I don't give a shit. You know, what happened was a crime. That was murder, obviously. And I think that massacre was just a sign of the growing influence of Nazism that was taking place at that time. And now we're seeing it even more. We're seeing that influence growing even more. And there was a case in Norway where a school was shot up. It was an adult school. And it was for immigrants to learn about the Norwegian language, I believe. It was classes for immigrants. That's what it was for. It was a school where they provided classes for immigrants. And there was a shooting, and at first they weren't reporting who did the shooting. And amazingly, there were people on X automatically, and I'm guessing these were some Hosperus types, but they were automatically saying, oh, this is a refugee doing the shooting, right? Refugee did the shooting. Oh, refugee. This is what happens when you have refugees. And it turns out that the massacre was done against refugees by someone who hated refugees. But of course, all of the racist neo-Nazi people on X didn't come out and say, hey, we were wrong. They just wanted to use the speculation around the story to try to foment hatred, to try to foment really racist sentiment. And there is a video that you can see from X where someone is the video is being recorded inside of a room. And it's being recorded by someone who was hiding from the shooter, and you can hear the shooting happening from the recording. And you can hear the shooter telling someone, you don't belong here, before pulling the trigger. And you can hear the gunshot. Boom, boom. You can hear the gunfire. And that was another indication. That massacre was another sign of how this type of Nazi way of thinking is leading to violence, and it's going to lead to more violence, and it's just very ugly, and the ugliness is only going to get thicker. You know, it's going to get very thicker, and people are going to say, "Oh, this is great because fuck those refugees," and that is the same mentality that the people who killed Christ had. To be honest with you, well, Christ is he's with those Gentiles, kill him. Let's see here. Any form of murder is wrong. Only Jesus Christ is allowed to take life. Well, I mean, I think murder is wrong no matter what. Yeah, so that's my position. I watched today the massacre of a herd of monkeys by a Hadzabe tribe in Tanzania. The children of these apes became slaves of the tribe, and the older individuals were eaten almost alive. What the fuck? Massacre of a herd of monkeys? I mean, that sounds disturbing. But anyway, let's look at this article here. Let's see. Some articles that I want to point to you guys here. And I want to talk to you guys about the potential risks of going to war with Iran. And I want to talk to you guys about whether or not it's possible for American support for Israel to actually destroy Iran's nuclear project. I'm of the position that even if America joins forces with Israel directly in a war against Iran, that it still will not destroy Iran's nuclear project. So let's talk about this for a little bit. Oh, hold on. Why is it giving me... It's not giving me the page that I'm looking for. Hold up. There we go. Do you know Guyana was supposed to be a homeland for the early Jews given to them by the British? I didn't know that, no. I know that there was a whole debate about where to settle Jewish people, and I know that I think Madagascar was an option that was pondered upon, but it was rejected by the Zionists. But anyway, let's look at this article a long way down. What it takes to hit Iran's deepest nuclear site. This is from the New York Times, was published recently. And it says here, Iran built its most critical nuclear enrichment facility, Fordo, deep inside a mountain to shield it from attacks. But the United States has a bomb that experts think could probably reach the subterranean site. President Trump is considering a plan to use it. Only the U.S. military has the 30,000-pound GBU-57, or massive ordnance penetrator, that may be able to destroy Fordo, and it is the only armed force with aircraft that can carry out a mission with it. So here is a small animation that gives you an example of how the missile would be, of how the missile can deeply penetrate the Earth. So it can go down easily 25 feet below the Earth, and then it can go easily 50 feet downwards from below the Earth's surface. And it can go easily 100 feet down underneath the Earth's surface. It can go down 130 feet. But this article specifies that this bunker bomber can reach a maximum depth of around 130 feet in moderately hard rock. So it can reach a maximum depth of around 130 feet. But the thing is that this Fordo nuclear facility is deeper than 130 feet. So the question is can America's support really destroy Iran's nuclear facilities? Well, they'll say, well, it can because America could just hit the site several times with the same type of missile. So the Americans could hit the site, it could hit the ground underneath which is this facility, and the missile won't necessarily hit the bunker because it won't be deep enough, but it'll make a deep enough hole to where a second missile would then be able to get closer to the site. And then if it hasn't destroyed the bunker at that point, they could just send a third missile. And at that point, the crater will be deep enough for maybe a third or fourth missile to actually hit the bunker, or to hit the underground facility and actually destroy it. Is America actually going to do that? That's the question. So then you go down deep enough, and it says here that the GBU 57/B can make it about 200 feet through the kind of concrete often used for building foundations. The question is, are the Iranians using the same type of concrete that you use to build foundations for buildings? Or are the Iranians using something stronger? That's the question. And it says here that the Fordo enrichment facility is believed to be another 60 to 90 feet down, so it's deeper than 200 feet. And it says here, one bomb would not be enough to reach the enrichment facility. Only multiple waves of attacks could reach that depth. So the Americans would have to do multiple rounds of using this bunker diver missile to potentially destroy Iran's nuclear facility, the Fordo nuclear facility, which is deep underneath the earth. It's deep underneath a mountain. Here is the shallowest depth experts think the facility may be. So it's over 250 feet. You're looking at closer to 300 feet, but I think it's deeper than that. Some estimates put the facility 30 feet deeper or more. The U.S. military has concluded that one bomb would not destroy the Fordo facility on its own. To destroy the site, an attack would have to come in waves, with bombers releasing one after another down the same hole. Technically, military and geological experts say it should be doable, but the mission is full of risks. There is a lot that is not known about the facility, said Heather Williams, director of the Project on Nuclear Issues at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. There could be some additional tunnels or facilities that are buried even more deep into the mountain. So are the Americans really are they really capable of destroying Iran's nuclear project? I will answer in the negative. I will say no. I don't think America has the capacity. I know that Israel definitely doesn't have the capacity, because even if they hit the bunker, Iran can still move their nuclear project elsewhere. And is America just going to keep bunker bombing the shit out of Iran? Eventually, the Americans will be exhausted with the entire project of trying to prevent Iran's nuclear aspirations. So I just don't see America getting rid of Iran's nuclear project. I just don't see it happening. And Israel doesn't have the ability. Israel bombed the Natanz nuclear facility, which is also underneath the ground, although it has an above-Earth structure. They managed to blow up the above-Earth structure, but they couldn't destroy the structure underneath the Earth, or structures, I should say, underneath the Earth for the Natanz nuclear facility. And the Israeli strike didn't even do that much damage. So Israel cannot destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. Israel cannot wipe out Iran's nuclear project. So what? Is America just going to have to continuously police Iran and just continuously bunker bomb Iran so that it just cannot have a nuclear project? Iran's just going to keep moving their stuff elsewhere. It's just going to keep moving their operations elsewhere. It's not going to stop, guys. You're not going to stop this. So the Americans are not going to stop Iran. They could try, but they're not. The Israelis definitely can't stop the Iranians. They don't have the capacity to do that. The Iranians, the Iranians are just going to keep doing this, and the Israelis are too weak to stop Iran. They're not as strong. And guys, if you were raised in the United States, you can confirm what I'm saying. We've all been there. We were all told this as children, as teenagers. Israel's military is so powerful, so advanced, so efficient. And now, what are we seeing? We're seeing just how truly weak the Israeli military is. It's not as strong as we were taught. It's not as strong as we were told. It's not. The Iron Dome is bullshit. And amazingly, I did a video about this many months ago. Remember, I did a video about this? I uploaded it. If you just go on my YouTube channel and type in Iron Dome, I did a video entitled, "Your Iron Dome Won't Save You." It was something to the likes of that. The Iron Dome will not save Israel. And we can see that the Iron Dome is not efficient enough to stop a massive bombardment. And we see that Iran is using, supersonic missiles. And Iran has been bombarding Israel, and you have people, civilians, being slaughtered in Israel. I don't like it. I think it's very depressing, but that's what's been happening. And you just can't stop what's coming. You can't stop what's coming, guys. And America, I don't see the United States just constantly bunker diving Iran. I don't see that happening. Because look at what happened with Ukraine. America kept supplying Ukraine with weapons. And Americans said, we're tired. We're tired of hearing about how many billions of dollars are going in to support Ukraine. And they're not going to want that with Israel. They don't give a shit if it's for Israel. In fact, if you tell Americans, hey, this is for Israel, you're probably going to get a lot more hatred than if you were to tell them it's for Ukraine. So it's just, no matter how you look at it, Israel is just screwing itself over. And it's like what Jordan Peterson said. Psychopaths will not only destroy those around them, they will destroy themselves. And Israel, by hitting Iran, only accelerated its own demise. It only further paved the path towards its own ruin. Because by hitting Iran, you just awakened a sleeping giant. And now you're in a war. You're in the throes of a serious war. America can't save you. Israel can't save itself, but Israel wants to drag other people down into this path towards destruction. It's like a psychopath. Psychopath ruins himself, but ruins others. Judas Iscariot took part in the murder of Christ, and then he killed himself. Judas Iscariot paved the path for his own destruction, and also murdered another person before that. So psychopaths will hurt others, they will destroy others, and they will destroy themselves always. So let's look more into this article. Adding even more uncertainty, Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, who has visited the facility, said last week that it was look at this. It was half a mile under the ground, guys. Look at this. Let's go back to our little chart here. Our little New York Times chart. This is for all the people who read the newspaper when they're drinking their Starbucks. Oh, 25 feet. No biggie, right? I mean, that's like jumping in a pool. 25 feet, no biggie. Right? Let's look at this. 50 feet, no biggie. Let's look at this. 100 feet, no problem, guys. We can handle that. 130 feet, yeah, it's getting a little too far, but we can handle that. Nothing we can't handle, gentlemen. 130 feet, okay? 150 feet, okay, yeah, we can do that. 150 feet, okay, we're getting a little bit more difficult. The difficulty level is increasing, but we can manage it, right? We can manage. 200 feet, ooh, we've now reached a pretty big limit here, all right? Okay. But we can't really get past this point. And according to Mr. Grossi, Rafael Grossi, our Italian friend here, he says, while he's stuffing his face with pasta, the Director General, he's visited the damn place. This is not like, oh, this is not information from radar imagery that was taken on a plane. No, this is from a guy who's actually visited and inspected this facility. He says, guys, it's a half a mile under the damn ground. It's a half a mile under the damn ground. But he may have been speaking in general terms, and most estimates put it 260 to 360 feet below the surface of the mountain. Are you sure it's just 260 feet to 360 feet? Are you sure? The size and weight of the GBU-57, 20 feet long and 30,000 pounds, means that only the American B-2 Spirit stealth bomber can carry it on mission. So the Israelis really need the Americans. It's not a situation where the Israelis are just saying, if you don't want to help us, don't help us. We do this ourselves. No. The Israelis really need the Americans. While Israel has fighter jets, it has not developed heavy bombers capable of carrying the explosives. And by the way, this type of bunker bomber has never been used in combat before. Yeah. And it says here, it is unknown, though, whether Iran has the weaponization capabilities needed to do so. We don't even know if Iran has the capabilities to make their enriched uranium into an actual nuclear weapon. We don't. Which really goes to show that this whole thing is sort of unnecessary and we're just being dragged down by psychopaths because psychopaths are ruling over countries. Iranians are very intelligent and capable. Well, they once had a great empire, so yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sounds like NORAD. What's NORAD? Will the U.S. get involved? I mean, that's the big question, right? I think that the U.S., this is my prediction, and again, I could have egg in my face, but I think the U.S. is going to say, okay, we're going to provide, I mean, they're already providing Israel with intelligence. I really don't know. I think maybe America could bomb Iran and say, yeah, we bombed them, but they're not going to go to the point where they're going to have troop deployment in Iran. I don't think America's going to go do another Iraq-style war, but I think America could, yes, actually bomb one of the nuclear facilities or try to bomb multiple nuclear facilities. I could see that happening. Here is the thing, though. Here is the thing that no one is really talking about. Look at a map, guys. Look at a map of Iran. Take a look at a map of Iran. And what do you see? What do you see, guys? Let's look at this map here. Here's a map of Iran. What do you see? There's Iran. What's right next to Iran, guys? Russia. See, people don't realize how close Russia is to Iran. They're neighbors. They're freaking neighbors. They're right next to each other. We think Russia, oh, that's Europe, guys. No. Russia transcends continents. It encompasses two continents, Europe and Asia. It's partially in Asia. It's partially in Europe. Russia should be a continent unto itself. It's right next to freaking Iran. Iran is on Russia's backyard. And so Iran is geopolitically, geostrategically very important. Because look, you have Turkey right next to Iran, and Turkey guards the entryway from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. And with Iran as an ally, let's look at something here. With Iran as an ally, Russia has access from the Caspian Sea into the Arab Gulf. So Iran is extremely geostrategically important. Hey, kitty, stop fighting. Kitties, two cats. Hey. Hold on a second, guys. Two fucking cats fighting. Holy shit. Sorry about that, guys. I had two cats fighting as I'm sitting here talking about a war. The cats declare a second front. Yeah. Caspian Sea, Bering Strait. North American Aerospace Defense Command. Okay, I see. Let's look at something else here real quick, guys. Hold on. Let's look at a full map. Man, Google sucks so much. Google Maps suck. I hate Google Images, dude. I prefer Yandex. Let's look at a Russia Middle East map here. All right. Let's check this out. So Iran, super important for Russia geostrategically. Iran is on Russia's backyard. So this is not just about Iran and Israel, guys. This has greater geostrategic ramifications. And here's, I mean, okay, it says Soviet Union. It's Russia, all right. Russia, Turkey, they're enemies. And Turkey controls the Axis way. I wish the freaking mouse could be seen. Can you guys see the mouse cues there, by the way? Just let me know. Turkey controls the Axis way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. So if Turkey tells the what the frick? I'm sorry about that. It's so freaking annoying. So, can you guys see this? Okay. So Iran is right on Russia's backyard. Okay, I gotta get a better map. This map sucks. Why does it do this crap? Okay. This is a way better map, even though it says Soviet Union on it. Iran is on Russia's backyard. Russia needs Iran to be a geostrategic ally. Turkey controls access, and it limits Russia's access. It can limit Russia's access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. So if Turkey one day decides to say, Russia, that's it. No, we're going to block you. You can't have your navy or your ships go through the Bosphorus, through the Sea of Marmara, through the Dardanelles, into the Aegean Sea, into the Mediterranean. You can't do that. We're gonna reassert our power over the access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. Russia will go to war with Turkey over this. Russia will go to war with Turkey over access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean because Russia is not going to want to allow Turkey to lock it in the Black Sea, to basically confine it to the Black Sea. Russia wants to have unlimited access from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, and this has been the case for the Russians since forever. You can go back to the Russian Empire. You can go back to before World War I. There was a deal that was made between the Russians and the Ottomans and the Austrians, the Austro-Hungarians. So the Austro-Hungarians wanted to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina. I've talked about this before, but I'll bring it up again because it is relevant. And so the Austro-Hungarians, they wanted to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Russians didn't like this because the Serbs have always been a huge ally of the Russians. And let's not forget, the modern state of Serbia became independent because of the Russians. Serbia is now a country, an independent country, because of the Russians. Bottom line, the Russians went to war alongside the Serbs against the Ottomans, defeated the Ottomans, and the Russians said, "Okay, we defeated you, Mr. Ottoman Empire. So we call the terms of the peace settlement, and we demand an independent Serbian state." And the Ottomans had to acquiesce to this demand. So Serbia is here because of Russia. So the Serbs and the Russians, they've always been very close. And so the Russians didn't like the idea of the Austro-Hungarians annexing Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Austro-Hungarians were always exerting their efforts to push the Russians out of the Balkans, because the Balkans is what leads up into Austria. The Balkans is really that transition point between Turkey and Central Europe. So geostrategically, very important. And also the Balkans really is the bridge between Central Europe and the Black Sea. It's the bridge between Central Europe and the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. It's the bridge between Central Europe and Asia. So super important geostrategically for the Austrians to control the Balkans. But the Russians have always wanted to have its presence in the Balkans. The music has stopped, and I want to keep the music playing because that keeps a certain rhythm for the stream. Where did the music go? What happened to the music? Oh, there it is. Let's play some Resident Evil music. Or you know what? Let's play some Bannerlord music. I really like Bannerlord. Bannerlord is the only game that I've been playing currently. Anyway. So, the Austrians wanted to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Russians said, we don't like that idea. And the Ottomans got involved. And the Ottomans told the Russians, listen, Russia, if you allow the Austro-Hungarians to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina, we will give you unlimited access into the Mediterranean, and we will give you unlimited travel within the Mediterranean Sea. We won't stop you. We're not going to limit your access or your travel within the Mediterranean Sea. The Russians said, deal. I mean, the Russians allowed for the Austrians to take Bosnia and Herzegovina because they wanted that access into the Mediterranean, and they wanted that free movement within. They wanted to be allowed to have that free movement within the Mediterranean Sea. That's how important it is for the Russians. And that decision that the Russians made is one of the things that led up to World War I. Because what happened was, as we all know the story, the Austrians take Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then all of a sudden the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie both get murdered. And that political murder, and they got murdered by a Serbian nationalist who was against being under the Austrian occupation. And that murder led to the outbreak of World War I, or it was used as a pretext for World War I. And the Serbs ended up getting genocided by the Austro-Hungarians with their Croatian auxiliaries. So that mess up, that one decision led to a very destructive ripple effect. But I'm telling you guys this story to demonstrate to you guys just how historically important it has been for the Russians to have that access into the Mediterranean Sea. So if Turkey decides one day to tell the Russians, hey, Russia, we're just not going to let you get free access through the Bosphorus. We're just going to block you. The Russians will go to war over this. They will go to war over this. And remember, during the Russo-Ottoman War of, I want to say 1887, or was it 1877, I believe, the Russians were very, very close to invading all of Turkey and taking over all of Turkey. And the Russians were very close to taking Constantinople. And the Russians wanted to take over all of Anatolia. You could say for religious reasons. That was partially the reason why. But really, it was a geostrategic interest that was involved. And that was, if Russia could take over all of Anatolia, Russia never has to worry about anyone limiting its access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea. So if the Turks say, Russia, we're just not going to let you come in because, you know, we have this agreement that we made, and the agreement says we have control. The Montreux Agreement, the Turks have the Montreux Agreement, and they're going to say, well, in accordance to the Montreux Agreement, we have total control. And Russia's going to say, to hell with your agreement. Russia will go to war over this. And when Russia and Turkey go to war in the future, it will be over access into the Mediterranean. Mark my words. It's going to be over access into the Mediterranean. So if Russia and Turkey are in a war, guess what's going to come in handy? Iran. Iran will come in handy. Why? Because Russia will have access from the Caspian Sea into the Gulf, in the Arab Gulf. And Russia could use Iran as an access point for logistical reasons, getting weapons, etc., etc. Now, interestingly enough, this is what happened during World War II. There is historical precedence for this, everyone. Not a whole lot of people talk about this, but this actually did happen. During World War II, the Russians were having difficulty getting supplies from the Americans. The Russians were getting, the Soviets were getting supplies from the Americans. They were specifically getting military vehicles from the Americans and other types of military technology and supplies because the Americans were helping the Soviets fight the Germans. The problem was that the Turks did not want to allow that supplies to go through the Black Sea. So the idea was, we'll just have the military technology, the military vehicles transported from the Black Sea into the Soviet Union, or transported from the Mediterranean through into the Black Sea into the Soviet Union. And Turkey said, well, we're not going to allow that because we just don't want to get involved. And really the reason was because the Turks loved the Nazis and they didn't want to help the Russians because the Russians were an eternal enemy, and they still are. The Russians have always been the main nemesis for the Turks. So the Turks said, well, we're not going to allow you to have any sort of access. We're not going to allow you to supply the technology for the Russians, and we're not going to allow you to transport that technology through the Dardanelles into the Black Sea into Soviet territory. So what was left for the Russians to do at this point? They couldn't get the access from the Black Sea. They couldn't get the technology transported from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. So what were they going to do? This is where the Caspian Sea came in handy. This is where Iran came in handy. And the Americans used Iran as a transit point to transport the military vehicles that the Soviets needed into Soviet territory. So Iran played, geostrategically speaking, a very pivotal role for the Soviets against the Germans. And Iran was so important for the Soviets that I believe Churchill called Iran the path to victory, or the route to victory, or something like that. I think it was called the corridor to victory. I think that's what Churchill called it. But the Americans used Iran as an access point to provide the Russians with much needed military technology. And that helped the Russians defeat the Germans. So there is a precedence for this. There is a precedence for Iran being geostrategically vital for Russia in the middle of a war. So if Turkey and Russia go to war, Iran geostrategically will be an important role for the Russians. At least that's my thought. But no one really thinks about this. So if America really starts messing with Iran, I mean, the Russians will have to get involved somehow because Iran is, like I've said, geostrategically vital for the Russians. The Russians will have to get involved to help the Iranians. And if they don't, then it'll only limit the Russians. Erdogan has president of Armenia shook hands recently. Well, yeah, I mean, diplomacy has to be maintained, right? Until it's not maintained. Look up Eastern Orthodox prophecy, World War III. I believe me, I already know about this stuff. Elder Theodore once said, and I'm not joking. There is this. This is actually a prediction that was made by a monk, a Greek monk, whose name was Elder Theodore. Elder Theodore Chrysongiadis, or whatever his Greek last name was, said that one morning you will be drinking a cup of coffee and you will see in the news that Israel has attacked Iran's nuclear facilities. And then after this, Erdogan will be overthrown. And there will be a war between Russia and Turkey. I'm pretty certain this is what the prediction said. I'm not sure if it was a prophecy. I think it was more of a geopolitical prediction, but I think that there is definitely... it's definitely worth looking at. But we shall see, right? Everything will flesh itself out in the end. It doesn't really matter. Remember, the first country that helped Russia when the Ukrainians hit back during the early days of the war was Iran. Yeah, Iran is on the backyard of Russia. I mean, if you're messing with Iran, you're messing with Russia's backyard. It's like messing with Ukraine. So I guess you could say what Ukraine is for Russia in Europe, Iran is for Russia in Asia. I guess you could make that parallel. And that is the reason why Russia keeps diplomatic ties with Azerbaijan, even though Azerbaijan and Russia are not friends, even though Azerbaijan attacked Russia's ally in the South Caucasus, Armenia. Russia still keeps diplomatic ties with Azerbaijan because Azerbaijan borders with Iran. And Azerbaijan, I don't think the Russians want to deal with an enemy Azerbaijan or a hostile Azerbaijan because Russia wants to have that ability to just continuously go to Iran without hindrances. Right? Russia wants that access into Iran through Azerbaijan without any sort of hindrances. So the last thing Russia needs right now is a hostile Azerbaijan. Remember the video you did on Hindu sacrifice? Yes, an incident happened in Guyana recently, Adriana, where this might be the case and the Hindu-controlled government is trying to cover it up. Well, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. You need Fido to bring the cat in line. I mean, these cats will just, sometimes they just get out of line. But amazingly, they're both sleeping right now as if nothing happened. So, I mean, that's just how they are. I do believe Iran having nukes is actually a good thing because it would force Israel to stop causing wars. I mean, it would force Israel to take Iran very seriously. There is a woman that had dreams about a war west against Iran, and she saw in the dream that Russia and China... I mean, who's this woman, and when did she have this dream? The problem with American weapons is that they're too expensive, and the military-industrial complex makes sure that the maintenance of the weapons would be really expensive. Have you ever read about the Samson option? I've heard about the Samson option about 1 billion times. I've been hearing about the Samson option since 2011, so I've heard about it before, yes. You cannot stop what's coming. Yep, that's correct. And history is a great guide. History tells us about the history of the Jews and how the history of the Jews is, you know, it always ends up with violence and bloodshed. So, I mean, history is a guide. And I'm not saying it's a good thing. I think it's very depressing, but history is a guide, and it's there to teach us about what to expect for the future. Turkey is looking at Israel depleting its resources on this war like a hungry lion. Yeah, that's a really good point, Optimus. Absolutely. And we'll talk about this later, but Turkey has been increasing its ballistic missile supplies. Why is that? Turkey has been producing more ballistic missiles as this war has been going on. Why? Because Turkey is getting ready to go to war with Israel. And I don't think it's going to happen this year. I don't think it's going to happen next year, but eventually it will happen. China recently sent 2 or more cargo planes to Luxembourg and it disappeared from the radar. Interesting. Also explains why Turkey supplies Ukraine with Bayraktar drones. Yep, that's why. Because Russia and Turkey are enemies. And so Turkey has been using Ukraine as a way to go against the Russians. And that's why the Turks want to be the mediator of peace between Russia and Turkey. It's because Turkey wants to have this prestigious position. And Turkey also wants to use the Crimean Turks as a proxy against the Russians. Is that going to happen? I don't know. I think it will. So let's go back to this article. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Hold on. So let's check out this article here. This is also from the New York Times. Hold on a second. Let's check out this article here. U.S. strike on Iran would bring risks on every turn. On every turn. And so it says here, and yet it is full of risks, right? Attacking Iran is full of risks, obviously. That goes without saying. And so it says here, known unknowns and unknown unknowns, as the former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld used to say in the context of the Iraq War. Another rabbit hole of American military action in the Middle East. That is why it has given pause to every American president who has looked at it for the past 16 years. So for the past 16 years, every American president has been hesitant to attack Iran. Every American president for the past 16 years has not wanted to go to war with Iran because they knew that going to Iran is a death trap. And if America, like I've said, as the Roman Empire got into a war with the Parthians, and that spelled the end of the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, if America goes into a forever war with Iran, it'll spell the end of the American Empire. And America will be like Athens. There is something that you can look into. It's called the Sicilian Expedition. And I remember reading about the Sicilian Expedition when I read Thucydides' book on the Peloponnesian War, which is a great book, by the way, if you are interested in history, if you're interested in looking for ancient parallels to what is happening in our own time, I would highly recommend that you read The Peloponnesian War by Thucydides. It is an excellent, excellent book, really easy to read and really riveting, and really, it's just filled with events that parallel with our own. And so there is a part of the book, it's in the last part of the book, where the Athenians and the Spartans are wanting to go to war in Sicily, because there is a proxy war that is happening in Sicily. The Spartan proxy, the Syracusans, go to war with the Athenian proxy in Sicily. It was, what was it called? Setonia? I forgot. But there was an Athenian proxy that went to war with a Spartan proxy in Sicily. The Spartan proxy was the Syracusans. Oh, man. Let me look this up real quick. What was it? It's going to drive me crazy. What was the name of the Athenian proxy? Segesta. Okay, so the Etruscans, who were a Spartan ally, were at war with the Athenian ally known as Segesta, which was a Greek city in Sicily. And so the Athenians were wondering, should we go to war to defend our ally Segesta against the Spartan ally, the Syracusans? And one faction in Athens said no to war, because this war will lead to massive devastation for Athenian power in the Mediterranean. And there was another faction that was pro-war. You could say that this was the ancient Greek version of the neocons. And this ancient Greek version of the neocons said yes to war. We have to defend Segesta against the Syracusans. So the Athenians embarked on a massive, massive war in Sicily. It's called the Sicilian Expedition. And they sent tons of ships to Sicily, thousands of soldiers into Sicily, and a massive, massive war broke out in Sicily. And the Spartans crushed the Athenians in that war. But again, the Sicilian expedition began with the Athenians wanting to support their proxy in the region. And the Athenians got bogged down in Sicily and lost. And that spelled the end of Athenian power in the Mediterranean. The Romans got bogged down in a war against the Parthians, and that spelled the end of the Western Roman Empire. And if America gets bogged down in a war with the Persians, it will spell the end of the American Empire. That is my prediction. It'll spell the end of the American Empire because Iraq, Babylon, drove Americans to the edge of exhaustion. It drove Americans into a threshold where they don't want war any longer. And if your population is exhausted with war, your empire is exhausted. There is no morale. There is no enthusiasm. There is no drive. There's no spiritual or metaphysical drive to fight. The soul of your empire is decayed. How can you have a successful war when your society doesn't want war? It's impossible. It's like that line from 300. And I'm not a huge fan of the movie 300, but there's a line in that movie that's really true. And it's when the Spartan commander tells the Persian commander, "You have many slaves, Persian, but you have very few warriors. So you can force people to go to war and they'll fight. But if they don't want to be there, if they don't believe in the cause, then they're not going to be good fighters." It'll be like that line from 300. You have many slaves, Persian, but you have very few warriors. So America has already been driven to the point of exhaustion because of Iraq. And so if America goes to war with Iran, I mean, you're just going to drive the society into complete despair. And the American empire will just die. I mean, America will be exhausted with empire. Just like the Roman Empire exhausted itself when it spread itself too thin, and it went all the way up to England. And the English, they weren't really English, but the Celtic people who were living there, they kept doing revolts. And the Romans had to keep dealing with insurgencies. And so they had to keep sending soldiers up there. And it came to the point where the Romans just said, enough, that's it. We can't do this anymore. And Rome pulled out of England. And when it pulled out of England, that's when the Anglo-Saxons invaded. Not right after, sometime after the Anglo-Saxons eventually just invaded that region. And that's why it's called England today. So America is at a point where it has exhausted itself. It just exhausted itself. We have very little trust in the U.S. military. Out of all of our institutions, the U.S. military is one of them that has. It's one of those institutions that has the least amount of trust. It's one of those institutions that the American people have the least amount of trust in. Americans don't really trust the military-industrial complex. The Americans don't trust the Pentagon. You can't really have an empire where spirits are low. Let me try to read your comments here. Hold on. China recently sent 2 or more cargo planes. I already read that. Seems Trump is crazy enough to do it. Trump could be crazy enough to do it. Doesn't mean he's going to do it. Because, believe me, Trump has already been told. People voted for you because you marketed yourself as an anti-war guy. And if you do this, you're going to lose your base. You're going to lose your support. And if Trump goes into a major war with Iran, I mean, if Trump does like one minor strike on Iran, I don't think that'll affect him substantially. But if he gets into a serious war with Iran, it will affect him substantially. And you can expect a Democrat to become the next president. You'll have a Democrat being our next president, just like we had Obama after Bush's second term. The reason why Americans voted for Obama is because Americans were exhausted with the military-industrial complex. And they voted for Obama, and Obama did a war in Libya, he did a war in Syria, and Americans got even more exhausted with the whole damn thing. We got ISIS under Obama, and Americans got even more exhausted with the whole damn thing. So people want a politician who is going to be truly, truly sincere about no wars. No wars for Israel, no wars for the American empire. That's it. We got to relax. We got to deload. Uktarsh, blah, blah, blah. In terms of producing all kinds of stuff, they outproduce USA in pretty much everything. Ted, if you had to pick which church is the true church, I don't want to get into this discussion. I don't. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Listen, you know how people say they're fatigued by
crime in America. You know how people say they're fatigued by Israel? I'm fatigued by churchianity. I'm still a Christian, don't get me wrong, but I spent 6 years, almost 6 years of my life, almost over a decade of my life going to the Roman Catholic Church loyally, going to Mass every Sunday, and I saw nothing but perversity when I was in the Roman Catholic Church. And I met multiple priests, too many damn priests in the Roman Catholic Church who were sexual predators. They were homosexual predators. And I saw firsthand how the Roman Catholic Church covers up for these monsters. I don't want to get into this church versus, which church is this and my church versus your church and this whole religious football team rivalry thing. It just doesn't interest me. It just doesn't interest me anyway. Do you think the fall of the USA will cause the rise on the BRICS? Oh, definitely. Yeah. If America declines, Russia wins. I mean, Russia rises up, but if America declines, then you can expect other regional powers to rise up as well. You can expect the Germans to rise up even more. You can expect the Turks to rise up even more. In fact, I would argue that the rise of Turkey has been due to the decline of American empire. I would say that Germany investing tremendously into reviving its military might is definitely due to the decline of American empire. And really, it's due to America's declining interest in getting involved in military issues. And that's why the Germans are saying, we can't rely on the Americans. We have to spend more money on our military. And yeah. Let me see here. Hold on. Catholic Church was good in medieval times. I don't know. The Crusades were pretty messed up. I agree with you. Just read the King James Bible. You will see the truth. Oh boy. King James onlyism. I like to read the ESV. Uncontroversial questions. Yes, let's start a whole sectarian flame war on this chat. When we're not even talking about religion. We're talking about geopolitics. And this guy wants to talk about, which church is better. It's just whatever. Americans are... Listen... I don't know how it is in other countries, but in America, people get really weird this way. They get weird in this manner. They start saying, like, the whole church rivalry thing is a huge American characteristic, I've noticed. Which church is better? Which church are you going to? Are you going to church? I remember when I was growing up in California, we were going to this church in the Bay Area, and it was this evangelical church. And the pastor in the church was a hardcore Calvinist. And at first, he didn't impose his Calvinism on others. He rarely ever talked about it. But then, as a couple of years went by, he started to show his true colors more and more. And he wanted everyone who worked at the church to sign an agreement that they agreed with 5-point Calvinism. And if they didn't, then they couldn't work at the church. I mean, it was getting really mavericky. And I remember my dad eventually left that church. He got tired of the pastor. He just left. And I remember we stopped going to this church, and we had this very close friend who was going to the same church, and he would call us on Sunday morning. Are you coming to church? Are you coming? Will you be attending church? And it's like, dude, this ain't your business, all right? Mind your own business. You want to go to church? That's cool. We don't want to go to your church. Drop it. But Americans get weird like this. Canadians are even worse. I went to Canada, and holy shit, I thought I was still living in the freaking 30 Years' War. It's like the Canadians never got the memo that the Irish and the English stopped killing each other. They never got the memo that Northern Ireland was given independence, well, under the UK, and the Republic of Ireland got independence. They're still acting like the freaking wars of religion are still going on. I couldn't believe it. I thought America was bad. I went to Canada. Guys, I'm not joking. I went to Canada. And I heard this woman, I didn't hear her, she told me. This woman tells me, well, the Catholic Church, she was from Scotland. The Catholic Church killed all the real Christians, Yeah, in the 1500s or something? What are you talking about? Well, them bloody fucking Catholics. I mean, dude, I thought I was in Ireland somewhere. Are we in Northern Ireland here? Are we going to have a freaking IRA orange war about to break up? A bunch of orange men going to pop up with guns? I mean, it was crazy.
And I'm sure Scotland is even crazier. But they never got the memo. I guess they never heard that song from the Cranberries. Their bombs and their guns. I guess they never got the song. They never got the memo. That shit's over. We've kind of moved on. Irish people don't even care about religion anymore because they were so disillusioned because the Catholic Church kept raping their kids. So they got disillusioned with the whole thing. And so the Irish, they just want to drink coffee and Guinness. That's what they want to do with their time. The Irish don't even care about religion. They just want to drink coffee and Guinness all day and whipped cream. You know I'm right. It's funny how World War II America never won a single long war except for one anomaly in the early 1990s, the first Desert Storm. Well, America won World War II. Okay, first off. Secondly, America lost in Vietnam. That is true. America lost in Iraq. That is true. I think the biggest embarrassment for America when it comes to war is Vietnam. I think that's why we still talk about Vietnam, because Vietnam was such hell. It was truly, I think the most terrifying feeling in the world was to be an American in the 1960s and watching the television. And the guy on the television was telling you that because you were born on a specific date, that you had to go fight in Vietnam. That's how they determined the draft. They would have these, it's kind of like these raffle sessions where they would, I don't know, they would have a ball. They would have one of those little spinning hamster wheel ball things, and it was full of these little tiny balls, and they would just spin it, and then a date would come out, and they would say, okay, anyone who was born in September, you got to go fight in Vietnam. Like that must be the scariest feeling in the world. And you had to go fight a bunch of rice paddy farmers with bayonets. And them motherfuckers were no joke. And you were fighting a people who were determined to win. I mean, they were determined to fuck you up. And they had no Air Force. They had no Navy. And yet they were still able to kill tens of thousands of Americans. And we got, not we, I wasn't there, I wasn't even born, but the U.S. got bogged down in that place in Southeast Asia. And America lost. America got its ass whooped fighting people who didn't even have an Air Force. Something in my mouth here. What is that? They didn't even have an Air Force. They didn't even have an Air Force, not even a Navy. And the Viet Cong would just hide under the ground. America would bomb the shit out of Vietnam, kill a bunch of civilians. I think the Americans killed like 1 million people. And then they would send ground troops, and there's the Viet Cong. You can't kill them. No matter how many times you napalm Vietnam, you couldn't kill the Viet Cong. And that's why all these Americans came back as lunatics. That's why all these American soldiers came back to the U.S. insane, PTSD and all that stuff. They were freaking crazy. Add to that the rampant drug use that was going on in America at that time. I mean, you're talking about true insanity. And I think that's one of the reasons why there was so much violence in America. People don't realize this. People say, oh, look at the crime rate in the U.S. It's so bad. Guys, the crime rate in America right now is mild. People don't realize this. Look at the murder rate in the United States in the 1970s. I think even in the 1960s. The murder rate in America, the crime rate in America right now is mild in comparison to what America was in the 70s. My dad will tell you. My dad lived in the U.S. in the 1970s. He'll tell you, America was the Wild West. And in those days, they didn't have Palantir, they didn't have GPS, they didn't have all this forensic technology that we have. They didn't have all this surveillance technology that we have right now, where we can solve crimes a lot easier through this technology and through modern day forensic means. Back in those days, forensic science was still very, very new. There wasn't all this surveillance technology that we have now, and so people got away with a lot in the 70s. That's why there were so many serial killers. That's why there was a story, oh my gosh, it's so crazy. There was a story that I read of a guy who was a serial killer. The dude ends up getting on a freaking dating show and ends up winning. And they had a woman, right? And there was like 3 bachelor guys. And they were competing over who was gonna, they were playing this game. And the winner was to get a date with this woman. That was the prize, right? The winner was a serial killer. They didn't even know he was a serial killer. I'm not joking. So he wins the prize, which is he could date this woman. And I think they went out and they played tennis or something like that. And I'm pretty certain this woman later on said, yeah, I went out with this guy one time and I just got the creeps. I got the creepy vibes from him. They later on caught him. They later on figured out that this guy was a serial killer. They didn't even know he was a serial killer. He was on a freaking game show. That's how much people got away with in those days, because they didn't have the surveillance technology that we have now. We have cameras everywhere, all over America. On every street corner, we have cameras. You go to the traffic lights have cameras. Restaurants have cameras. There's cameras outside of people's homes. People have cameras at their doors. They have these doorbell cameras. They have dash cameras. People have cameras on the outside of their houses. There's cameras everywhere. That's how they were able to. That's how they were able to catch those Israeli guys who burned that church down back in 2015. They were able to find the camera footage from the nearby gas station. They looked at the footage. They saw in the footage that there were two guys who came to that gas station to fill up a bottle with gasoline, and they found that bottle at the crime site. And then they found the DNA of one of the guys that they found on the camera, on the footage, on the crime site, on the crime scene. So because of modern day forensics and surveillance technology, we're able to catch a lot of bad guys. You can't say that's a bad thing. Now, could this technology be used for evil? Sure, but that's not my point. Back in the 1970s, there were so many more murders than today because people got away with so much. It was the Wild West. Wild West. Back in those days, back in the 70s, you could get into a brawl at a restaurant and just go home and nothing would happen to you. Because who's gonna know? Yeah, Jesse Ramirez or whatever his, not Jesse, what was his name? Yeah, the Night Stalker Ramirez, the LA Stalker. Serial killers, man, dude, serial killers were so common in the 60s and 70s. It was insane. So insane how rampant serial killer violence was in the 60s, 70s, and 80s because you could get away with anything. You could kill somebody and then go to a different city or a different state, kill someone over there, go to a different state and just keep doing it, and you wouldn't be caught for decades. Look at the guy, what's his name? What's that dude's name? He was the Wichita serial killer. What's his name? Dennis Rader. That dude was killing he terrorized Wichita, Kansas for decades. Going back to the 70s or 80s, and then he killed in the 80s, he killed in the 90s, and for decades he was terrorizing the people of Wichita. People were terrified to leave their homes because they were afraid that he would sneak into the house as they were gone. People were locking their doors all the time. They said that before those killings were done, people who lived in Wichita didn't really worry about locking their doors. And then all of a sudden, women started locking their doors. All of a sudden, women started... Oh, it wasn't locking their doors. Sorry, my mistake. The Dennis Rader, what he would do is he would go into your house and then he would unplug your phone. So that when you saw that he was in the house and you ran to the phone to call 911, you wouldn't be able to because he'd grab you before that. He would grab you before you would reconnect your phone. So when women would come back home from work or wherever, they would always make sure that their phone was still plugged in. Because if their phone was disconnected, they would know that Dennis Rader was in the house. I mean, it was pretty horrifying, guys. I mean, it is absolutely horrifying. And what's so horrifying, is that while all of this was going on in America, it wasn't a common phenomenon in other Western countries. Nobody in Germany in the 60s and 70s and 80s was being tormented by, I shouldn't say nobody, but for the most part, people generally speaking weren't being tormented like that in other first world countries. It was pretty much in the English-speaking world where you had this problem. England, I think, had a pretty big problem with serial killers. Australia had a problem with serial killers, but America had the biggest problem with serial killers. And so it wasn't just because of the absence of forensic and surveillance technologies. I think there is something wrong with American society. And I'm not saying this as, a bigoted Middle Eastern guy who hates Americans. I'm not coming from that perspective. Guys, I was born in the US. The only language that I truly know is English. I do know some Spanish, but I don't speak really any other language except for English. And I have noticed this for many years, that there is something wrong with American society. How to pinpoint that problem is very difficult. But I think that it has something to do with the fact that there is no standard in American society. I don't think American society has any standard for a culture. There's no standard. Our culture can change every 10 years. We have new trends. We have new popular fashions, new fads. There is no standard. So, for example, you go to Russia and you say, I want to do a pride rally. You're going to have a lot of difficulty doing it. Why? Because there's a standard. You go to Serbia, there's a standard. You go to the Middle East, there's a standard. You go to China, there's a standard. In America, you can do pride rallies, right? Because there's no absolute emphatic standard paved in stone. Now, LGBT ideology has become more unpopular now than at any point of its existence, probably. Well, I shouldn't say, but LGBT ideology right now is more unpopular now than it ever has been in at least decades, we can say. But that can change. We can go back to becoming pro-LGBT. That can change. That's my whole point. Nothing is set in stone. In America, nothing is set in stone. In West Bank, maybe now is different, but in the West Bank, I mean, you sleep with someone's daughter, they're going to pull a knife on you. In America, you sleep with someone's daughter, and they're like, oh, okay. I mean, the people don't care, right? So there's no standard. And because there's no standard, what you end up with are these fringes where that idea of having no standard, that culture of having no standard is taken to its most extreme conclusion, which is one can murder whoever he wants. And who really gives a damn? I have no remorse. So I think that could be... I think that could explain, at least partially, why America has had this issue before. But again, there are other countries that are far worse than the US, don't get me wrong. But I would say that in the first world, the United States has the biggest problem with weirdos and psychopaths, if I had to guess. Right? I could be wrong, but I think America has the highest rate of weirdo-ness in the first world. But Canada is also pretty weird, so don't get me wrong. But Canada is basically the US. Let's check out your comments here. My bad. Dude, there's nothing to be sorry about. You asked me a question about what church I'm part of. I responded. I told you exactly how I felt. You can tell me exactly how you feel. You don't have to say sorry. This is us just expressing ourselves. That's it. There's nothing to be sorry about. There's no bad. There's no your bad. There's no my bad. I just gave you my expression. You gave me your expression. And that's it. It's totally mutual. A worldwide empire / solar flare could knock the world back to the Stone Age. Damn. Time to set up an offline internet backup. You can back up Wikipedia, public domain. Yep, absolutely. Ted, do you prefer Coca-Cola or Pepsi? I prefer neither. I really am not a huge fan of soda pop, to be honest with you. American people's problem is we place too much hope in our politicians. I mean, that's one of the problems, but believe me, there's a deeper problem than that. And all of these problems that people describe they're not really problems. They're symptoms to a greater problem. The question is where are these symptoms coming from, right? So having cults of personality, which is pretty big in the United States. We always have a cult of personality. Trump has a cult of personality. Obama had a cult of personality. We always have cults of personality in the U.S. JFK definitely had a cult of personality. So the question is where does that desire to revere politicians come from? Where does it come from, right? The mass shootings that we have every year, the fact that we have the highest number of serial killers than in any other first world country. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? Fucking Catholics. Yep, exactly. In their heads. Yeah, in their heads. They are fighting. Yep. It's a good song. Korea, the Forgotten War. Yep, that was another war that the U.S. got devastated in. Korea is also an embarrassing stalemate for the U.S. Guerrilla warfare. Yep. You would think after all these disasters that America has gone through in its foreign policy that America would just say, okay, guys, I think we should take a break. We should just throw in the towel. Let's give it a rest already. The freaking Irish. There's a video of an Irish with the singing of pub songs at Mass. That's awesome. I love Irish music, guys. Last stream, I played some Irish music in the end. It was great. We drank to it. It was awesome. The Night Stalker, yep. Rodney Alcala posed as a photographer to lure women and kill them. Holy shit. Richard Ramirez, yeah. Drug use in the 70s was also out of control. It was, yeah. Yep. Out of control. All kinds of pills you could get. Yeah, it was insane. Serial killer Coles and Howard Stern. Yep, I remember that. Yeah, that was freaking insane. Liberal release laws are coming back. I heard of an Ohio case of second-degree murder ended with a 15-year sentence. Do you know where they have that sort of thing? They have it in New Zealand, and it's not even 15-degree murder charged people. It's people who have been charged with first-degree murder. There were two cases that I remember. There was one case where a guy murdered a woman, and he was sentenced to prison. And then the people in charge of people's detainment in prison said, well, we have determined that he is actually fit for society again. And they released him back into the wild. And guess what he did? He murdered again. Yeah. And there was another case, I believe, of that happening as well. So New Zealand, man, New Zealand sucks. I mean, New Zealand is a shitty place. It's a shithole country. It really is. Let's see. Germany had issues with communist terrorism. Italy too, but not general crime. Yeah, political crime has always been very common in Europe. Political murders and political terrorism has always been a thing in Europe. You can go back to, what was that? I mean, you can go back to all the civil wars that Europe had. The War of the Roses was over which family was going to dominate England. Was it going to be the House of York or the House of Lancaster? And then in France, there was a civil war between, what was it? The House of Orleans and some other family that lasted for years. What else? Oh yeah, you had all that violence that happened in England between people who wanted pure monarchy and people who wanted a parliamentary government. And I think that guy Fawkes, his name was Guy Fawkes. He put a bomb in the Parliament building or something like that. I mean, then you have the IRA and all that, the Orange Men, Northern Ireland, the Troubles. I mean, yeah. And then there's been political violence in Germany as well. There was a case of a local politician who was murdered by some neo-Nazi. I mean, these are all signs of decay. I think American society... Hold on, let me try to read everyone here. Let's see. There are many serial killers in the world, but yes, the U.S. has the most. It is very strange, but it makes you wonder. And we have... I mean, it's not like... It's not just people going around killing people. It's people going around and killing people in Hollywood levels of horror. There was a case back in, I want to say the 80s, where there was a guy here in the U.S. He was the son of Dutch immigrants. And I'm not joking, guys. I know it sounds like something out of a horror movie, but this actually happened. He would kidnap women, and then he would put them in his private plane, fly them to the forest, and then release them into the forest, and then he would tell them, you're going to run, and I'm going to hunt you down. Yeah. And the only reason why this guy got caught was because one of the women actually managed to escape and she went to the police. And that was the only reason why that guy got caught. Yeah, I know it sounds like something out of a film, but this actually happened. It's like they actually did a movie that depicted this sort of evil. It was called I think it was called Surviving the Game, starring Ice-T, and it was about these hunters. The film was about these hunters who kidnap homeless people and release them into the wild and they tell them, you're gonna run, we're gonna give you a head start, but we're gonna hunt you down like an animal, and then if we catch you, we're gonna behead you and put your head in a jar of vinegar. Yeah, this is actually in the film. And you think, okay, it's just a film. It is just a movie, but it's a film that depicts things that have actually happened. It's pretty horrific stuff. Now, in the case of Germany, we have a case where serial killers actually ran Germany. It's called Nazi Germany. And you basically had people who had serial killer desires in places of power, and they became the camp guards, and they became the scientists who were put in positions where they could do human experimentation. And you had the SS officers who were allowed to do as much killing as they wanted, and they could do as much rape as they wanted. And basically, Nazi Germany was a situation where Germany was under the control of people who had the minds of serial killers. And they were given their victims on a silver platter. Yeah, Rote Arme Fraction was very popular in the 60s and 70s in West Germany. Was that some kind of a communist terrorist group or something like that? I know that there was a Nazi terrorist group. I forgot the name, but it was the, I forgot the name. Okay, so left-wing extremists was the Rote Arme Fraction. Okay. Let's see here. I think American society experienced many, Jeffrey Dahmer, at least, his escaped victim found someone who cared. It's horrific. I think American society experienced many, many upheavals in the 60s, racial and cultural at the same time, plus drugs. Okay. I'm Irish, Catholic, and love Arab music, Persian music, Mexican, Turkish. That's great. I love those types of music as well. People always comment that Japan has a martial warrior culture, but I counter-argue that America has the most martial warrior culture. I don't think America has a martial warrior culture. I think America has a recklessly violent culture. Because a martial warrior culture has a culture, right? That's one of the key words that we have to remember. It's culture. And if you look at Japanese warrior culture, there's a culture, right? There's the code of Bushido. There's the aesthetics in it. The Japanese were vicious, and they were worse than the Americans during World War II. That goes without saying. But there was still a culture in the Japanese warrior culture. America doesn't have a warrior culture. There's no warrior culture in the U.S. There's, hey, you have nothing else going in your life, and you're a loser, and you're up to your ass in debt, and you got nothing going for you in your life, and your wife left you, and you want to kill yourself, but how about you join the U.S. military? Here's a gun. And they just send you off into some country where you're going to be patrolling the streets, and guess what those types of people do? They do war crimes, because they're criminals. They're criminals who didn't make it in U.S. society, and so they're just unleashed on some poor society in a different country, where they can just recklessly do crimes and get away with it. And we saw this in the Iraq War. There was a case where you had soldiers who went house to house just butchering people. This actually happened. What was the name of the massacre? Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. Iraq War Massacre. Haditha Massacre. Yeah, this happened. Haditha Massacre. 25 unarmed Iraqi civilians were mass murdered by U.S. Marines in the year 2005. And guess what? Guess how many of these criminals were actually punished? Guess how many of these criminals were actually brought to justice? Answer, none of them. Not one damn criminal in this massacre. Not one of these bastards was taken to justice. Why? Because the American government was afraid that if they started punishing people for doing atrocities, that would discourage the psychopaths who would have otherwise joined the military. They did not want to discourage the psychopaths from joining the military. They wanted to incentivize the psychopaths from joining the military. I remember when I was growing up, I remember when I was in, what was it, junior year of high school. And there was this guy who would ride on our school bus. And he was what you could call an American Psycho. And he told me, he said, I want to go and fight in Iraq. And I said, why do you want to go to Iraq? And he said, because I want to legally kill people. I'm not making this up. This guy actually told me this. He says, I want to, and at that time, this was back in 2006, I want to say. At that time, there were still tons of Americans who were supporting the Iraq War. There were still tons of Americans who were drinking the Kool-Aid from George Bush. And he said, I want to go fight in Iraq. And he could have told me, I want to fight for my country. I want to bring the American way of life into a different country. He could have told me, I want to kill terrorists. I want to stop the bad guys, right? He could have told me any one of those things. He tells me, because I want to legally kill people. I want to kill people and get away with it. And that's the type of person that the U.S. military attracts. Not every single person, don't get me wrong, but those types of people are attracted to the military. And so the U.S. government knew, if we start prosecuting people for war crimes, then, I mean, we could just dissuade the psychopaths from joining the U.S. military, and we don't want to do that. Alaska? What about Alaska? So America doesn't have a warrior culture. That's not a warrior culture. That's a psychopath culture. There's no warrior culture. Russia has a warrior culture. You got the dancing Khazars and the chants, and there's a culture in it. There's an aesthetic in it, right? There's a code of honor that's in the Russian culture when it comes to some war. I mean, I'm not saying everyone follows it, but there is some code there. There's no culture in America. It's a bunch of reckless psychopaths who want to legally kill people. That's it. And they think it's funny. They think it's cool to do mass murder. There's no culture. America has no culture. There's no culture in this country. If you don't believe me, go to a different country. Go to Spain. Go to Italy. Go to Portugal. Go to Russia. Go to Ukraine. Go to not Ukraine. Don't go to Ukraine. Go to Belarus. Go to Poland. Go to Serbia. You'll see, wow, these people have culture. You will see something, and if you go to one of these countries, you will see and experience something that you have never experienced or seen in the United States. And that's culture. There's no culture in America. America is just a place where everyone is a slave and everyone is told that their whole life's purpose is to just work for the GDP. There's no culture here. There's no. If somebody wants to do something cultural in America, like a religious procession, then God help you, the ACLU is going to be on your ass because, you know, separation of church and state. There's no culture here. America exported Sodom to other countries. America exports the LGBT ideology in other countries. We will sit here and talk about defeating the Muslims and how we need to teach tolerance for Sodom in these countries. And when the Serbs were saying no to the LGBT agenda, when the Russians were saying no to the LGBT agenda, America was saying, well, these countries need to absorb the LGBT. And I remember, damn it, when Putin had those pussycat musicians arrested, the Pussycat Band arrested because they went into one of the holiest churches in Russia and they were mocking the Virgin Mary. And the Russians said, what did these bitches do? Oh, they were mocking the Virgin Mary in a church dedicated to the Virgin Mary? Put them bitches in prison. Put them bitches in prison. Why? Because there's a standard. You don't do that. You don't go to the church dedicated to the Virgin Mary to mock the Virgin Mary. Because what you're doing is you're trying to erode the standard of society. And if we listen to you, and if we embrace what you're doing, and if we tolerate what you're doing, then we will open the floodgates for other people to start eroding the standard of society. And before you know it, we'll have no culture. There's nothing here. There'll be nothing here. Put them bitches in prison, 3 years. And Ted oh my God. How did I forget this? Ted Cruz did a speech saying, well, you know, those pussycat musicians, they're in prison for just observing their freedom of self-expression. This asshole, scoundrel, heretic, Zionist Ted Cruz defended people who were blasphemers. And he said, oh, look how evil Russia is. Russia's putting these blasphemers in prison. Do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see what I mean when I say America has no culture? America has no culture. If you have a country where a person who claims Christianity is defending people because those people are in prison for blaspheming the Virgin Mary, you have no culture. It doesn't exist. There is no culture. They'll say, oh, but look, Ted, more and more Americans have had enough with the LGBT. That's true. But that can be reversed. Because at one point in time, guess what? Back in the 80s, Americans were against the LGBT. And then that changed. That changed. Because we have no culture. Americans have culture. I will be fair. Let me just be fair here. Let me just be fair here. America had culture. But I don't see it. I'll just put it to you that way. I don't see it. Okay, Appalachia. How many people live in Appalachia? I mean, it's just parts of the South, parts of the Midwest, parts of this. Yeah, all of that has been, for the most part, subsumed by the greater American culture, right? There was there was Italian culture here in the U.S. There was Irish culture here in the United States. All these European peoples who came here brought their cultures with them, but they were subsumed. They were subsumed. I knew plenty of Gen X mega supporters who behaved no better than baby boomers sometimes. Oh, I agree. Started listening to you in 2013. Oh, I appreciate that, sir. I'll shake your hand. Met people in boot camp like that? Oh, I know you did. I believe you. Because I've seen people like that. I remember years ago, I was talking to this veteran. He was, I think he was in the Marine Corps or something like that. And he was a veteran. He fought in Iraq and all that. And he told me, he said, a lot of these young guys who join the military, he says they want to fly a drone and mow people down. Because to them, it's just one big video game. That's how they see it. That's what he told me. He goes, it's just one big video game. They think it's fun to kill people. Let me see this. Hold on. 2013 movie The Frozen Ground. What's this about? Is it good? True story? Did I see this film? American thriller. Oh, it's about the guy that I was describing. Yeah, the serial killer. Okay, I didn't know they made a movie about him. That's insane. Now I'm tempted to see it, but I don't know if I should see it because it might make me distraught. You know, these types of films can make me distraught because they're just too real. You know, it's one thing to watch a supernatural horror movie and you could say, okay, some kids messed around with a Ouija board. I'm not going to mess around with the Ouija board, so I'm not really worried about that stuff. But there's another thing. It's another thing to watch a movie where you're seeing events depicted that really happened, and these events could actually happen to you. And it just makes it, to me, that's the real horror movie, right? Those are the real types of horror films. Read Antonia Fraser on the Gunpowder Plot. I was at the Guy Fawkes story. I have to log out, but America has a strange affinity for secular and religious charismatic figures. That's correct. Yep, it's always been the case. What do you think of the CIA bringing in the Hindu gurus in the 60s that caused the 60s? I actually never knew this. I didn't know this. The CIA brought gurus. I'll have to look that up. If you can provide me with a book or an article on this subject, I would much appreciate that. Rote Army faction was partially funded by the CIA and Operation Gladio. Recent movie with Rami Malek, partially based on this. Interesting. Well, that makes sense because the CIA did back some communist groups in Europe, and I think the whole point of that was to have them do terrorist attacks so they could then stoke people up to hate communists. Let's see here. Former U.S. Army. See, Clint Lawrence, former U.S. Army First Lieutenant, convicted of second-degree murder for 2012 battlefield killings in Afghanistan, sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, incarcerated for Fort Leavenworth. Okay, let's look this up. Hold on. Okay. Well, look at that. Look at that, boys. Not to my surprise, Clint Lawrence. Woo! Mr. Lawrence. What did Mr. Lawrence do, boys? What did Mr. Lawrence do? It says here that Clint Allen Lawrence, born in 1984, a former United States Army officer, who is known for having been convicted and pardoned for war crimes related to the killing of 2 Afghan civilians. Now, let me just highlight a word right here, my dear sir. Pardoned. He did the war crimes and then he was pardoned. And who pardoned this man? Who pardoned Mr. Clint Lawrence, sir? What'd he do? While serving as a first lieutenant in the infantry in the war in Afghanistan with the 4th Brigade Combat Team of the 82nd Airborne Division in 2012, Lawrence was charged with 2 counts of unpremeditated murder after he ordered his soldiers to open fire on the 3 Afghan men who were on a motorcycle. He was found guilty by a court-martial in 2013 and sentenced to 20 years in prison, later reduced to 19 years by a reviewing commanding general. He was confined to the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas for 6 years. In 2015, your boy Lawrence became a cause célèbre among conservative commentators and activists. Oh, gotta love them right-wingers. They sure got the love of Jesus flowing through their veins. Supporting a war criminal. Oh, hallelujah. That's our motto right there. St. John was deep fried in oil. St. Peter was crucified upside down for no reason. St. Paul was beheaded. St. Attalus was charbroiled alive on a metal steel chair that had been saturated in fire. And our good friend, Mr. Lawrence, sentenced to 20 years in prison for murdering 3 civilians in Afghanistan. 2 civilians, I believe. But that's our martyr. The Italians, they have St. Peter, they have Paul and John, and the Greeks have those guys. That's fine for them. But we in America, we do things a little bit differently over here. Our martyrs are war criminals. And Fox News will celebrate war criminals as heroes to be adulated and highly esteemed. And Sean Hannity, a good Catholic Irishman, advocated for Lawrence to be pardoned. Lawrence was eventually pardoned by your boy, President Donald Trump, on November 15th, 2019. 2019. Or 2019, sorry. Oh boy. We don't want to discourage the other potential war criminals from having the honor and the privilege of joining the very, very valorous and glorious United States Armed Forces. No, no, no. Those criminals that did those killings will have to face the Lord Jesus. I agree. But justice needs to be done. And if governments are not implementing justice, then those governments will also have to face God for that. Japan has the glorification of samurai. Europe has the Vikings were the Vikings were psychopaths. U.S. have the glorification of the cowboys. I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. Point taken. Major Matthew Goldstein. Yeah, he's got the blood of Abraham running through his veins. Everyone, Goldstein is a United States Army officer who served in the war in Afghanistan, charged with murder after the summary killing of an Afghan civilian. Mr. Goldstein. Yeah, son of Abraham. You need to bless him, because if you don't bless him, you will be deprived of the blessing of God. God will not give you the blessing unless you bless all the sons of Abraham, including Mr. Goldstein, who's a war criminal. In the 80s, the Pentagon began to work together with Hollywood and the gaming industry to portray the military in a good light. Interesting. Replace the cowboys with the soldiers. Oh, okay. America's regions have their local culture, as in Appalachia, parts of the South, parts of the... Yeah, that's true. That is true. I will not deny that. But those cultures have quickly been getting subsumed, as you know this, sir. I went to Alabama, and I went to a small town in Alabama, and I could see it was very different from the America that I was used to. There was culture there, don't get me wrong, but those cultures get really subsumed out of existence because people who live in those cultures end up going to different cities, different states, and they sort of just grow out of them to a certain extent. You go, Putin. Absolutely. Americans have culture, but liberalism erodes all the good things. I see. Okay. Many Hindu gurus, including Ram Dass, became prominent in America, often associated with the counterculture. Ram Dass, who the hell is that? That's some, like, drug addict with a sitar? Oh, boy. Look at this guy. Take a look at this guy. What a psychopath. What a psychopath. Look at this dude. This guy's a psychopath. Tell me this guy's... This guy has psycho all over his face. Look at this. This dude's got psycho all over his face. Oh, and let's embrace ourselves with the eternal, everlasting love of Shiva and Lord Kali. Look at this. Psychopath. That's psycho. He has got psycho face. Psycho vibes. This is the guy that'll, like, bang your wife after she does yoga lessons with the guy. He just gives me enlightenment. I still love you, John. I still love you. I will never forget you, but he just gives me enlightenment. Now let's check this guy out. All right, let's look at the Wikipedia. His real name was Ram Dass. Actually, no, sorry. His real name was Richard Alpert. Changed his name to Baba Ram Dass. All right. American spiritual teacher, guru of modern yoga, psychologist and writer. Best-selling book, 1971. Book, Be Here Now. Oh, the whole thing with the now. All the gurus get into that. The power of now and all that, yeah. Which has been described by multiple reviewers as seminal, helped popularize Eastern spirituality and yoga. That's where all the drugs came in, and the yoga and the sex on the streets. That's why, believe it or not, in the 70s, in American society, sex was a handshake. Now, America went from being a very conservative society in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and then it shifted to being a place where sex became a handshake in the 70s. And then in the 80s, we had a shift, and people became more conservative because they realized, well, you know, getting your body screwed and having people screw your brains out all the time wasn't really the best idea, and taking all those drugs wasn't really the best idea. And so that's why there's a shift. Have you ever noticed that the music of the 70s and the music of the 80s are like two different universes? Have you guys ever noticed that? Have you guys ever noticed that? Like, you listen to 1970s music and 1960s music, and it's the White Rabbit music and drugs and shrooms, and people were using sitars in the music, and you had these weird bass sounds in 1960s and 70s American music. It was, for example, if you listen to the song White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane, you know, it's one pill makes you smaller and the other makes you tall, and and the one that mother gives you doesn't do anything at all. Just ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And there was that sound, boom, 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 boom. I mean, it has a great rhythm to it, don't get me wrong. Well, that's all drug music. And then you fast forward to the 80s, and it's like, someday love will find you. The music was so different in the 80s from the 70s and 60s. Music in the 80s was all about like getting your ass in gear, doing the hard work, grinding, get up. You know, it was all like encouragement, exercise, running, Rocky Balboa, Live to Win, Karate Kid. It was, and I really believe that sudden shift from the dopehead music of the 60s and 70s to Live to Win, Karate Kid music of the 80s was truly due to Americans just realizing that Having people screw your brains out a million times and taking all those drugs was not a good idea. And so people needed encouragement. And the music was there in the 80s. And I guess the music industry in those days said, listen, a lot of people are tired of, being drug addicts and just getting screwed 1,000 times. So we got to give them the music that they want, which is encouragement, motivational music. And that's why 1980s music to this day is the best music to work out to. Straight up, dude. You listen to like the Police, 1980s, the Motels, best music to work out to. Especially that song, what's it called? The Boys of Summer. That's a great song. Great song. Oh, and the biggest example I can think of a drug song in the 60s was that song by Jim Morrison of The Doors. It was called The End. This is the end. My wonderful friend, the end. I mean, that song is totally just drug related, just crazy shit. Like it's just insane. But let's read some more about this cult leader, shall we? Mr. whatever his name is, Mr. Doss here. So this guy popularized Eastern religion, and it says here, Ram Dass was personally and professionally associated with Timothy Leary at Harvard University in the early 1960s. Then known as Richard Alpert, he conducted research with Leary on... Oh my god, dude, you guys aren't kidding. I guess all those conspiracy theories about MK Ultra are true. Conducted research with Leary on the therapeutic effects of psychedelic drugs. Only the Lonely is a masterpiece. In addition, Alpert assisted Harvard Divinity School graduate student Walter Pankey in his 1962 Good Friday experiment with theology students. Alpert traveled to India and became a disciple of Hindu guru Neem Karoli Baba, who gave him the name Ram Dass, meaning servant of Ram. So we're getting into the satanic realm over here, but usually rendered simply as servant of God. Yeah, servant of the devil, okay? For Western audiences, in the following years, he co-founded the charitable organization Shiva Foundation and Hanuman Foundation. From the 1970s and to the 1990s, he traveled extensively, giving talks and retreats and holding fundraisers for charitable causes. In 1997, he had a stroke, which left him with paralysis, and he died. Hold up, when did this dude die? He died in 2019. That's recent. Ram Dass was born Richard Alpert in 1931. His parents were Gertrude Levine Is this an early life moment? Gertrude Levine. Speaking at Berkeley Community Theater in 1973, he said, "My Jewish trip was primarily political Judaism. I mean, I was never bar mitzvahed, confirmed, and so on." In a 2006 article, he was quoted by Sarah Davidson describing himself as inured to religion. I didn't have one whiff of God until I took psychedelics. All right, that's all I need to know. That's it. Case closed, guys. Case closed. Early life moment. I'm going to stop right there. Early life moment. We'll just put an end. We'll just say case closed on the file, and we'll just leave it at that. It's over. Yeah. Only the Lonely. That was a great piece of music. Great drinking song. My birth date is 1980. So you're 40 years old. Bring Me a Higher Love. Great workout song. Bring me a higher love. Yeah. Yeah. Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future is a good idea. Okay. A good book. Okay. Thank you for the recommendation. Her eyes were soft and cool. Her eyes were clear and bright, but she's not there. Yeah. Yeah, drugs, right? Someone did a YouTube video showing how modern churches act like Hindus in their temple. That's true, yeah. But you see, that sort of thing is dying out. The whole charismatic chaos thing. I mean, it's died out in popularity. It's no longer a popular thing. It used to be very popular for decades. Charismatic Christianity was popular. I would say it was very popular in the 70s and 80s and 90s, going all the way into the 2000s and 2010s. It was very popular. I think it started to die out in maybe like 2015, 16. But for a long time, it was very popular in the United States. Seraphim Rose initially practiced Eastern spirituality under Alan Watts, but eventually grew out of it, and his psychedelic use for orthodoxy, ultimately understanding that. I see. Okay. The Eastern psychedelic movement in the 60s and 70s, Timothy Leary, yep. Those eyes, he's possessed. I mean, the guy is blatantly evil. I just can't. Can't what? That is why I stay away from church buildings. I think we veered off way too much from the news for this stream. And I think the reason for that is because, honestly, guys, I am just absolutely exhausted with the news. I am. I am just exhausted with the news, guys. Maybe this is more of like a therapy session for me. But and it can be a therapy session for you, but you know, a lot of people watch streaming because streaming is what's the word? It's what's the word? Cathartic? It's cathartic. There's a therapeutic effect that you get from watching someone stream, especially when they have a monotone voice. Hey guys, you know, like video game streamers will do this sort of thing. Especially female video gamers, I noticed that they'll do this thing. I was watching a video yesterday where I was watching this video yesterday of this woman talking about, and she's around my age by the looks of her, and she's talking about the nostalgia of Nintendo and how she has these feelings of nostalgia when thinking about the games that she played on the N64. And she's talking about The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and all these other popular N64 games. And she's talking about how it brings so much nostalgia to her. I'm watching this video, and the way that what interested me, one of this video was her cadence. It was the way that she spoke throughout the video. The whole time, she doesn't break rhythm. The entire video is, and I just love those games. They give me such feelings of nostalgia. Just remembering playing Zelda, going through those fields and riding a dragon, and blowing the ocarina horn. It just gives me goosebumps from the sudden feelings and rush of nostalgia just rushing through my head. I mean, she had this, it was fake, like the voice is not real. There's no way that she talks like that in real life. But the voice that she used was one of what? It was one of gentleness and softness. And I'm sure a lot of these nerdy guys listen to that video and they just feel this sense of catharsis. It's this therapeutic feeling, just listening to some woman their age talk about the video games that they all together collectively enjoyed, and they all have feelings of nostalgia over. And there's something therapeutic about that, even though we know damn well she doesn't talk like that in real life. The way she does it, right? There's something relaxing about it. And a lot of times people watch streamers not because of the content. A lot of times, this is one thing that took me a long time to realize, but a lot of times people watch, most of the time I would argue, people watch content because of the therapeutic effect of streaming, the therapeutic effect of people the therapeutic effect of listening to people talking on a stream. And that's why you hear so many times from people saying that they fall asleep to streams because there is something relaxing about listening to a monotone voice that doesn't stop. It just goes on for hours and hours, and it's almost hypnotizing. And people fall asleep to streams. People have told me, Ted, I use your streams to fall asleep. And you could sit there and say, well, that's insulting. They're basically calling you boring. Maybe they are, but I don't really see it as an insult. I actually see it as a compliment, because what that means is that I can relax you. And if I can relax you, that means I'm doing a good damn job. You know? Listen, I have fallen asleep to all sorts of streams. I've fallen asleep. Well, they were all video game streams, to be real here. Oh, either video game streams. I will fall asleep either to video game streams, or I will fall asleep to British parliamentarians arguing. They are videos that you can find on YouTube that are hours long, and they're just videos recorded in the UK Parliament building. And watching these British guys argue, and the sound of them arguing, and the fact that a video of these guys arguing is 8 hours long, is some of the best stuff you can watch to fall asleep, to get you to fall asleep. If you have problems with insomnia, just turn on your computer and find an 8-hour video from the British Parliament. Just watch it. That shit it'll put you to sleep. And then when you wake up 4, 5, 6 hours later, you are going to wake up to something that sounds more or less like this. Mothers cannot put food on the table. This is terrible. The economy is an absolute nightmare. Who in the hell legislates such nightmarish policies and decrees which does not enable mothers to feel empowered to put food on the tables for their children? Damn it. There's something about that shit that just makes you fall asleep. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the dark wooden color. Maybe it's the dark wood in the building. It gives you a feeling like you're in a pub. I don't know. And I've fallen asleep to watching video game streams. One time I remember I fell asleep. I was watching a stream and I fell asleep, like straight up. And by sleeping, I'm not talking about I fell halfway asleep. I'm not saying that I fell asleep, but I was still kind of aware of what was going on. I hate that, by the way. I hate when you're kind of sleeping, but you're still aware of what's happening around you. That's terrible because you'll never be fully rejuvenated, right? You're not fully recharging your batteries. If that happens to you, you're partially recharging them, but you're not fully recharging them. In order to get that full recharged battery, you have to enter the matrix. You have to get lost in the dream world. If you are not getting lost in the dream world, if you're constantly waking up and going back to sleep, waking up, going back to sleep, if you're constantly just in this state where you're sort of asleep and you're in between the real world and the dream world and you're still aware of what's happening around you, if you're aware, in other words, if you're aware that you're sleeping or you're trying to sleep, you're not really sleeping. You're actually exhausting yourself, and you're actually better off just watching a movie and falling asleep or reading a book until you fall asleep. Reading a book is probably the best idea because it's work for your brain, and so it'll really make you wind down. But you have to get lost in the dream world. And I remember I was watching a stream, and all of a sudden I was in this world where people are talking about video games. And I was just lost in this dream. And then I wake up, I look at my computer, and there's a live stream going on, and it's some dude, I think he was playing Metroid Prime or some shit. He's playing some Nintendo shit. And I'm thinking, damn, that really works. I go to sleep so easily and always have dreams. That's that's how you want to be. You want to be able just to go into that dream world. You know, sleep is not just a physical experience. Sleep is a state of mind. But it's super important, especially if you're working out. But let's go back to the news, guys. I'm actually just exhausted by the news, and that's why I've been just talking about whatever comes into my mind. The news is so predictable, and it's just so boring. I mean, I spent hours today looking through the news, and every article, almost every single article, not every article, but almost every single article is just what could happen, right? This could happen. Trump could do this. This may happen. If this happens, this could happen. We're not entirely sure. The Israelis say they have evidence that Iran's about to make a nuke, but some spy agencies say otherwise. They say actually there is no evidence, and Tulsi Gabbard says there's no evidence, and then the IAEA says, well, there is evidence of massive enrichment, but there's no evidence that they're going to make a nuclear bomb. And then Israel bombed Iran, and the IAEA says, hey, this is a bad idea. No one listens to the IAEA. They only listen to the IAEA when the IAEA says some shit that can be used as propaganda. And it's just depressing, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like I have literally, I need to, I really need to, I need to do this tomorrow. I need to completely unplug from the media, from the internet, for one entire day, maybe 2 days, maybe Saturday and Sunday. Just completely disconnect myself from the media, because I think it's killing me. I think it's draining me mentally, because it's not only, you see, it's not just the stories that are depressing. It's this constant feeling that you have to see. This is what kills you. It's not just, oh, look at this depressing news. And the news is depressing. Don't get me wrong. It is depressing to see Gaza, Tel Aviv, Iran, all this bullshit, Ukraine, like Germany coming back with the freaking Wehrmacht and the Fourth Reich and all that. All this shit is depressing. But what adds to the depression, or what adds to the stress of it all, is this constant feeling in the back of your mind that you are not up to date on the news. So I'll be relaxing, and all of a sudden, this little thought comes. Have you checked the news lately? You're not updated. Are you up to date? So now I gotta go on my phone and, oh, update myself. Okay, read. And you realize what's happening is the same shit that's been going on for weeks or days. Oh my god, dude. Last week, I was playing Bannerlord. I think it was Thursday, last week on Thursday. I decided I'm just going to play Bannerlord for hours. I don't give a fuck about the news. I'm not going to listen. I'm just going to play Bannerlord. So I was playing Bannerlord, having a good time. And a friend contacts me and says, Ted, do you see what's happening in the news? Tel Aviv is bombing Tehran. Israel is bombing Tehran. It's like, even if I avoid the news, it somehow finds a way to find me. It's like I'm in a horror movie. It's always there to find you. You have to read the news. And there comes a point where it's just like, I want to do, like yesterday I spent hours preparing for the video that I uploaded. And it's a good video, don't get me wrong. Then before that I had to prepare for the other video. And then before that I prepared for the other video. And it takes a lot of time to prepare, to record, to edit. And sometimes, like, that's why I enjoy streaming, because streaming is a time where I can have fun recording a video, but there's no stress in streaming. It's just me saying whatever the hell I want to say. And there's something very cathartic about just sitting in front of this camera, talking to this microphone, and saying whatever the hell it is that I want to say. You know, that's why I like streaming. I don't have to sit here and cover every news story. Authorities say the Army veteran... See, somebody... Look at this. On the topic of... Okay, here we go. On the topic of military sickos, Travis Decker, accused of killing his 3 daughters, is still on the run. Decker is accused of suffocating his... I mean, this is depressing. This is who the... Okay. I can go on. This is who the military attracts, all right? That's why you should join the U.S. Armed Forces. Why would I want to be around a bunch of legal serial killers? I'm not saying they're all bad, but there's too many of them that are freaking weird. And if you don't think the U.S. military is full of weirdos, go look at all the male-on-male rapes that have been recorded in the U.S. military. Yeah. It's pretty terrifying. Look at the numbers of how many men have been raped in the military. Yeah. Whoever refuses to join the U.S. military is intelligent. And if a draft ever comes back, and I'm afraid that one day it will, because, you know, we're in the throes of the end of American empire. So the American empire will get desperate, and they're going to say, well, everyone has to join the draft. Everyone has to be drafted now. Go fight in the mountains of Iran. Go fight in the Zagros Mountains against the Persian enemy. Anyone who will refuse to comply with the draft will not only be intelligent, but they'll be righteous. And they will have courage. You see, they will accuse people of being cowards for dodging the draft. I will argue to the contrary. I would say those people are not only courageous, they're intelligent and they're righteous. Because they don't want to participate in an unrighteous and unlawful war. They don't want to participate in an unnecessary war. And they are willing to actually be put in prison or even executed. Because they don't want to join the draft. They called Muhammad Ali a coward for refusing to fight in Vietnam. Muhammad Ali was not a coward. Muhammad Ali was intelligent. And he had the courage to stand by his principles. Listen, Muhammad Ali was a professional boxer who fought many a fight in the ring. You can't be a coward and be a successful professional boxer, especially at the level that Muhammad Ali went to in his boxing career. Muhammad Ali was no coward. You can't be a coward and be that successful in boxing. It takes a courageous person to be that successful in boxing. He was no coward. He was intelligent. And he said, I'm not going to fight in a bullshit war. I'm not going to fight for a country that is racist to my people. I'm not going to fight for a country that, puts black people behind buses and uses blacks to be cannon fodder, uses human beings to be, not just black, but whites too. I mean, uses human beings to be freaking cannon fodder for a bullshit war to go fight against some rice paddy farmers. It's bullshit. Muhammad Ali was not, he's a coward. He's no coward. You try being a successful boxer and reach his level of dexterity in the sport of boxing. You can't be a coward and get to that level. It's impossible. Yeah. Give us the 1960s and 70s journalists. Oh, yeah, the 60s and 70s had great journalists. A lot of good investigative journalism happened in those decades. Ted, if I fall asleep during your live stream, it's because I get up at 5 a.m. It's understandable. The live stream is my favorite. I really appreciate that, sir. How many people are listening to this stream? 47 people, not bad. I think we should get into some news because it's only fair for people to get some sort of news commentary, because that's why I think people listen to this stream, at least to a certain extent. Let's see here. Hold on. All right, let's look at this article. I didn't even minimize my screen. I just moved it. There we go. So it says here, President Trump on Wednesday emphasized that he had yet to make a decision to drop what in private he calls the big one. Oof. I may do it, he told reporters on the White House South Lawn. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I thought this asshole was supposed to be for the American people. I mean, isn't it his obligation to tell the American people what he wants to do? It's not his obligation to be playing with the fears and emotions of the American populace. But yet again, I mean, this is what the U.S. government has been doing for a long time, so doesn't really surprise me. But this guy really is just teasing the hell out of us. He's psychologically toying with us. I might do it. I don't know. Trump, MAGA, America first. War, Iran, bullshit, Israel. You know, people were truly enamored with this Trump guy. Especially in 2015 and 2016, people were just drunk. They were inebriated with fascination and glee for Trump. And I think now a lot of people are so disillusioned with this guy. And I think a lot of people are just coming to the realization that he's just another chuckle-headed politician at the end of the day. We'll see what happens. I think Trump knows that if he actually goes to war with Iran, you'll have a Democrat being the next president. Maybe he doesn't give a shit. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe if you're getting that much money from Israeli operatives. I guess you really don't give a shit, but I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell. So it says here, if Mr. Trump is taking a pause, it may be because the list of things that could go wrong is long and probably incomplete. So this article is saying, and this is what, again, I mean, they don't know what's going on, right? But this article is saying that possibly what's happening is the reason why Donald Trump doesn't want to make his decision immediately is because he's getting briefed on all the possible fuck-ups that actually could arise as an outcome of a serious American war with Iran. So it says here that it's possible the calculations are wrong and even America's biggest conventional bomb can't get down that deep. Now, what did we say about the bunker buster, the bunker bomber? Well, its limit really is 200 feet underneath the Earth's surface. So is this thing really going to be able to destroy the Frodo-Iranian nuclear facility? What's it called? The Fordo? No, I called it Frodo. The Frodo, Lord of the Rings. Iran wants to become Elden Lord of the lands in between. America and Iran are both fighting over who's going to become Elden Lord. Who will become Elden Lord? Is it Donald Trump or is it the Ayatollah? It's possible the calculations are wrong and even... Okay, I already read this. I've been there. This is what Rafael Grossi said. I've been there. It's a half a mile underground. That's what this Rafael Grossi guy said. Iran has vowed that if attacked by American forces, it would strike back, presumably against the American bases spread around the Middle East and the growing number of assets gathering in the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean. All are within missile range, assuming Iran has missiles and launchers left after the Israelis are done with their systematic targeting. Of course, that could start a cycle of escalation. If Americans are killed or even injured, Mr. Trump will be under pressure to exact revenge. And how much of you guys, how many of you guys would be surprised if Israel actually conducted Iranian terrorist attacks on U.S. personnel and then blamed the Iranians and tried to make it look like it was Iran but not Israel? You know, Israel has thought of stuff like that before. Back in the 1950s, I want to say, there was a situation in Egypt where the Israelis wanted to blow up American buildings, American infrastructure in Egypt, and then blame it on the Muslims to get the Americans involved in a war. I do not put it past the Israelis one damn bit that they would do something like that to try to force the Americans into a war. So if you see some terrorist attack happening in Iraq and U.S. forces were killed in Iraq or were Syria or wherever, well, this is Iran, and then the whole time it'll be the Israelis. Yeah, if there is an Iranian attack on American personnel, right, quote-unquote Iranian attack, you'll just have to really ask the question, isn't this a little bit too damn convenient for Israel? I mean, what's the saying? How does the saying go? Who benefits, right? Who benefits? Qua bono? Who benefits here? I mean, if a terrorist attack happens and American soldiers or personnel are killed, that would be way too convenient for Israel. Way too convenient for Israel. And I would just say, yeah, this is a false flag attack. That's what I would say. Of course, that could start a cycle. Okay, I've already read that. Subcontracting the Fordo job would put the United States in Iran's sights. Daniel C. Kurtzer, a former U.S. ambassador to Israel, and Stephen N. Simon, a veteran of the National Security Council, wrote in Foreign Affairs. Iran would almost certainly retaliate by killing American civilians. That, in turn, would compel the United States to reciprocate. Soon enough, they continued, the only targets left for Washington to hit would be the Iranian regime's leaders, and the United States would again go into the regime change business, a business in which exceedingly few Americans want to be involved any longer. Here we go, boys. So the question is does Donald Trump want to destroy his entire legacy? Does Donald Trump want to ruin everything for the Republican Party and basically enable and pave the path for a perfect Democrat victory for the next presidential election. Does Donald Trump want to destroy his entire image? Because if he goes into a war with Iran, it'll ruin his entire image. Now, if he does one strike, maybe that'll be not really effective on his legacy. But if he does a 0-3 situation, or if he does a serious aerial attack on Iran that further escalates things, he's going to ruin his whole reputation. He's going to ruin his entire freaking image. His whole image will be ruined. 100%. And that's why I'm not a Dem or a Rep. I've been a constitutionalist since about 2007. Does it make a difference? Probably not in the grand scheme, but okay, fair enough. I posted your video on Christian Zionism in my Telegram page. I hope this brings you more avid viewers. I really appreciate that, Mr. Fa C. I shake your hand for that. I personally will be viewing as I saw your content today and was insanely impressed. I really appreciate that, sir. I really do. I shake your hand for that, and that means a lot. It really does mean a lot when people come to me and say that my work has impacted them to some extent or another. I think that's always great to hear, and it means a lot to me. That video I actually spent a lot of time on. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I spent I spent probably a good 8 hours or so on that video, maybe 7 hours on that video. It's just the preparation that went into it, and then the recording. Oh my gosh, the recording took freaking hours. Just to do that video. It took like 4 hours to record the whole video because I wanted to get so many different points across. And then there were too many times where I had some kind of mediocre takes. And so I wanted to keep filming until I got my head in the right moment. Until I got my head in the right space where I felt pretty comfortable to express myself. Because sometimes it's difficult to do pre-recorded videos. Sometimes just mentally you're not there, and I wasn't there. And I kept talking in front of the camera until I mentally got there. The First Amendment puts Christ on par with every pagan god. I mean, yeah, pretty much. So many Bible verses as well. Yeah. You got to see what the New Testament says, and what does St. Paul say, and yeah, absolutely. Did you read those documents, Ted? I tried to. I Googled the first one you mentioned, and I couldn't find anything. And I was hoping that you would help me out and maybe give me a link where I could read one of those documents, because I couldn't find the first one. So I would like to look at the first one that you had on the list, and I couldn't find anything. So I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. So it says here, hold on a second. The last thing the White House wants to do is air these risks in public. Democrats are calling for a congressional role, but they have no power to compel it. Given the potential for escalation, we must be brought into this decision. Senator Adam B. Schiff of California, one of Mr. Trump's political rivals, said on Wednesday, let's see here, bombing Florida would be an offensive activity. So you have Democrat opposition against Donald Trump, of course, because Democrats are usually going to oppose the Republicans when they want to do a certain policy. But if the Democrats oppose this decision, they will be right. Regardless of their intentions, they will be right. Already the message of these past 5 days, as interpreted by Iranian leaders or others with nuclear skill, may well be that they should have raced for a bomb earlier. So the message that America is sending, the message that America and Israel are both sending to the Iranians is, you guys should have gotten the bomb earlier. You guys should have never gone through all this bullshit of the Iran deal and allowing inspections to be done and all this oversight on your nuclear activities. And you should have never gone through all this rigmarole of having to follow certain regulations in regards to your nuclear project and in regards to your nuclear activities. You should have just made the damn bomb. Because if Iran would have just made the damn bomb, then we would just be saying, okay, we would just throw our hands up in the air and say, okay, they got nukes. We don't want to mess with them because we don't want to go through a nuclear holocaust. So let's just put the guns down, boys, and let's just relax. Because as the article says, that's exactly what happened with North Korea. We were worried about North Korea getting nuclear bombs, and then North Korea got nuclear bombs. Even though we tried to stop North Korea, they still got nuclear bombs. And now that North Korea has nuclear bombs, we don't really mess with North Korea that much, right? We're not bullying North Korea. We're not going out and assassinating North Korean politicians, because nuclear bombs are the great equalizer. And if a country has nuclear bombs, even if you have nuclear bombs, do you really want to mess with them? Because, yeah, you may have more nukes than they do. They may have 20 nukes. They may have 60 nukes. And you may have 2,000 nukes. You still don't want to mess with them because, yeah, you could destroy them, but they're still going to launch 60 nukes at you. It's still destructive for you no matter what. It's a Pyrrhic victory. And look what it says here. That was what North Korea did. And it has now ended up with 60 or more nuclear weapons, despite years of American diplomacy and sabotage to stop it. It is a big enough arsenal to assure that its adversaries, South Korea and the United States, also Japan, would think twice about conducting the kind of operation that Israel executed against Iran. So in other words, this is why they don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Because if Iran gets nuclear weapons, then they will have to think twice before messing with Iran. That's why. And perhaps that's the reason why the Israelis aren't nuking Iran right now. Maybe the Israelis are worried that Iran already has nukes. I mean, there is a belief in Israel that Iran possibly already has nuclear bombs that it purchased from, I want to say from the North Koreans or Pakistan. I don't remember. And it says here, and in Iraq, after the Israelis bombed the Osirak reactor in 1981 to keep Saddam Hussein from getting the fuel for a bomb, the Iraqis reacted by building a huge secret program that went undetected until after the Gulf War in 1991, Mr. Samor said. That was such an embarrassment to American intelligence agencies that more than a decade later, they wildly overestimated his ability to do it again, contributing to the second failure and leading the United States into the Iraq War. So the Americans, after the first Gulf War, the Americans found out that Mr. Saddam Hussein had the fuel to make a big bomb. And so the Americans concluded, well, he's got weapons of mass destruction. And that led to the second Gulf War, which was a complete disaster, as we all know. Do you see? Mr. Samor added, I can't think of a case where air power alone was sufficient to end a program. Listen, Iran's going to get a nuke. If they haven't got it already, they're going to get nuclear weapons. It's just, the train has been set. It's inevitable. And the thing is that who invented the nuclear bomb? Right? Was it not an American project that created the nuclear bomb? I mean, they say it was Oppenheimer and Schmeimer and Steiner and Einstein, Klein, Mine, right? They invented the nukes. Okay, well, guess what? You invented the nuke. America created the nuclear bomb. And that nuclear bomb gave America supreme power. The whole world saw as Japan got nuked twice. Russia got nukes because Russia said, listen, if I'm nukes, because nukes are the great equalizer now. Other countries started getting nukes, Pakistan, India, North Korea, Israel. Nukes are simply a way of war. They are the weapon that you need if you're going to be able to have a serious position of diplomacy against a country that has nukes. So if there's a country that has nukes and it's bullying you, and you want to have leverage against that country, you have to have nukes. Bottom line. This is also tiresome. It is extremely tiresome. And I really don't even want to read about this shit. I mean, it's fascinating to a certain extent. But it is exhausting. And it's tiresome. And it's fatiguing. And it's draining. When does one limited strike ever work? They always return asking for one more. I mean, yeah, exactly. So, is America just going to keep bunker busting Iran? Eventually, they're just going to make a nuke. They're going to get nukes. And then Iran's going to have a big, nice position in the Middle East. We got nukes now. Don't mess with us. And Israel's going to get all ass mad about it. And eventually, they're just going to kill each other. And eventually, you're going to have the second Holocaust. I mean, it's just... I don't make the rules. There's a set of rules, and it's set up by something called history. And history sets up the rules. And according to history, Jewish people don't really have a super great past. They have a past of being hated, being killed. I don't like that's the reality. I don't support it, but that's just the reality. And so if history is any guide, and history is always a guide, the history of Israel is not good. It's just the bottom line. There's a verse in the book of Genesis where Cain kills Abel, and God tells Cain, Cain, you are going to be a wanderer and a fugitive everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, you're going to be seen as a criminal because you are a criminal. And he was a murderer, right? What did Jesus tell the priests of his day? He said, you guys have murdered all the prophets, going all the way back to Abel. Now, did the Pharisees or the scribes or the Sadducees, historically speaking, murder Abel? No, they didn't even exist at that time. So what is Jesus talking about? Jesus is saying, the spirit of Cain is in you. And what was the life of Cain? The life of Cain was one of a wanderer and a fugitive. And if you look at Jewish history, what do you see? A lot of wandering and a lot of people hating them. I don't make the rules. This is what the Bible says. And this is what history tells us. I don't like mistreatment. I don't like reading about the mistreatment of Jews. I think the Holocaust was a horrific crime. Obviously, that goes without saying. And I don't like the precipitous revival of hatred against Jews. I don't. Just like I don't like the precipitous hatred towards blacks. The history tells us that the future of Israel is ugly. I'll just leave it at that. Pakistan has nukes, but no one is saying anything about that. Do you know why the war between India and Pakistan, it wasn't really a war, but the little skirmish, the spat that just happened between India and Pakistan ended so quickly? Do you know why India and Pakistan were very careful when they were striking each other? It's because they both have nukes. And yeah, India has more nukes than Pakistan. It doesn't matter. Sure, yeah, India could launch a bunch of nukes into Pakistan. Pakistan can launch a bunch of nukes into New Delhi. Does India want that? No. Even if India could out-nuke Pakistan, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory, no matter how you look at it. That's the reason why. You want to know why Russia is still beating the shit out of Ukraine? Because Ukraine doesn't have nukes. Ukraine did have nukes, and Ukraine got rid of those nukes when Bill Clinton was president. And Bill Clinton, the U.S. administration under freaking Clinton, made a promise to Ukraine saying, Ukraine, we're going to watch over your security. And what happened? Donald Trump became president and said, Ukraine, fuck out of here. We're spending too much money on you. And Ukraine said, oh, I thought we have deal. I thought we have deal. And America's like, don't you know who you're dealing with? Ukraine doesn't have nukes. If Ukraine had nukes, believe me, Russia would have never invaded Ukraine. That's a fact. Russia would have never invaded Ukraine. Or at least the war would not have gone this far if Ukraine had nukes. There would have been a spat, there would have been some fighting, but things would have calmed down because both sides would have nukes. But because Ukraine doesn't have nukes, guess who's getting hit guess who's still at war? Freaking Ukraine. The average Indian can create a nuke in his basement. This reminds me of, I don't know. This reminds me of Malachor 5 in the Kodor 2. The war was so devastating that nearly all the Jedi and soldiers became evil because the General Revan turned to the dark side. It reminds me of some Elden Ring level stuff. Everybody wants to become Elden Lord, and so they're all killing each other. Pakistan had a nuclear leak in the Khan Air Base. They had to call in an airplane from Egypt to carrying boron. I don't even know what that means. I'm just not really educated about this stuff. All I know is that nuke bad. Nuke means big mushroom cloud. That's all I know. I don't know the scientific details of uranium enrichment. All I know is uranium enrichment could lead to a nuke. Okay, 90% your enrichment that you could make nuke. Nuke bad. Nuke giant mushroom cloud up in sky. Impact kill people. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. That's what I know. That's the level of knowledge that I have. I don't know the scientific technicalities of nuclear science and nuclear bombs, and I don't know anything about uranium. I don't know anything about the cycle of enriching uranium and all the process and uranium impurities, and I don't know. All I know is nuke, bad. Nuke, great equalizer. Meanwhile, Turkey is getting stronger. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about Turkey getting stronger. Let's talk about this for 1 second, okay? This is very fascinating. So while the Iranians and the Israelis have been bombing each other, the Turks are increasing their missile production. And they're not creating these missiles because they're afraid of Iran. They're creating these missiles because they want to destroy Israel. Turkey accelerates missile production amid fears of wider war. And it says here, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan ordered officials to increase the production of medium and long-range missiles in light of the Israel-Iran conflict, an acceleration of plans to develop a strong homegrown industry. The move comes as Israel and Iran exchange salvos for the fifth day in a row, raising fears about a spread of the war to other countries in the oil-rich Middle East. Several geopolitical flashpoints have pushed countries to boost defense spending in recent months, and Turkey aspires to be part of the arms race. We are making production plans to bring our medium and long-range missile stocks to a level of deterrence in light of recent developments. Watch out, Israel, Erdogan said after a cabinet meeting late Monday. Erdogan has long championed Turkey's efforts to develop independent defense industry. I've been talking about this for years. Turkey developing its own independent defense industry that'll be independent of America's security umbrella. You're seeing the rise of Turkey. The Germans are also working on the same stuff, by the way. The Germans are also working on becoming militarily independent. Why? Because the American empire is declining. And so regional powers that are under America's empire are saying, hey, we better get our military strong enough so that we can be independent. So it says here that Erdogan has long championed Turkey's efforts to develop an independent defense industry capable of making warplanes, tanks, high-flying drones, frigates, and now missiles for export as well as for domestic purposes. European countries are under pressure to increase defense spending. Didn't I just talk about Germany? I haven't even read this article. I found the article before starting the stream, and I thought, you know what, this will be interesting to read. European countries are under pressure to increase defense spending in light of Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine and the reluctance shown by U.S. President Donald Trump to provide indefinite support to Kyiv. It's not Kiev anymore, guys. It's Kyiv. You have to respect that. Providing trade opportunities for Ankara, in March, Turkey's Baykar signed a deal to jointly develop drone technologies with Italian firm Leonardo SPA. So there you go. You have the Euro-Turkish military alliance working as we speak. The Italians and the Turks are working on. They're going to start working on developing their own technologies. Erdogan said the Middle East is facing an increased level of threat and hostility. Look at this. 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 Isn't that what I said? Turkey producing missiles is not about fighting Iran. Turkey producing missiles is about fighting Israel. I keep telling people, this is it. This is it, guys. We're seeing the beginning of the end for Israel. We are seeing the beginning stages of the second Holocaust. I don't like it, YouTube. I don't like it. I'm not supporting it. I don't think it's a good thing. I'm just observing reality. I'm looking at the present day. I'm comparing it to history. I'm looking at the present day in light of history, in light of the historical record, in light of the Holocaust, in light of Jewish history, in light of Ottoman history and how the Ottomans genocided people. I'm looking at the present day in light of the past, which is how you're supposed to look at history. History is not just some cool thing to read about. History is supposed to be a lens that we are to look at the world through. We are supposed to look at the we're supposed to look at the world through the lens of history. The whole purpose of reading history is to have a better understanding of the things that are to come, because there is nothing new under the sun, as King Solomon wrote in Proverbs. So, we're seeing it. This is it. Not saying it's going to happen next year. I'm not saying it's going to happen in the next 3 years, but we are seeing the path towards the second Holocaust being paved right before our eyes. This is it. The bombing of Tel Aviv has been going on for days now. Go figure. I mean, it's happening. It's happening in gradual stages, but it's happening nonetheless. Erdogan said the Middle East is facing an increased level of threat and hostility posed by Israel's aggression, and warned that every step taken in our region without considering the facts invites other disasters to occur in the future. Turkey's often uneasy relationship with Israel soured after the start of the war in Gaza in October of 2023, which saw Erdogan fiercely criticize Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the impact of his military campaign on Palestinian civilians. And what did I say? I've said this many times. When Turkey goes to war with Israel, it's going to be over the Palestinian situation. The Turks are going to say, we must save the Palestinians from genocide. And they will use the Palestinian tragedy as the pretext by which to go to war against Israel. You see? Yeah. Theodore, the reason I talked about that game is that massive wars like these can scar you spiritually and mentally to the point your morality becomes warped. It's true. That's true. Not denying that. In April, tensions escalated between the two nations following a series of Israeli airstrikes on military sites in Syria. The article is talking about the air bases that Turkey wants to control in Syria. Israel doesn't want to allow the Turks to control the air bases, and that's the reason why the Israeli Air Force bombed the runway for the T4 air base, which Turkey claims as its own. And so Israel is telling the Turks, we're going to call the shots in Syria, and Turkey is telling the Israelis, no, you're not. We're going to call the shots. Israel is ours. Israel used to be under the Ottoman Empire. Sorry, Syria used to belong... I was thinking ahead of myself. Syria belonged to the Ottoman Empire, and you are now facing the new Ottoman Empire. And by the way, Israel used to also be under the Ottoman Empire. That land that we call Israel was once under the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, the beginning stages of World War III, absolutely. This is it. This is it. This is it. It's very obvious. The impasse was resolved after U.S. President Donald Trump stepped in as a mediator, and the two countries set up a mechanism to avoid confrontation over Syria. It's not going to work at the end of the day. However, Turkey remains concerned over Israel's military actions in the region, and Erdogan's nationalist ally openly called it a security threat. And what did I say about Turkish nationalism? It's just as bad, or if not worse, than Islamism. I did a video about this, and I said, don't get excited, don't be optimistic if you see Turkish nationalists taking over Turkey, as opposed to Islamists, because the Turkish nationalists can be just as violent, if not more violent, than the Islamist. Just given the fact that the Armenian genocide was actually orchestrated by secular nationalists in the Ottoman Empire. And this is what Mr. Devlet Bahçeli, who is a close ally of Erdogan, said. The operation carried out in Iran is, in a way, a sinister message given to Turkey. So what this guy is saying is Israel is sending a message to Turkey. By bombing Iran, Israel is sending a message. And that message is, Turkey, don't mess with us. So Israel is flexing its muscle by bombing Iran. And Turkey is saying, you can flex your biceps all you want, Israel. We got muscles too. 1 second, guys. Hold on. My cat wants some tuna. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. 1 second. So, yes, Turkey is saying, hey, you know, we got Muslims too. And remember, Turkey is more powerful than Israel in every dimension of warfare with the exception of Air Force. But once Turkey gets a powerful enough Air Force, Turkey will be either on par with Israel or more powerful than Israel. And my guess is that Turkey will be more powerful than Israel, just given the fact that Turkey is already superior to Israel in every dimension of warfare, with the exception of Air Force, as I've said. Turkey has a bigger army. Turkey has a bigger navy. Turkey also has a much bigger drone program. So Israel cannot afford going to war with Turkey. And if Turkey goes to war with Israel, Israel's screwed. And it makes you wonder, if Israel knows that it's weaker than Turkey, why in the hell is it messing with Turkey? Why in the hell is Israel bombing the air bases in Syria that Turkey wants to control, knowing full well that that's a hostile action against Turkey? Why is Israel doing this? Because Israel is ran by insane people. Israel is ran by crazy people. And psychopaths will destroy others around them and destroy themselves in the end. And Israel is a psychopathic country. It's ran by psychopaths. Netanyahu is a psychopath. The man is pushing us more and more towards World War III. Obviously, the guy's a freaking psychopath. He bombed Iran when he didn't have to. The guy's a psychopath. He's trying to drag the U.S. down with him. He's a psychopath. And Netanyahu will eventually ruin himself. He will eventually ruin himself. Netanyahu reminds me of... Let's get a little bit into Jewish history here. Netanyahu reminds me of this guy. Let's take a look at this real quick. Hold on. Hold on a second. He reminds me of this guy. This dude. Alexander Janus. One of the Hasmonean kings in Jewish history. And his history is detailed very well in Josephus' history on the Roman-Judean War. And I'll read to you guys a little bit of this Wikipedia article on him, and you can see the parallels between this guy and Netanyahu. So it says here that... Let's check this out real quick. Hold on. Battle of Gaza. So this Alexander guy wanted to control Gaza, like Netanyahu. And it says here, determined to proceed with future campaigns despite his initial defeat at Amathus, Alexander set his focus on Gaza. A victory against the city wasn't so easily achieved. Gaza's general, Apollodotus, strategically employed a night attack against the Hasmonean army. With a force of 2,000 less skilled soldiers and 10,000 slaves, Gaza's military was able to deceive the Hasmonean army into believing that they were being attacked by Ptolemy. The Gazans killed many of the Hasmonean army. The Gazans killed many, and the Hasmonean army fled the battle. When morning exposed the delusive tactic, Alexander continued his assault but lost 1,000 additional soldiers. So King Alexander, this Jewish king, was losing in Gaza. And instead of just abandoning the whole mission, he decides to continue on with his mission of invading Gaza. And he loses 1,000 more soldiers. The Gazans remained defiant in hopes that the Nabatean kingdom would come to their aid. Nabatean kingdom. The Arabs. So the Gazans in ancient times wanted the support of the Arab kingdom of Nabatea against the kingdom of Judea, the Jewish king Alexander. Yeah, the Nabateans. And here, so we have a Jewish king who wants to control Gaza. His war is a failure. And meanwhile, the Gazans want the support of an Arab kingdom. Today, we have a Jewish leader, Netanyahu, who wants to control Gaza. So far, his war is still going on in Gaza. Yes, he has killed a lot of people, but so far there hasn't been an absolute victory in Gaza. The Gazans are waiting for the support of who? Saudi Arabia, other Gulf states. The Gazans remained defiant. Today, the Gazans also remain defiant, in hopes that the Nabatean kingdom would come to their aid. The city eventually suffered defeat due to its own leadership. So Gaza was eventually defeated. Well, Gaza is being defeated right now. Gaza at the time was governed by two brothers, Lysimachus and Apollodotus. Lysimachus convinced the people to surrender, and Alexander peacefully entered the city. Though he at first seemed peaceful, Alexander suddenly turned against the inhabitants. Some men killed their wives and children out of desperation to ensure they wouldn't be captured and enslaved. So, this Jewish king takes over Gaza and begins to go against its civilian population. Sounds like someone today who was running the current government of the modern-day state of Judea. Others burned down their homes to prevent the soldiers from plundering. The town council had 500 civilians took refuge. The town council and 500 civilians took refuge at the Temple of Apollo, where Alexander had them massacred. So this Judean king, this Jewish king named Alexander, invades Gaza and slaughters its inhabitants. The inhabitants of Gaza hope for the support of the kingdom of the Arabs, the Nabatean kingdom. And the Nabateans do not prevent the Jews from slaughtering the natives of Gaza. Today, we have a Jewish leader, Netanyahu, who's kind of a dictator. He invades Gaza, slaughters the inhabitants. The inhabitants are hoping that the Arab kingdom, or kingdoms, come to their aid, but they're not really helping. I'm seeing a parallel with history here. Alexander is Netanyahu. The Nabatean kingdom is Saudi Arabia, Qatar. The Gazans are the Gazans. Now look at this. War with Obodas. So, Mr. Alexander all of a sudden is facing a civil war in Judea. So there's a war in Gaza, a bunch of soldiers die, Gazans are slaughtered, and all of a sudden a civil war breaks out amongst the Jews. In Israel today, what do you see? Lots of political division. The prospect for a civil war in Israel is very high. Even Netanyahu said this some years ago when they had the whole controversy over the judicial overhaul. What did Netanyahu say? He said, to prevent a civil war, I will enact a recess, a pause on the judicial overhaul. So we have a war in Gaza, slaughter of Gazans, and we have a Judean civil war. That sounds eerily close to our own time. With the exception of the Judean civil war, right now Israel is not going through a civil war, not yet. But like I've said, history is a lens through which we see the future. The Judean civil war initially began after the conquest of Gaza. So let's say Israel takes over Gaza, begins to put settlements. We could be seeing a civil war not too long after that. Due to Janus's victory at Gaza, the Nabatean kingdom no longer had direct access to the Mediterranean Sea. Alexander soon captured Jaddara, which together with the loss of Gaza caused the Nabateans to lose their main trade routes leading to Rome and Damascus. Now, after losing Jaddara, the Nabatean king Obodas I launched an attack against Alexander in a steep valley at Jaddara, where Alexander barely managed to escape. So the Jews lose in a battle against the Nabateans. It's called the Battle of Jaddara. After his defeat in the Battle of Jaddara, Janus returned to Jerusalem and was met with fierce Jewish opposition. So Netanyahu is in a war in Gaza. He has been slaughtering the inhabitants there. The Arabs don't like it, but they're not doing anything right now. Persia has decided to bomb Judea. Persia is bombing Judea right now. And Israel could lose a war. And if Netanyahu loses a war, he's going to be facing severe and fierce opposition. And that could actually spiral into a civil war. History doesn't repeat exactly, but it sure as hell does rhyme. And look what it says about Syria. Alexander soon captured Jaddara, which together with the loss of Gaza, caused the Nabateans to lose their main trade routes. Okay, I already read this. After losing to... Wait, I already read this. Now look at this. Syria. What does it say about Syria? I remember reading this. Oh, where is it? Anyway, this King Alexander guy, he actually started to enter Syria, and that pissed off the Seleucid Empire. And what happened was the Seleucid Empire began to back the Jewish opposition against King Alexander. Wanting to take territory in Syria, that's like Netanyahu. Oh, and pissing off the Seleucid Empire, because the Seleucid Empire was in Syria, that's like pissing off modern-day Anatolia, Turkey. There's too many parallels between what's happening now and what happened in the past. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to have a drink. I think we've read enough. Syria was defenseless. Maybe they think that this is their only chance to destroy Iran. I think he knows something we do not. Okay. Hello, Frank Maggiara. I'm gonna get a glass of water real quick, and then I'm gonna have a drink. Okay, 1 second. Hold on. I'm back, guys. We have a bottle of catnip that's nice and cold. And let's get some music that'll be fitting for this. You know, I've been really getting into Irish music lately, and I mean, I've been listening to Irish music my whole life, but lately I've been really getting into it with a newfound enthusiasm. Cup of Theraflu because the weather in New York is bipolar. I see. Syria was also virtually defenseless during the overthrow recently. I see. Awaiting the LARPing, absolutely. Now, Jacob Glowsticks, are you living in Poland? Or what's going on with you? Are you living in Poland or do you live in Canada? Were you born in Poland? If I smoke while I drink, it's pretty overwhelming for me. Only the Mongols have the power to conjure up these super volcanoes at will. Michael Jackson's song, They Don't Really Care About Us, he's referring to the Jews. I just found out and thought I'd share, guys. Damn. No, I'm in the Big Apple, but were you born in Poland? That's my question. I've been listening to a lot of Irish music lately, and I have been listening to this band called Solace, and I started listening to Solace back in the 1990s because my dad bought this album of Irish music, and there was a song by Solace in there. And so I've been listening to more and more of their songs. So yeah, I've been listening to more and more of their songs lately. So there was a song that I found from them last week that I really like, and I've been listening to it, and I want to drink to this song because it's just, I don't know, there's something very hauntingly beautiful about this song. It's called Vanished Like Snow by Solace. It's a very bittersweet and hauntingly beautiful Irish song. Let me read your guys' comments. I was actually born and raised here, but my parents were. Oh, I see.
Tell me, where did Helen go? Tell me, where did Helen go? This is where she had her dwelling. She has vanished like the snow.
Not much of it.
Where there
But the alcohol, I'm sure, is there.
no way of telling. This is where she had her
The alcohol really hits you.
dwelling. All the while they come and they go, where there is no way of telling. She has vanished like the snow. What became of Heloise? Abelard, he was her lover. Once they lived in Saint Denis. Where they've gone, I can't discover. Abelard, he was her lover. All the while they come and they go, where they've gone, I can't discover. They have vanished like the snow.
That's a great piece of music. I can't stop listening to it. I've listened to it so many times, and it's very simple, the song, and it's very slow, but there's this, I don't know, there's a bittersweetness to it, and there's a lot of emotion, in-depth emotion there, and the violin that comes in the background, and it's just, I love it. Sorry, I need to get my veg garden planted this year. I was going to get some mushroom soil for my raised beds, and my garden needed, no worries, man. There's no need to be sorry. I mean, there's no need to be sorry. It's okay. Oh, there was another Irish song that I wanted to play. Harry's Game. I used to listen to this song as a child. Oh my gosh. Oh, where is it? Harry's Game. I used to listen to this song. The theme from Harry's Game. This song is just so, I just love this song so much. I could listen to this song every day. I just never get tired of it. I've been hearing this song I've been listening to this song on and off since the 1990s, guys. It's truly amazing how long I've known this song. Since like 1996 or 7 or something like that. Assassin's Creed Black Flag sea shanties are good and sound Irish, I believe I see. Irish jeans be quivering. There we go. Oh, you got bush beans growing. That's awesome. Little voluntary plants. Those are the best because they're wild, so they're just conditioned to your climate. They grow really well. Let's see. Ultra Enigma decrypts reports from the Polish government in exile. Okay, so if I look this up, I'm gonna find this on Google. Okay, hold on. And this proves that the Holocaust didn't happen. All right, hold on. Reports from the Polish government in exile and resistance. Testimonies from escapees. Let's see. Hold on. The Verba-Wetzler report. Okay, so I'm gonna look up the Verba-Wetzler report. All right, and I should be able to find something. Okay, I'm gonna try to look. Let's do this. All right. So there is something about the Verba-Wetzler report. So it says here. Okay, so let's look this up. All right. Here we go. Let's read this. Verba-Wetzler report. We got the Irish music in the back playing. This should be good. Verba-Wetzler report is one of the 3 documents that comprise what is known as the Auschwitz Protocols, otherwise known as the Auschwitz Report or the Auschwitz Notebook. It is a 33-page eyewitness account of the Auschwitz concentration camp in German-occupied Poland during the Holocaust. Rudolf Verba and Alfred Wetzler, 2 Slovak Jews who escaped from Auschwitz on April 10, 1944, wrote the report by hand or dictated it in Slovak. So this is basically a first-hand account of Auschwitz. All right, so this should tell us about the Holocaust. Between 25 and 27 of April in Zelina. Hold on. My music is... I don't want my music... Oh, we got Bach. You know, we'll listen to Bach. No, we'll listen to Bach. Bach's cool. I like Bach. Little German classical. Listen to some German music. We're talking about Auschwitz. We might as well just listen to some German music while talking about Auschwitz. This is part of German culture and history, mass murder and cello music. And the beautiful cello music of Bach, believe it or not, was inspired by the Italian Baroque music. Let's get into this, all right? Let's read about the Verba report. This guy says the Holocaust doesn't happen, all right? I just want to make it clear, Josh the Coptic is a Holocaust denier. He is a Holocaust denier who believes that the Holocaust didn't really happen and the Germans maybe did some bad things, but the Holocaust didn't happen, all right? You say, I never said that, but you are a Holocaust denier. You've been making arguments this entire time in my comment section for weeks about how the Holocaust didn't happen, there were no gas chambers, blah, blah, blah. You're saying you're a Holocaust denier, all right? So let's read the evidence. Let's read the Wikipedia article on the evidence that you have provided to support your claim. Oskar Kresnianski of the Slovak Jewish Council typed up the report and simultaneously translated it into German. The Allies had known since November 1942 that Jews were being killed in mass in Auschwitz. The Verbo-Wetzler report was an early attempt to estimate the number and the most detailed description of the gas chambers to that point. The publication of parts of the report on June 1944 is credited with... So hold on, this is not helping your cause, my friend. You're not my friend. But this is not helping your cause. You say that there is no gas chambers, and you tell me to read the Verbo report. So I asked for evidence to support your position. I asked for evidence to support your Holocaust denial position. All right, we got a Nazi in the house, everyone. We have a Nazi. All right, I'm just letting you guys know. Keep calm. Keep calm. And I asked him for evidence to prove his Holocaust denialism. He says, look at the Verbo report. All right, I'm reading the Wikipedia Verbo report, the Wikipedia page on the Verbo report. Let's look at this together, shall we? All right. And it says right here, the publication of parts of the report in June is credited with helping to persuade the Hungarian regent Miklos Horthy to halt the deportation of Hungary's Jews to Auschwitz. The Verbo-Wetzler report was an early attempt to estimate the numbers and the most detailed description of the gas chambers to that point. Oh shit, gas chambers. Verbo-Wetzler report is sometimes referred to as the Auschwitz Protocols, although let's read this together. Let's have an education. I have never read this. You have taught me something, Mr. Josh the Coptic. I did not know about the Wetzler report. So let's learn something together. Let's read this. Let's read the Wikipedia article, all right? You sent me oh man, here we go, let's do this. Verbo-Wetzler report is sometimes referred to as the Auschwitz Protocols, although in fact the protocols incorporated information from the three reports, including Verbo-Wetzler, under the title German Extermination Camps, Auschwitz, and Birkenau. Let's allow the audience to see the article. Let's read this together. Let's educate ourselves. I don't even know I don't even know what this thing's gonna say, all right? Going past what I've already read. Let's look at this together, shall we? The Verbo-Wetzler report is sometimes referred to as the Auschwitz Protocols, although in fact the protocols incorporated information from three reports, including Verbo-Wetzler, under the title German Extermination Camps, Auschwitz, and Birkenau. The Auschwitz Protocols was first published in full in English on November 25, 1944 by the Executive Office of the United States War Refugee Board. Miroslav Karny writes it was published on the same day the last 13 prisoners, all women were gassed or shot in crematorium 2 in Auschwitz-Birkenau. The document combined the material from the Verbo-Wetzler report and the two others, which were submitted together in evidence at the Nuremberg trials as document number 022L, exhibit number 294 USA. The protocols included a 7-page report from the Arnos Rosen and Czeslaw Mordowiecz as Chapter 3 to the Verbo-Wetzler report, and an early report known as the Polish Major's Report, written by Jerzy Tabu. Tabu escaped from Auschwitz on November 19, 1943. Are you guys following me so far? 1943. And compiled his report between December 1943 and January 1944. This was presented in the protocols as the 19-page Transport the Polish Major's Report. Rosen and Mordowiecz escaped from Auschwitz on May 27, 1944, using the demotion they received after Verbo and Wetzler's escape a month earlier, and met up with those escapees in Slovakia to contribute to the protocols. The full text of the English translation of the protocols is in the archives of the War Refugee Board at the Franklin D. Roosevelt Presidential Library and Museum in New York. Okay, how it was written. Let's not get into that. Crematoria. Here's where we get into the Holocaust. I'm sure this is going to disprove gas chambers. Is that what you're going to tell me? Crematoria. Let's look into this. The report contains sketches and information about the layout of the gas chambers, describing the large room where victims were made to undress before being pushed into the gas chambers, as well as the attached crematoriums. In a deposition for the trial of Adolf Eichmann in 1961, and in his book, I Cannot Forgive, Verbo said that he and Wetzler obtained the information about the gas chambers and crematoria from the Sonderkommando Philipp Müller and his colleagues who worked there. Müller confirmed Verbo's story in his Eyewitness Auschwitz 1979. The report offered a description of the camp's 4 crematoria. Jean-Claude Brissac, a French specialist on the gas chambers, concluded in 1989 that while, let me get myself up here, hold on a second, 1989, that while the report was wrong on certain issues, it has the merit of describing exactly the gassing process in Type 2 and 3 crematorium as from mid-March 1943. It made the mistake of generalizing internal and external descriptions and the operating method to crematorium 4 and 5. Far from invalidating it, the discrepancies confirm its authenticity, as the discrepancies are clearly based on what the witnesses could actually have seen and heard. Auschwitz scholar Robert Jan van Pelt agreed, writing in 2002, the description of the crematoria in the War Refugee Board report contains errors, but given the conditions under which information was obtained, the lack of architectural training of Verba and Wetzler, and the situation in which the report was compiled, one would become suspicious if it did not contain errors. Given these circumstances, the composite crematorium reconstructed by the two escapees without any architectural training is as good as one could expect. Also, the writers didn't have any knowledge on architecture, so their descriptions weren't exactly as adequate as a description from a professional architect would be. Still, this proves that this actually proves the authenticity, because if there were no discrepancies, people would say it's too perfect. So because there are discrepancies, it does show that there is authenticity in the document, because as human beings, we are innately prone to making mistakes. And basically, the so-called errors are simply a product of the writer's lack of knowledge in architecture. So if I, let's say, was in New York City in the time of 9/11 and I described the buildings going down, my description would not be as good as someone with architectural knowledge would be. It would not disprove my account, but it would simply show my lack of knowledge on architecture. So that's what we have so far. Background. Let's see. Let's get into the main point of contention here, which is gas chambers, right? But Holocaust deniers love to say, I'm not a Holocaust denier. I just think there's no gas chambers, and their whole point of contention is on the gas chambers. That's their whole point of contention, because if they can prove that there were no gas chambers, then they can then they can make a giant hole in the narrative for the Holocaust and say that the Nazis were the good guys. Believe it or not, okay, bottom line, make no mistake about it, the entire Holocaust denialist ideology has one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to sanitize Nazism. It is to sanitize Hitler. It is to convince people to convert to Nazism so that people can actually do another Holocaust. That's what this is. Bottom line. Let's look at some more of this. Gas chambers. All right, let's look at gas chambers. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this. Read this part already. We've read this part already. Deportations. All right. Reports arrival in Switzerland press coverage. Okay. So let's take a look at this, my friends. Josh the Coptic wants to say something. What do you wish to say, good sir? I have you links on both sides, where both sides of the argument. Also, again, you told me to look up. Sorry, sir. I asked you for the accounts. I asked you for the documents. You said look up Verba Wetzler report. I am looking it up, sir, and I am seeing evidence of gas chambers. Let's read some more. No, you have decided to give me an education. You are giving me an education right now. You are the teacher. I am the student. We are going to read this. We're going to educate ourselves. You're going to educate me, and you're also going to educate everyone listening to this damn freaking live stream. All right? We're going to do this together. I am the student. You're the teacher. All right? Let's look at this right here, guys. Braham writes that the report was taken to Switzerland by Florian Manoliu of the Romanian legation of Bern and given to George Mentello, a Jewish businessman from Transylvania, who was working as the first secretary of the El Salvador consulate in Geneva. It was thanks to Mantello, or Manteo, according to Braham, that the report received in the Swiss press its first wide coverage. According to David Kranzler, Manteo asked for the help of Swiss-Hungarian Students' League to make around 50 mimeographed copies of the Verba Wetzler and other Auschwitz reports, the Auschwitz protocols, which by June 23rd he had distributed to the Swiss government and Jewish groups. The students went on to make thousands of other copies, which were passed to other students and MPs. As a result of the Swiss press coverage, details were published in the New York Times on June 4th, 1944, while World War II was still in progress. Details were disseminated by the BBC World Service on June 15th, with a second part in New York Times on June 20th, which carried a 22-line story that 7,000 Jews had been dragged to gas chambers in the notorious German concentration camps at Birkenau and Auschwitz or Auschwitz. On June 19, 1944, Richard Lichtheim of the Jewish Agency in Geneva, who had received a copy of the report from Montheo, wrote to the Jewish Agency in Jerusalem to say that they knew, quote, what has happened and where it has happened, and reported the Verba Wetzler figure that 90% of Jews arriving at Birkenau were being killed. Does this sound like Holocaust denial? Does this sound like evidence for Holocaust denialism? I'm seeing evidence for the Holocaust. I'm not seeing evidence for Holocaust denial. I'm at a loss. You sent me documents. I said, okay. I Googled the first document you sent me. Couldn't find anything on it. I said, could you please help me out here? I'm at a loss. I'm retarded. I'm a special education student. All right, I'm partially autistic. Help me out here. You tell me to look up this thing called the Verba Wetzler Report. I am reading it. I am an uneducated person. All right, I'm reading it. I am finding evidence for the Holocaust. I'm not seeing evidence that there wasn't a Holocaust. Let's read some more, shall we? Verba and Oscar Kresniansky met Vatican Swiss legate Monsignor Mario Martillotti at the Savati-Ur Monastery in Bratislava on June 20th. Martillotti had seen the report and questioned Verba about it for 6 hours. According to Bauer, Martillotti said he was traveling to Switzerland the next day. On June 25th, Pope Pius XII sent a public cable to Horthy asking that he do everything in his power to save as many unfortunate people from further pain and sorrow. Hold the fucking phone for 1 second. If the Holocaust was a fraud, and you believe the Holocaust is a fraud, and I ask you for evidence that the Holocaust is a fraud, and you tell me to look up the Verba Wetzler report, and I am now educating myself on the Verba Wetzler report, and I am reading here that Pope Pius XII read about the Verba Wetzler report, and his response was to tell the Hungarian government to stop deporting Jews because they were going to be killed if they were deported. How in the hell is this evidence of Holocaust denialism? If Pope Pius XII read the Verba Wetzler report and said, oh my God, they are killing Jews, apparently there is a genocide of Jews happening. Guys, here is the problem with Holocaust denialism. Here is the problem. The two most studied historical events in the history of historical events is the life of Christ and the Holocaust. That's it. Seriously. The two most, what are the two most, think about it. The two most studied and investigated historical events in all of the history of mankind's existence are what stories? The life of Christ and the Holocaust. All right? Now, by the way, the word Holocaust means sacrifice, and Christ was sacrificed on the cross. So we got two Holocausts. Those are the two most studied events in history, the life of Jesus and the Holocaust. So if the Holocaust was a fraud, if it was a scam, we would have already figured out that it's a scam. It's the most studied, it's one of the most, after the life of Christ, the Holocaust is the most studied historical event in history. It's more studied than the French Revolution. It is more studied than the Chinese Civil War. It is more studied than the American Civil War. It is more studied than anything. More studied than the life of Muhammad. It's more studied than the life of Joseph Smith. That's why the Mormons are that's why the Mormons are able to get away with all of this bullshit. They say, oh, Joseph Smith was a prophet. Okay. We don't study Joseph Smith. We don't give a shit about Joseph Smith. We don't give a shit about Charles Tay Russell. We give a shit about who? We really care about which historical events. The life of Christ. That's why every single year, when you go to the grocery store, you see a magazine next to the register conveyor belt saying, the life of Jesus. What really happened? Archaeologists have discovered new things, new details about Jesus, because we're always studying about the life of Christ. All right? And then there's the Holocaust. We have literally, I'm not exaggerating when I say this, guys. You can look this up. Look up the weight of the papers, of the evidence in the Nuremberg trials. Do you know how heavy the papers were? When they provided the documentation to prove Nazi atrocities, do you know how heavy the documents themselves were? Let's look it up real quick. I'm gonna get the right number. Nuremberg trials, weight of documents. How many pounds? How many pounds of weight were these documents? Nuremberg weight of documents. I'm not going to get it because it's freaking Google. How many thousands of pounds? It was definitely in the thousands. Thousands upon thousands of pounds of paper documenting Nazi crimes. All these historians from various countries have studied the Holocaust. My friend, I don't want to debate you. I'll be honest with you, because it's not worth it, because you're going to lose. If I know you're going to lose, I don't want to debate you. I like to do debates. I like to do debates that I actually might lose. It's more exciting. The Nuremberg trials had 1 million pages of documents. Have you read 1 million pages? I don't think so. Have I read the 1 million pages? No. But that's why I read historians. That's why I read Michael Burleigh. That's why I look at the Wikipedia articles. Because other people have the time and the expertise and the intelligence to actually study this stuff. All of a sudden, some guy on the internet who calls himself Josh the Coptic has figured it out. He is more intelligent than all of the historians from England. He is more intelligent than all of the historians from Austria, from Germany, historians from various Balkan countries, Croatia, Serbia, Poland. Are you more intelligent than Tadeusz Petrowski, Polish historian who studied the Holocaust? If the Holocaust is fake, you will have to prove that there is a conspiracy coordinated between all these historians from all these various countries, American historians, English historians, Polish historians, German historians, Austrian historians, Australian historians, all these historians, the Serbs, listen to me, that's not a straw man. That is not a straw man. You have to now demonstrate how you are more intelligent than all these, not more intelligent, you have to demonstrate how you have disproved all of the historians before us who wrote about the Holocaust. Now, hold on, Mr. Josh the Coptic. You asked me, you told me to read what's it called? The Verbo-Wetzler report? Verbo-Wetzler report. I am reading the Wikipedia article, and I'm reading about gas chambers. I'm reading about mass murder. This doesn't prove Holocaust denialism. You do realize that. I want you to realize that. I want you to admit that you sent me this thing, and it didn't prove your position. It disproved your position. The Polish people talk about the Holocaust. Are they liars? Polish people are not fans of Israel. Polish people are more critical of the Jews than Americans are, than the English people are. You talk to a Polish person, they are not fans of Israel. Polish people aren't sitting there saying, oh, we have to prove the Holocaust for some agenda. Polish historians talk about the Holocaust. Are they liars? I want you to tell me right now that the Polish historians who have written on the Holocaust are liars. I want to hear that from you right now. I want to hear that from you. No. I want to hear it from you. I want to hear from you. Is Tadeusz Petrowski a liar? Tadeusz Petrowski, a Polish historian who has written books on the Holocaust. I want you to tell me right now that Tadeusz Petrowski is a liar. I want you to tell me that you know more than Tadeusz Petrowski. I want you to tell me that you know more than all the Serbs who wrote about the genocide that was done on their people by the Nazi Croatians. The Serbs wrote about what the Nazis did to them. Are they liars? You say, oh, the Jews. Okay, so the Jews, according to you, they're like in the secret cabal. And they're like, oh, we have to make up the Holocaust because we hate white people and all this stuff. Okay. Oh, you haven't read them? You haven't? Oh, okay. Okay, I've read Tadeusz Petrowski. Tadeusz Petrowski says there's a Holocaust. There was a Holocaust. Is he a liar? I want to hear that from you. I want to hear that. Tell me, Mr. Know-it-all. You know everything about... You've proven it. You told me, you put a comment under one of my videos saying that you've looked at the documents. You've looked at them, and people haven't read the documents. Okay. I asked you to prove your position. I asked you to educate me. And you educated me. You told me about something that I did not know about. The Verbo-Wetzler report. I'm reading about it. It talks about gas chambers. It talks about mass murder. It talks about a genocide. The Serbs talked about the Holocaust. The Poles talked about the Holocaust. Germans talked about the Holocaust. Friggin' Austrians talked about the Holocaust. English people talked about the Holocaust. Americans talked about the Holocaust. All these people are liars. Serbs are not the most pro-Jewish people in the world, yet they will tell you about the German reign of terror. Polish people are not the biggest fans of Jewish people, yet they will tell you about the German reign of terror. Russians are not the biggest fans of Israel nor Jewish people, and they will tell you about the German reign of terror. So now you have to prove to me, because you say, well, it's the Jews. Here's something to learn about, my friend. You're not my friend. The Holocaust wasn't just done to Jews. The Holocaust was done to Serbs, Poles, Russians. 30 million Russians were killed by the German Nazis. Are the Russians liars? Are the Poles liars? Are the Serbs liars? Ukrainians, are they liars? Are they all these people, the Hungarians? Really? Have we reduced ourselves? And this is what you have these people online who are like, I'm so trad, I'm so Christian, and they're Holocaust deniers. Are we going to make a blight on the image of Christianity in the Western world by inundating it with uneducated buffoons who push for Nazi propaganda? Is this what we're going to reduce ourselves to? Seriously? Talk to a Russian. Read Russian literature on the Holocaust. Read the literature from the Poles, the records, the eyewitness accounts. Do you know who entered Auschwitz? Oh my God, I got to give you people an education. Holy shit. We got to do this. Polish guy who infiltrated Auschwitz. What was his name? His name, Witold Pilecki. Witold Pilecki was not Jewish. Let's talk about no. Let's look at. I find it unchristlike of you to assume. Assume, my friend, you have been exposing yourself this entire time. I asked you for evidence. I was open to learn something. You gave me evidence. I looked at it, and it disproves your position. I am not assuming a damn thing. You are literally exposing yourself. Witold Pilecki, a non-Jew, Polish dude who infiltrated Auschwitz and told the world about the German atrocities. And guess what? No one believed him. No one believed him. They said he was crazy. They said he was making things up. But it turned out he was right. But yet people will deny the Holocaust, just like these people denied what Mr. Pilecki wrote. Can you not read? I'm asking you, because you say that I asked you for evidence to disprove the Holocaust. Apparently you can't read, because you gave me something that disproves your position. Holy shit, guys. Holy shit, dude. The level of intelligence is so bad. Oh my God. Now you know why there's going to be another Holocaust. This is the reason why. Because this way of thinking is getting too damn popular. And so we're going to end up in the same evil that we were in the past. Oh my god, dude. You have to prove to me that Witold Pilecki was a liar. I want you to tell me right now. Hold on, where'd it go? Like any prison, it had entertainment. We have a Hindu Nazi in the house, everyone. We got a Hindu Nazi in the house. He thinks he's of the superior Aryan race. Okay. Where is it? Why isn't it coming up? That's weird. People should read about the General Plan Ost. Yes, they should. Michael Burleigh talks about the General Plan Ost, but these people are too clouded with their worship of the German race. Their LARPing and worship of the German race that they don't seek knowledge. That's what you're dealing with here. It's like an Israeli who says, we didn't kill any civilians, we just killed terrorists. And then you show them a report about Israeli soldiers sniping civilians. They're like, yeah, well, those kids must have deserved to get shot. Oh, why do people act that way? I'll tell you why. It's because they worship the Jewish race. And so you have people who worship the German race, or they want to be German. They wish they were German, so they worship Nazis. Witold Pilecki's report. Witold Pilecki's report. Let's look at this real quick, guys. Let's look at this. Let me just make sure this is big enough for you guys here. I don't want it to be, I don't like small lettering. Let's look at this real quick, okay? All right, here we go, guys. Witold's report, also known as Pilecki's report, is the report about the Auschwitz concentration camp written in 1943 by Witold Pilecki. Polish, not Jewish. Polish dude. And member of the Polish resistance. Pilecki volunteered in 1940 to be imprisoned in Auschwitz. He volunteered. He risked his own life to expose this shit. To expose this evil. To organize a resistance movement and send out information about the camp. He escaped from Auschwitz in April 1943. His was the first comprehensive record of a Holocaust death camp. So the first record that we have of the Holocaust death camps comes from not a Jewish person, not an Israeli, a Polish person. So was there some kind of coordinated effort between the Zionists and the Poles to prove that the Holocaust never happened? The report includes details about the gas chambers. Oh, gas chambers. He wrote about the gas chambers. Was he a liar? Selection, sterilization experiments. It states that there were 3 crematoria in Auschwitz II capable of cremating 8,000 people daily. Pilecki's report preceded and complemented the Auschwitz protocols compiled. So hold on, we have 2 reports. We have 2 reports. We have the Verbo-Wetzler report, which you referenced to me, and then we have the Pilecki report. Why are they in such agreement? So are you saying that there was a coordinated conspiracy between Witold Pilecki and the people who wrote the Verbo-Wetzler report? Is that your argument? Was there a coordinated effort between Witold Pilecki and and Verba and Wetzler? Really, if the Holocaust was this scam, fraud that's been pushed to go to war with white people and all, so was there a coordinated effort between Pilecki and Verba Wetzler? What say you, Mr. Holocaust denier, Mr. Coptic? Josh the Coptical sent you so that you can compare the information. Well, I'm looking at something you told me to look at, and it is a document that is a witness to the Holocaust. So you don't believe that the Holocaust happened, right? You think there were no gas shit, whatever. You like the Nazis, right? You don't think there was a Holocaust. So are you now going to affirm to me that there was a coordinated conspiracy between Pilecki and Verba and Wetzler? I just want to hear an answer. Was there or was there not a conspiracy? Because if the whole Holocaust was a lie, then there must be a conspiracy. They're all making this stuff up. All these guys are making this stuff up. If there was no coordinated effort, then these people were making these observations independently, and that means that we actually should listen to what they had to say, because These are authentic eyewitness accounts. When these people don't know each other and they're saying the same thing. This is what is observed, my friend. You're not my friend. I need to stop saying that. This is what is done in the court of law. This is what is enacted in the court of law. We look for eyewitnesses. We look for eyewitness accounts by people who don't know each other, and they're saying similar things or they're saying the same thing. And then we say, okay, it's not a coincidence that three different people went to Auschwitz and they saw the same damn thing, or they saw very similar things, or their accounts are very similar. We can't just ignore that. There used to be 3 million Jews in Poland. Where are they? That isn't my stance. My stance is I don't know what happened. You're a liar. You're a liar. No, you're full of shit. You're a Holocaust denier, and you're lying to me right now. And you're a coward because you don't want to admit to me that you're a Holocaust denier. You see, Mr. Coptic, I watched your video. You did a video about me. I didn't say anything about it, but you did a video about me. And you blatantly denied the Holocaust in the video. You blatantly say that there is no gas chambers. You blatantly say, well, there was some bad things done by the Nazis, but the Nazis were just people who were tired of the Jews and blah, 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 because the Jews were so bad. So you blatantly deny the Holocaust, and now you're too cowardly to admit that to me. That's why I don't want to debate you live, because I know that you're just a coward. You're not really worth the debate, to be honest with you. Piletsky's a hero. He was a hero, absolutely. Did he get this Zoomer? Did he get this from Zoomer historian, or I don't know. I don't know where he got it from, but I watched, this guy did a video trying to refute me, right? I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched a good chunk of it, and the guy blatantly denies the Holocaust. You want us to play your video, by the way? Should we play your video live and show the people what you said in that video? Do you want me to play the video that you did about me, saying that there was no gas chambers, that there are documents that prove there were no gas chambers? And then I asked you, hey, give me some of the information. Give me the evidence that there were no gas chambers. And you give me the Verbal Wetzler report, and I look it up, and oh, it turns out there's gas chambers. And then I look at the Pilitsky report. Oh, turns out there's gas chambers. Okay, so democracy has spoken. We are a democracy. The people want to see your video, unless maybe you've deleted it right now. I don't know. But let's see your video. Let's see it. Let's play your video. You didn't? Let's play your video. Where you quote David Irving as a source. Why are you quoting David Irving? Okay, hold on. So the Holocaust, hold on. So you're saying that the Holocaust, okay, you're saying that you're not a Holocaust denier. Oh, your stance changed all of a sudden. Hallelujah, it's a miracle. So you're not a Holocaust denier. So are you going to tell us that the Holocaust happened? Can you admit to us right now that the Holocaust happened, yes or no? Can you admit to us that the Holocaust happened, yes or no? I want to hear it or read it. Let's look at your chat. I mean, let's see. If you haven't deleted the video, let's take a look at your video. It changed a while ago. So the Holocaust happened. I want to hear that from you. Yes or no? Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no? Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no? The Holocaust happened. Okay, so the Holocaust happened. Okay, so all the comments that you put under my channel were bullshit. They were bullshit. All right, you admitted it. I mean, those because you were putting comments under. This guy put so many comments under my video saying, "Wait, have you actually read the documents? You haven't read the documents." Oh, and you hold on a second now. Man, these people are such cowards. It's unbelievable. Hold on a second. Let's look at. Hold on. Whoa, hold on. This guy's a liar. No, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a scoundrel. I don't trust you at all. This is a comment that you put underneath one of my videos 2 days ago. 2 days ago, you wrote this. 2 days ago, you wrote this bullshit. This is what you wrote. I talked about the Holocaust in this video. Hold on a second. For this video, I talked about the Holocaust and Nazism, and you wrote this 2 days ago. I deny that event. Which event do you deny? You say, I deny that event because there is no actual evidence with documentation. What event are you denying here in this comment? What event are you denying? I want to know. You said, if you read the intelligence reports, there isn't a mention of gas chambers. Well, I asked you for evidence to prove this position. You gave me the Verba Wetzler report. I looked at the Verba Wetzler report. I find gas chambers. I changed it because was shown that I was wrong. Well, hold on. You say here 2 days ago, I deny that event. Which event do you deny? What event do you deny? Tell me. What event do you deny? What event do you deny? Tell me. We're waiting. We're waiting. Let's hear it. I guess it's possible that a stance changed in the last 2 days. I want to hear it from him. You say, I deny that event. What event do you deny? Yeah, possible, but unlikely. Yeah. What event do you deny? Let's hear it. I'm waiting. Past tense, I did deny. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This guy, unbelievable. 2 days ago, he's telling me the Holocaust didn't happen. Now, he's telling me the Holocaust did happen. You call yourself a Coptic, pretty soon you're going to be calling yourself a Catholic, then you're going to call yourself a Jehovah's Witness, then you're going to call yourself a Mormon. Unbelievable, dude. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about Holocaust denialism ever again. That's it. If I hear Holocaust denialism ever on this YouTube channel, I'm asking for evidence. I will question you and I will ask for evidence. And if you quote me something, I'm going to read what you... if you reference me something, I will read it. I was wrong. Okay, whatever. Yeah, he changed his stance 2 days ago. Give me a break. He said this stance changed a while ago in 2 days. Yep, it's a miracle, guys. 2 days. Transformation. Total transformation, guys. He's a Zionist now. Please clip this. I mean, really, people come on here and they want to tell me I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm willing to admit when I am wrong. I have admitted to being wrong numerous times. I don't have an issue. Well, I do have an issue. I hate being wrong, I'll be honest with you. But if I am wrong, then I don't want to be wrong forever. I want to correct myself. So if someone says the Holocaust didn't happen, I will ask for why they believe that. And if they send me something, I will read it. Or if they reference me something, I will read what they reference. If the Holocaust was truly a scam, it would have been discovered already. Listen. The Holocaust happened before the assassination of JFK. The CIA comes out and says, we did it. What do you know? So the Holocaust is older than the assassination of JFK. Something would have come out already saying, just a joke, bro, LOL. Gas chambers, LOL, didn't happen, bro. Are all these Nazis coming out? Dude, anytime you start talking about German militarism, all these German sausage worshippers pop up out of the woodwork. They want to eat the German sausage. Okay, fine, that's your decision. They want everyone else to eat German sausage. I don't want to eat German sausage. All right? I don't want to eat German sausage. It's not that complicated. If they want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they want the bratwurst, that's their decision. I'm not going to tell them what to do. That's their decision. They're grown people. They're grown-ups. We live in America here. If I don't want to have bratwurst, I have a right not to want bratwurst. But these people want everyone to eat bratwurst. Everyone has to worship Germany. And if you criticize Germany, then you have basically the equivalent of the Israeli Hasbara coming after you. But this is the German Hasbara. So you have people who worship Israel. They get ass mad anytime you criticize Israel. They come into the comments section, and they just say, that didn't happen. No, we sniped them kids? No, it didn't happen. Israeli soldiers did what? They sniped them kids. They shot them in the head. Nah, it didn't happen. New York Times comes out with an article saying, here's some X-ray photos of children's skulls with bullets in them. So what say you, Mr. Israel worshiper? Well, you know, man, fuck them kids. They're all terrorists anyway. Oh, so they did kill those kids. So if I say, hey, Germany did some fucked up stuff back in the day, all the bratwurst eaters come out and they worship Germany. The funny thing is, the great majority of the bratwurst eaters are from America. They're not even from Germany. They're from America. In other words, the people in Germany are smart enough not to engage in these types of dialogues because their level of education is a lot higher than us. So the Germans know better. Even if a German is a flaming Nazi, he'll never tell you. A German Nazi, a guy who freaking Heils Hitler in his house, will tell you that the Holocaust was a great crime and that we should never repeat it again. And then he goes home and he's got a portrait of Hitler and he bows down to it and he has Kanye West playing in the back. And he's saying Heil Hitler. You'll never know because those German sleeper Nazis are smart enough not to freaking expose themselves. They're waiting for the great German apocalypse to happen. They're waiting for the freaking Wotan apocalypse to happen. Then they'll show themselves. But the Americans who want to be German, they're not even German. They want to be German. Oh, my great-grandfather came from Germany. You ain't fucking German, dude. You never been to Germany. You never even been there. You're not even German. Oh, but my great-great-grandfather came from Germany. Bitch, my freaking great-great-great-great-grandparents probably came from fucking caves in Switzerland somewhere. You don't see me saying I'm fucking Swiss. I was born in the United States. My grandpa came from the Middle East. He spoke Arabic. Do you see me walking around with a keffiyeh around my neck? No, because I don't want to embarrass myself. I don't speak a lick of Arabic. I don't speak a lick of Arabic. And you got, after 9/11, you had people telling me that I was a fucking terrorist. Dude, I don't even speak Arabic. You're calling me a terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Do you see me walking around with a keffiyeh? Do you see me walking around with a turban? No. You know why? Because that would be freaking cringe and embarrassing. I'm an Arab, man. I'm an Arab. Really? Homie, you've never been to the Middle East. How can you be you've never been to the Middle East. You were born in California. You're practically Mexican at this point. So you have these LARPer Americans who are like, I'm Irish, yo. Have you been to Ireland? Have you been to Dublin? No, but I'm Irish, like my great. Who cares? You speak English. You speak American English. You were born in frickin' Texas. You don't speak a lick of Gaelic. You're not Irish. You're an American. So all these Americans are looking for identity. Oh, I'm a German. I'm a Italian. I'm an Irish person. And they've never even been to these countries. And then you got black people saying, I'm African. They've never even been to Africa. I'm an African American. You've never even been to Africa, dude. Which part of Africa do you come from? They don't even know. You come from Sudan, Somalia, Uganda, Nigeria, Niger, freaking Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso. Which freaking African country did you come from? An African American. You don't even know what African country you come from. You ain't from Africa. You're not. People in Africa don't want to be associated with you. People in Africa are freaking embarrassed by you. But you're African. You're not African, dude. You're from freaking Philadelphia. You're from Oakland, California. You're from Pittsburgh. You ain't African. You're an American. You're a black dude who's got a little bit of freaking white blood in him because of the slave owners back in the day, and that's it. You're a black dude. Just accept it. Just accept it. I live in Germany but was not born in Germany. Where were you born? Where were you born? I'm a French dude. Could you imagine an American telling people that he's French? Could you imagine that? Like, let's say you have a French guy. Let's say you have an American guy and his last name is like Gunsant, or his last name is Chauvin, like the officer in the George Floyd thing. Officer Chauvin. Could you imagine that guy walking around saying he's French? Could you imagine the guy who put his knee on George Floyd's neck walking around telling people that he's French? How embarrassing that would be. Officer Chauvin walking around saying that he's French. He freaking put his knee on George Floyd and said, I'm a French man who put his knee on an African dude. I mean, you gotta be crazy. You ain't French. Do you speak French? Beyond oui, mademoiselle? Do you eat fucking snails? I didn't see. When was the last time you had snails? You putting fucking hot dogs in your mouth. You ain't French. And then you got all these Mexicans born in the U.S. walking around with a Mexican flag. Why are you waving the Mexican flag around? You don't even, oh, I'm Mexican, man. Then go live there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so stupid. It's so cringe, this behavior. Go live there. Go live in Mexico. Why are you living in Chicago? Born in Kazakhstan. My father is German. My mother is Ukrainian. Oh, damn. What a mix. That's an interesting mix. Now, if your father was an immigrant from freaking Ireland, then I could say, yeah, okay, yeah, Irish, yeah, definitely. You still have direct roots to that country, right? I could see that. But you got people who their family has been living here for like 20 generations since the Irish potato famine, and they're walking around like they're Irish. Can you play me one jig? Can you play me one Irish tune on a flute? Can you do the river dance? You can't fucking even river dance, dude. You're too fat to river dance. It's insane, dude. The Germans starved 700,000 Soviets. Yeah, the Germans killed tens of millions of freaking Soviets. And then we have to pretend that didn't happen. The Russians are all liars. Russians are liars. Poles are liars. Serbs are liars. The Jews are liars. Everyone's a liar except for them. The Germans are the innocent people. They're the perfect race. We got to worship them just like we got to worship the Jews. The river plug. I almost want to cry, man. It's just so sad to see people just reduce themselves to this level of embarrassment. You make a great point. I appreciate that, Susan. Thank you. I'm gonna die. I mean, I don't want to kill anybody. I'm just saying, like, I'm just so tired of this bullshit. I'm so tired of hearing this bullshit about Germany, Deutschland, I'm this, and people in Germany don't even want to be associated with you. You got German dudes who dress classy. They're walking around with classy looking Adidas sweaters and shoes and pants, and then you come in with a freaking Chicago Bulls jersey telling everyone that you're a German. Oklahoma State University jersey. And you want to go walk to some techno listener in Berlin who smokes weed and tell him that we're German brothers. It definitely happened. I mean, the Holocaust, listen, it is literally impossible that the Holocaust didn't happen. It is hold on, Josh the Coptic over here. He's got an argument. Now, 5 minutes ago, this guy was telling me that he saw the light. He got the transformation. He went through the transformation process. He's no longer a Holocaust denier. He's seen the light. And he says, can you please explain this? Or not, UK public document. Can you explain it to me? You just saw the light. You just told us you were a Holocaust denier. You've seen the light and you're not a Holocaust denier anymore. So blubber dance. It's more realistic, yeah? It isn't an argument. Tell me what's in that document. I want to hear it from you. You quote the document to me. The Amish speak native German. My friend, the Amish are literally isolated. They're not even American. They're a freaking ethnic enclave that's isolated themselves from the rest of the country. Of course, they speak. I've met those Amish type people. I met this group of people in Minnesota. They weren't Amish, but they were from Canada. Actually, they crossed the border to come hang out with us, and they had accents. I'm like, what country are you from? I'm from Canada. Then why do you sound like you're from the Czech Republic? Oh, because I'm actually a part of some cult that has decided to isolate itself. And by the way, the Amish and the German Baptists and all these other people, whatever they are, those people are weirdos. You're telling me that Christianity teaches you to isolate yourself like some Haradim Jew in Israel. That's not Christianity. That's called a cult. Give me a moment. I mean, quote the document, dude. If you want to, could you tell me what this means? You tell me what it means. I didn't know. You tell me. I was shown this and I don't know. Okay, I'm just saying that it's talked about more than any other genocide like the Europeans did in Asia. And do you know whose fault that is? Do you know whose fault that is? The people who are part of the race that's been genocided. The Jews actually took the time to put the money and effort to get people to talk about the Holocaust, to raise awareness about the Holocaust. The Poles should have done the same thing. You're telling me there's no Polish billionaires out there? The Poles should have done the same thing. The Armenian genocide is much more known than the Polish genocide, and we're talking a lot about the Armenian genocide because there's an Armenian lobby. Now, it's not talked about as much as the Holocaust, but that's because the Armenians don't have as much money. But the Armenians should have been pushing it. They did, but they should have pushed it more, maybe. Well, they tried. I'll give them credit. They did try. The Chinese should have talked more. I mean, the Chinese did try. They did try. Yes, they did try. It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Even if the Holocaust has talked more about it than other genocides, doesn't mean we should stop talking about it. I'm not saying that you're saying that. But that's just my point. My mom's dad left the Amish community in Pennsylvania back in the 30s. Yeah, he probably realized because it's a freaking cult. Got shunned a lot. Yeah, it's a cult. I went to an Amish-owned pretzel business in Pennsylvania years ago, and I saw these Amish ladies with the long skirts selling the pretzels, and they were really good pretzels. And I remember walking out of the business and seeing a woman dressed up like an Amish lady. She was an employee in the business. She was standing outside the business, dressed up like an Amish, smoking a cigarette. And I said, "Hey, are you Amish?" And she said, "Me? No." She says, "I just work here." She says, "I was brought up Amish, though." I said, "Really? You were brought up Amish?" She goes, "Yeah, but I left the whole thing." I said, "What made you leave?" She goes, "Too damn judgmental. I couldn't take it anymore." Couldn't take it anymore, she said. He's trying to find identity. Yeah, he's trying to find identity. But the problem is that they try to find identity, and they try to find identity in Hitler. Like, how's that a good idea? You know what I mean? "1943. I don't know what happened in 1943, my friend. Give me a moment." Okay, what happened in 1943? River dance. Blubber dance. There's no... I gotta get going anyway. It's too damn late, dude. It's 11 p.m. Central Time. So I'm still waiting, Mr. Coptic. I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes. If I don't get something, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna bounce. The letter was written in 1943. Okay, what is the name of the letter? What is the name of the letter? I'm done. This is getting exhausting. Yeah, look at the recent chats. Okay. Document F. Okay, I'm going to indulge you for 1 moment. I'm going to look up document F0371/345 whatever. All right, let's look at this real quick. All right. German atrocities in Poland. Okay, so I found something here. It says here that the document referenced number 50371/34551 refers to a record held at the archival, blah, 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 German atrocities in Poland. Okay. I'm not seeing anything. Okay. All right, here's something here. Honest British diplomats. Okay, can you please tell me what it says in this document? Because you just told me that you're no longer a Holocaust denier. You've changed your mind. You've realized you were wrong. So apparently you're giving me this to prove the Holocaust. Because you're not a Holocaust denier. So can you just tell me what this says? He should actually identify with Christ and his church. You're absolutely right. But the problem is you have these Christians who think that they have to have some great glorious leader to revere, and they look for a Hitler. That's the problem. I was shown this that disproves it, and I can't explain it. So you just told me you're no longer a Holocaust denier. So why? So you believe in the Holocaust. So why do you want me to read this? Why do you want me to read it? You just told me you believe in the Holocaust. You're not a Holocaust denier. You are a Holocaust affirmer. So it's completely irrelevant. All right, I'm done. This is just stupid. I was shown that. Okay, I'm gonna give you 1 minute to type it out, and then I'm done because I can't do this anymore. This is exhausting. I was wondering if you can explain to me. You're a liar. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Go away. You're a liar. I don't want to talk to you. You're just a liar. Can you explain it to me? I'm wondering if you can explain it to me. I just changed 2 days ago. Go away. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. Be well. We had a great stream today, and you guys just heard some theology. God bless. I'll see you later. Gypsy Bird, Alexis Corral, Killer Bob, Catherine Galpo, Sweet Body Fit, Jamie, Rudy Carrera, Master Driver, Susan, Result Peso, Short Farrell, Sim, Nahum Hopte, and who else? Anyone else? Nusef Polton, Divine Soldier in the house. What's wrong with David Irving? Oh shit, Divine Soldier. Divine Soldier. Looks like he likes David Irving. Oh, damn. Imagine two... Okay, Rudy Carrera makes a great point here. Imagine two Jews in a poll, and they hate each other traditionally, agreeing on anything. Exactly. This proves the Holocaust. This proves the Holocaust happened. HIX 101... and everyone else. Jacob Glowsticks, Frank Maggietta, Optimus Princeps, Nomad, Fossey, SMY, Ortho Christos. And that's it. Alright, see you guys later. Be well. The Chinese show their Holocaust daily. Yep, the Nanking Massacre. That's correct. And the other atrocities that the Japanese did. Pretty terrible. Short Farrell, Bo, Tim, Autumn, Caslopeia. All right, I'll see you guys later. Be well. God bless you guys. We had a very fun stream today. You guys just heard some theology. God bless.